brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fibre to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport. Pure live sport. Listen using BBC Sounds. Plus, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fibre to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport. Pure live sport. Listen using BBC Sounds. Plus, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fibre to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport. Pure live sport. Listen using BBC Sounds. Plus, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fibre to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport. Pure live sport. Listen using BBC Sounds. Plus, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fibre to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport. Pure live sport. Listen using BBC Sounds. Plus, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fibre to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport. Pure live sport. Listen using BBC Sounds. Plus, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fibre to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport. Pure live sport. Listen using BBC Sounds. Plus, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fibre to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport. Pure live sport. Listen using BBC Sounds. Plus, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fibre to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport. Pure live sport. Listen using BBC Sounds. Plus, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fibre to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport. Pure live sport. Listen using BBC Sounds. Plus, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fibre to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport. Pure live sport. Listen using BBC Sounds. Plus, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fibre to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport. Pure live sport. Listen using BBC Sounds. Plus, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fibre to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport. Pure live sport. Listen using BBC Sounds. Plus, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fibre to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport. Pure live sport. Listen using BBC Sounds. Plus, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fibre to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes. Test Match Special. Radio 5 Sports Extra is a dedicated station for the BBC's live sport coverage, with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online. Plus, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. Uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live. Coming up next on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Test Match Special. More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes. Test Match Special. Radio 5 Sports Extra is a dedicated station for the BBC's live sport coverage, with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online. Plus, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. Uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live. Coming up next on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Test Match Special. More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes. Test Match Special. Radio 5 Sports Extra is a dedicated station for the BBC's live sport coverage, with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online. Plus, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. Uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live. Coming up next on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Test Match Special. More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes. Test Match Special. Radio 5 Sports Extra is a dedicated station for the BBC's live sport coverage, with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online. Plus, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. Uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live. Coming up next on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Test Match Special. More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes. Test Match Special. Radio 5 Sports Extra is a dedicated station for the BBC's live sport coverage, with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online. Plus, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. Uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live. Coming up next on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Test Match Special. More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes. Test Match Special. Radio 5 Sports Extra is a dedicated station for the BBC's live sport coverage, with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. Uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live. Coming up next on Radio 5 Sports Extra, Test Match Special. More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes. Test Match Special. Radio 5 Sports Extra is a dedicated station for the BBC's live sport coverage, with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. Uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live. Coming up next on Radio 5 Sports Extra, Test Match Special. More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes. Test Match Special. Radio 5 Sports Extra is a dedicated station for the BBC's live sport coverage, with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. Uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live. Coming up next on Radio 5 Sports Extra, Test Match Special. More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes. Test Match Special. Radio 5 Sports Extra is a dedicated station for the BBC's live sport coverage, with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. Uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live. Coming up next on Radio 5 Sports Extra, Test Match Special. More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes. Test Match Special. Radio 5 Sports Extra is a dedicated station for the BBC's live sport coverage, with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. Uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live. Coming up next on Radio 5 Sports Extra, Test Match Special. More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
before lunch at Lord's. England are all out for 85. It's an Irish delight.
6 needed. Bracewell Bowles. He's gone for it. We knew he would. And into the pavilion it goes. Johnny Bairstow finishes the match with a towering 6. And hello everyone, good morning. Welcome to Lord's for the start of this packed summer of international cricket. We're bringing you 8 tests in 2 months. There's one-day internationals and featuring the men and the women, and then the World Cup in India, all here on Test Match Special. Today we start the first of those tests under rather cloudy skies here against Ireland. It's only a 4-day game, and Ireland do appear to be heavily outgunned, but you never know. As we heard in that opening clip there, they gave England a real fright here 4 years ago. So let's see. We're a few minutes away from the toss. It is cloudy. The crowd's coming in. As we know, there's been a few issues with transport and so on, but I think most people, hopefully, will make it here today. The ground staff are winding up the rope that protects the pitch. The players can now come and have a good look at that and decide what they're going to do. Johnny Bairstow there, he's got his bat out. We heard him hitting that 6 in the opening clip as well, having a very close look at the pitch there. He's back in the side again after that terrible leg injury that he picked up on the golf course. And there's lots to play for. I know it feels a bit like a warm-up game, not a friendly as such, but certainly England will have an eye on the Ashes. And as we've heard, the Irish team actually have rather got more than just an eye on qualifying for the ICC World Cup, so one-day cricket. So there's lots to talk about during the course of these next 4 days or so. So we're going to wander down this way to prepare ourselves for the toss, which of course will bring you. I can see Andy Balbirnie, the Irish captain. He's already in position with his cap on and his team sheet. No sign yet of Ben Stokes. I've got Alistair Cook wandering alongside me. Good to see you, Alistair. Good morning. Welcome back.
Thank you very much. It's a great moment, isn't it?
Always.
First day at Lord's here. And that wicket, it looks a good wicket, but I think it might do a little bit this morning.
I mean, you presumably, thinking of it in terms of a 4-day game as well, you'd put Ireland in, wouldn't you, if you won the toss?
I think so. I mean, even if it wasn't a 4-day or 5-day game, just with the overhead conditions and the amount of grass which was on that wicket the last couple of days, apparently, I think there'll be a little bit of moisture, and it does feel like a bowling morning. Even you might swing on it.
Well, it feels a bit cool. There's that northeasterly wind that's bringing the cloud in here. I know many of you will be listening to us in beautiful sunshine. That's not the case here. Joe Root offering to be interviewed. Joe, are you? You made a wrong left turn. You came to see Alistair Cook. But he's got a big smile on his face. And Niall O'Brien too, former Ireland. Good to have you with us, Niall, for this.
Morning, good to have you. Good to be here. Lovely, a lovely feel actually. A lot of Irish coming through the turnstiles. A lot of Irish packing the planes this morning and yesterday afternoon coming from Dublin. So it should be a good encounter, and it's a good opportunity for Ireland to once again show what they can do.
Now there's a nice touch. I was going to say Ben Stokes has come out with his blazer on, but with his collar up. And very thoughtfully, Andy Balbirnie there has just put it down for him. Now that's a nice friendly sign.
Just stamping his authority early on here, the Ireland captain, isn't he? Just, trading blows early here before the toss.
That's rather a nice touch. But, they're getting ready for this. How do you feel for an Irish position? I mean, there's been all this talk building up to this. And we are going to talk about it over the course of the next few days. Ireland's preparation and the background to this isn't great.
Well, I don't know. They've played 3 test matches in the recent past. Yes, it's been in subcontinental conditions, so they've been in Asia, but they've played more first-class cricket / test cricket than they have done leading into a game like this in a long time. So actually, I think the guys are in pretty good stead. They had a decent hit out in Essex a couple of days ago, so the boys are pretty ready. The batters are in good form. The bowlers are probably looking over their shoulder thinking, how are we going to get these 20 English wickets? But I think from a batting point of view, the Ireland batters have had a lot of time in the middle and they've scored big runs in the recent past. So I think actually the Ireland boys are in good stead.
And it is tempting to look back at what happened here 4 years ago, isn't it? I mean, England obviously won in the end, but to have bowled England out before lunch on that first day was quite something.
It was, and I was here with Tim Murtagh just a couple of weeks ago, reliving those wickets on the big screen. He had his own private show with the big screen there. It was great. It was a great day. The game got away from Ireland. Everyone kind of forgets the Chris Woke show on that last morning. But, there was a lot of good things in that game. It'll be a different kettle of fish here. It'll be a different type of game, I feel. I don't think the ball's going to do as much. As I said, the Ireland bowling attack, probably not as strong as it was then, but the Ireland batting line probably a bit stronger.
That's interesting. Now, Simon Doull is bracing himself to introduce the toss, which he's doing right now. So let's just tune in and see what happens. I'm going to wander over here a bit. So if you two come with me.
Balbirnie is here. Ben Stokes is here. Richie Richardson is our match referee. Ben, you've got the coin. Heads, Ben, you decided you're going to have a bowl. Tell me why.
So England win the toss, they're going to bowl first, and that's, I think, well predicted here, but quite an obvious call, Cookie.
Yeah, sometimes in England it can be a really tough decision. You go to other places, the subcontinent, Australia, and it's, the sun shining, it's bat first. But actually, this one's a no-brainer. I think everyone would even Ricky Ponting, I think, would bowl first here. But yeah, I think it's going to do, enough this morning to off the seam and probably in the air.
Yeah, it's Niall, again, you're not necessarily surprised by that.
No, not really. The overheads, I think England like chasing as well. They like to have a chase on the final day. We've seen that under Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes. So Ireland is going to be a tough task up front. But an inexperienced England bowling attack, some might say, obviously without the likes of James Anderson and the likes of Mark Wood or Jofra Archer not here. So a chance for Ireland to really get stuck in. Ireland openers are under pressure. PJ Moore from Zimbabwe and James McCullum, they are under pressure to put runs on the board. They've had scores in the warm-up game against Essex, but they are under a little bit of pressure against the new ball.
Well, I can see it. Let's just go through this team. I think this is the one that you safely gave me, actually. So James McCullum, Peter Moore, Andy Balbirnie, Harry Tector, Paul Sterling, Lorcan Tucker, Curtis Campher, Andy McBride, Mark Adair, Fionn Hand and Graham Hume is how Ireland will shape up. I'll talk to Ben Stokes in a second. He's just shaking hands there, and we'll run through the England side, which, of course, England announced 2 days ago, which is something almost unprecedented, I would say. There we go. Hello, Ben. Well, I think we were expecting that, but was that a straightforward decision for you?
Yeah, it was. I think the overhead conditions, obviously, pretty favourable here to bowl, so pretty easy decision, yeah. And
also being a 4-day game, does that come into that as well?
No, not really. I think we're still going to go out and try and implement the way in which we've played. If anything, it probably gives us a better opportunity to try and push the game even forward faster.
Yeah. And is this, in terms of preparation for the Ashes, you'll have to forgive me for talking about that, Ben, but we're all going to be talking about that, and I'm sure we're thinking about it. Is this a kind of a warm-up for that in your minds?
Yeah, I think there's sort of a lot of thinking had to go into it, just in terms of sort of where we found ourselves with a few of our players. Again, it was a sort of a risky reward decision in terms of our selection and stuff like that. But we got Tungi debuting, so it's a great opportunity for us to see him in action. For me to be able to captain him, because you just never know what's going to happen in the summer. We might have to call on him at some point, so it's a great opportunity for him.
And just a kind of Ashes-related question, but you've talked about flat pitches, shorter boundaries. Now, is this the sort of boundary that you're looking at here? I noticed that down there by the man stand, for instance, is a little bit shorter. Is your hand on this or not?
I haven't talked about the flat wickets and short boundaries, to be honest. But no, I think this looks pretty regulation for Lords, doesn't it?
OK, good man. Ben, good luck. Thanks for talking to us. There we go. And now, Andy Balbirnie, nice to meet you. You said some very nice things about Test Match Special earlier this week. Welcome to the programme.
Yeah, no, it's good to be here. I listened to a lot of it, so it's nice to finally be on.
Great. Well, it's great to have you too. Now, a bit of pressure on you, though, in the next half hour or so.
Yeah, I think we were bold as well. Slightly overcast today, a bit chilly, but we'll get the jumpers on and try to dig in and make it a good day.
Yeah. And how's your preparation been? I mean, you read the press and so on, and it's kind of people just not really giving you much of a chance. But you won't be thinking like that, of course.
Yeah, we want to go out and play pretty good cricket. We know the way they're going to play, but we're going to try our best to counter that in our own way. It's a very different landscape at the moment. There's a lot of players coming in from different franchises for England, for Ireland, and yeah, I think it'll be exciting. But we've got to get the head down today now.
Yeah. And for you to be leading Ireland out here at Lords in a Test match, there has been talk about one-day priorities, white ball priorities, but how do you feel about this now?
Certainly probably my proudest moment, just walking through the long room with the blazer, family and friends here. A lot of people did a lot of good work to get Irish cricket to where it is now, and I'm fortunate that I get to lead a group out at Lords in a Test match. Enjoy the moment. Andy, thanks for talking to us. There we go. So that's the Ireland captain, Andy Balbirnie. I'm sure I read somewhere about Ben Stokes talking about flat pitches and short boundaries, didn't he? I'm sure that was what he said. He just denied it there.
Well, I'm not sure about the short boundaries, but he definitely said he wanted the fast and as bouncy and true wickets as they can produce. I'm pretty sure that
my producer's nodding at me as well. He definitely mentioned short boundaries, but interviewing Ben can be a bit like that. He can be he's a bit of a challenge sometimes.
Well, I just love it. He just said it didn't happen and just said no. He did say I never said that, and then just then looks at you and say no. Well, the next question. Right. You talk a little bit in there about that an Ashes warm up. Actually, this is it's the start of the Test match. 6 or 7 or 8 weeks that England got, and actually quite a few of these guys haven't played that much red ball cricket, like Joe Root, Ben Stokes himself, Harry Brooks. So actually, a county game, there's no county games, obviously the T20 Plus, but actually get those guys back in the field of red ball as a squad as well. It's a really important 4 days for them leading into obviously the Ashes in a couple of weeks' time.
More cricket chat in a second, but first let's get the weather forecast, because I don't know, it's you look at some of the weather maps and there's sun shining all over the place. Glasgow 20 odd degrees. It's chilly here at Lords. We've got this sort of northeasterly breeze coming in. It is quite cloudy. Let's say good morning to Sarah Keith Lucas, and what's in store for us today, Sarah? Good morning to you.
Good morning to you, Jonathan. Yes, you summed it up nicely there. Where you do see the sunshine coming through, it's really feeling very warm and pleasant, but we have got that blanket of cloud at the moment over Lords. Now, it is going to be thinning and breaking up as we head through the day, so I think round about the middle part of the afternoon, some fairly strong spells of sunshine and blue sky breaking through the clouds, so brightening up, I think, gradually through the course of today, but we'll still see a little bit of cloud just still drifting around, I think, into the afternoon. Now, temperatures at the moment out there are only about 12 degrees, but I think by the middle of the afternoon, top temperatures up to 19 Celsius. It is feeling a touch cooler than that, though, because as you were saying, we've got that northeasterly breeze. It's going to be quite brisk, and that's going to stay with us through today. And actually, not a lot of change over the next few days as well. But I think for Friday and into the weekend, sort of compared to today, it'll be a touch warmer, perhaps the breeze a little bit lighter and a little bit more in the way of sunshine as well. So probably the cloudiest of the conditions right out there at the moment. Still those brisk northeasterly winds, though, not going anywhere in a hurry today or for the next few days too.
Yes, I was going to ask you that question. When do we get rid of this? Because it's been beautiful sunshine, but it's always that breeze.
Yeah, really good question. We've got high pressure to the northwest of the UK, and it's really just sticking around. It's really slow moving. So normally, it wouldn't quite last this long, but actually right into the middle part of next week, we've still got high pressure out to the northwest. So that still means those winds rotating around from the northeast. Looks like gradually the winds will ease a little bit through the course of next week, but really no great change in the weather at all over the next week or so.
We'll be wrapping up warm. Thank you, Sarah, very much indeed. We'll talk to you during the course of the summer as well. Sarah Keith Lucas with the weather forecast. So England here have put Ireland into bat. McCullum, Moore, Balbirnie, Tech to Sterling, Tucker, Camphor, McBride, Adair, Hand and Hume is how Ireland line up. We haven't talked much about England yet. They announced their team a couple of days ago now. Duckett, Crawley, Pope, Root, Brooke, Stokes, Bairstow, Broad, Potts back in the side again. We last saw him, of course, in August. He bowled very well last summer, actually. Josh Tongue, that's someone we can talk about, making his debut from Worcestershire. He's been blighted with injuries. I remember Peter Moore's telling me, must be 6-7 years ago, he was this young lad at Worcester, he said, do you want to watch out for him? He'll be playing for England. Well, here he is, making his debut today, Josh Tongue and Jack Leach to provide some left-arm spin, and who, of course, was man of the match here 4 years ago, not for his bowling, but for his batting, which all seems slightly absurd now, looking back on it. Cookie, you've been on the circuit. Have you played against Tongue?
I have a few years ago, though, so probably, I'm going to say 4 years ago, but I'm sure someone will correct me on that. He's awkward a little bit because he goes slightly over the perpendicular, so he creates a slightly funny angle. So if he can get the ball to shape away, he's very dangerous because you think as a batsman that he's going to angle in all the time. So I think when he gets it absolutely spot on, he does get to shape it away. So he creates a different picture to, say, someone like a Jimmy Anderson with a real conventional action. I think a few years ago you'd have said this guy, as Peter Moore said, was an outstanding prospect. I haven't seen him over the last couple of years. Hasn't played a huge amount of cricket. So
terrible shoulder injury for a start. I mean, he thought his career was over.
Yeah, and what an opportunity he has now to, it was a real left field selection. If you'd have probably asked the top 6 of most of the counties who are the top 10 bowlers they faced recently, he probably wouldn't have been in there. But who's to argue with some of the selections Rob Key, Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes have made? They've obviously seen something in him, and he's definitely got that unusualness about him, and he's got a great opportunity with it. I don't know, will he take the new ball ahead of Potts? That'll be a great, an interesting selection thing. I reckon they might. Who knows what Ben Stokes is going to do, so I can't going to guess it, but it was a great time to bowl. I don't know, he's bowled here at Lords, so with that slope, there's a lot of unknowns about him, but for England, it's a bit of a free punt, isn't it? Because if they do unearth someone with a huge amount of talent, which people have said this about him for a long time, that he could be a little gem.
Yeah, and it is a good game to make your debut, isn't it? And these 5 tests on the bounce against Australia, no bowler's going to get through all of those in either side probably. So to have a bit of a look at somebody in a test match situation is a good thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And someone like him might really benefit from the rest and recuperation you get in Test cricket. The county cricket grind of 6 games in 7 weeks. Obviously, you don't get that as much in international cricket, and him, playing, getting looked after a bit more than playing a game might be to keep his pace up, more than he could do in county cricket. So maybe his ceiling is very high. Whether we see him in the Ashes, with the likes of Robinson, Anderson and Wood, still,
Correct.
You'd say he's, number 7 or 8 or even 9 in that pecking order. But he should be looking at it as what an opportunity. Like a week ago, he'd never have thought he'd be here. Take it, grab it, and experience playing for England. And a couple of years' time, England might have found a bowler when obviously Braun Anderson won't be around.
Yeah, and from an Irish perspective, they're not against Anderson and Robinson and Wood. If you look at England's attack, actually, Stuart Broad obviously massively experienced, but they've got Potts coming back. You've got Tongue making his debut. Goodness knows if Stokes is going to bowl or not, or what sort of condition he's in. So actually, get in.
I think as an Ireland batter, you're licking your lips. Before this test 2 weeks ago, you think Will Wood play. Okay, Archer's out. Will Wood play. He's quick, he's fast, he's aggressive. He can be a little bit unsettling. No Mark Wood. Jimmy Anderson pulls up with a bit of an injury, just protect him for the Ashes. So as a batting unit, you think, actually, we've got Potts, who had a great summer last year. He's been bowling well for Durham. He's very good. He's an honest campaigner, hits the bat hard. He's aggressive. Young Josh Tongue on his debut. Unknown entity, really. He's got pace, but maybe there's going to be nerves around. So as a batting unit, can you get on the front foot? Can you put him under pressure early? And then you've got the likes of Jack Leach. How Ireland play Leach is going to be interesting, because that Ireland middle order are very aggressive against spin. Historically, Ireland used to be quite defensive against spin. Totally other way now. The likes of Lorcan Tucker, Curtis Camphor, and some of that middle order like to get on the front foot against spin. So interesting to see how Ireland go against the England bowling lineup. Ben Stokes is the key. Will he bowl? If not, it could be a long afternoon for some of the England bowlers if they don't make big inroads early on.
Right. Well, there we are. Lovely atmosphere building up down here. Ground staff is sorting the boundary edging out. I'm going to go and dig out that quote from Ben Stokes. I'm going to show it to him later, because I know he said that. But anyway, while we're doing that and making our way to the commentary box, let's go up there now. Alison Mitchell's there with Michael Vaughan. Good morning, Michael.
Good morning, Aggers. It's good to be back. I've missed you all. Just on the last 18 months, I think it's very clear for me to say that even though my charges were dismissed, it takes nothing away from the experiences that Asim Rafiq received at Yorkshire. We've still got a huge amount of work to do in the game, and I hope that in the future I can be a real part of that in a positive sense. But it is nice to be back talking cricket.
And you have picked a brilliant summer, Michael, to be back for as well. Men's and women's Ashes, a World Cup in the autumn as well. Good morning, everybody. Alison Mitchell here with you. And it was wonderful to be at Lord's for this first test of what is going to be a scintillating summer. We've got Alex Hartley, World Cup winner, alongside us up here as well. Just first of all, then, this as an occasion, first test of the summer. We've got the Ashes to come. We know this is not a sellout. There are empty seats here, Alex, to start with, but it's still Lord's. And if this test match was played anywhere else, we're probably looking at a lower crowd. People will still come for Lord's, and there is a lot for Ireland to try and get out of this match.
Yeah, of course. We've got train strikes and all sorts going on this weekend, so the people are going to struggle to get down. But today has that different feeling about it. I turned up, you're all dressed very smart, you've all got your suits on. I'm basically in joggers and a hoodie. I didn't get the memo. But, there's people queuing outside, trying to get in this morning. I got into the ground about 9:15. There's people watching the England-Ireland boys warm up in the nets, watching and asking for autographs, and it just feels like summer's about to start now. So I'm super excited because it's going to be a big one.
It is the beginning of it, isn't it? And it's the last few weeks, everybody's stopping you to talk about, you're looking forward to the test season. And yes, we've had the build-up. We've had lots of county championship matches with a number of England players getting some form, trying to get some form under their belt, not least Johnny Bairstow coming back from his injury as well. But it is all about the buzz now, isn't it, with these test matches?
It always feels like the start. And it's not degrading the county game, but when the first international day arrives, it feels like, right, here we go, the cricket summer is about to begin. Can I just explain my voice?
You are a little bit croaky, actually.
I was at Wembley on Monday.
Right.
And it's probably the first time in 15 years that I've sung for probably 2.5 hours non-stop, so my voice is a bit croak. Yeah,
we'll get you some lozenges, don't worry.
Yeah, I've got a bit of
We're on the
lemon and
case.
honey, don't worry, it'll be okay by tomorrow. But, it's always the start. It's always got a special feel when you arrive at Lord's. It doesn't matter what the occasion, who's playing. I managed to sneak down a couple of weeks ago to watch Middlesex versus Somerset on a Saturday afternoon, and, the crowd were up in the grandstand just watching, and it just feels special every time you come here. This is going to be a special summer. It just feels like it's got because of this England side, and I've been well documented in saying they're playing a brand of cricket that's not been seen before. They score at 4.67 over a period of over a year. We know the way that they're going to set fields, it's going to be aggressive. There'll probably be 6 slips to start with. So Josh Tongue on debut, the skipper will be saying, all right, you're making your debut, we've picked you. By the way, you're going to have a few slips to bowl to as well, because these are perfect bowling conditions. They are a very exciting England team to watch, and Australia, they're preparing with a few games of golf. I think they're up in Stockport area hitting a few golf balls. So whether
what
that's
a place to warm up for the Ashes, by the way, Stockport.
Well, I think if you're ever going to prepare to play baseball, playing golf's probably the right way to prepare.
And are the Aussies following suit as well, because they're not playing any warm-up matches? I think they're up at Formby the other day, and they're having a hit of golf as well.
Warm-up games have gone.
They have, haven't they?
But
there's no time for them.
They go to Abu Dhabi for a 4-day game. After 2 days, they've had enough to go and play golf. That's the way that this England side have gone about their business. This will be a challenge, though, this summer. It's never easy playing any international side. And I thought last summer when they played New Zealand are a high-quality team. They were too strong for them. They played that one-off game against India, too strong for India. South Africa got them here at Lord's when the conditions were just against the England side. But they won that series. They go to Pakistan, they win. They draw in New Zealand on the back of Ben, making a decision with the follow-on. But again, a great game of cricket. But an Ashes series is different. Playing this expansive way, I hope they commit to it. And I think they will, but this Aussie team will be a harder proposition to beat.
I can't see them doing anything but committing to it. On the fast and flat pitches, Aggers will be delighted to know that I have found an article just in the papers this morning which carries a link to his quotes when Ben Stokes demanded, quote, fast and flat pitches for the Ashes, where the message has got through, because this is about the square here at Lord's, not least, having been relayed over the winter, because we've had quite a few low-scoring and slow-scoring matches here, haven't we? I mean, even from Test cricket through to the 100 final, you remember here last year, it was quite slow-scoring. So the whole, I think about 10 mils has been shaved off the surface of the entire square and relayed. So the hope is, it's Carl McDermott, the Lord's groundsman, that the ball will come onto the bat.
Just on the boundary sizes, the problem in cricket is it's too small. And when you start talking about, changing the boundary sizes, it kind of travels. So the team were talking about it, and guess what? The team then talked to someone else, and then, I've been in India for the IPL, and, I managed to bump into one or two people, and they were talking about it, who were inside the... So it's absolutely right that they're going to try and bring the boundaries in to try and give the tail-enders in particular, when they know they're going to get bounced, that chance to kind of swing the willow, and a top edge might go for 6.
Well, nowadays you have got to have a gap, haven't you, between the actual advertising hoardings and the sponge for health and safety reasons. But
they can't get much bigger here, though, really, can they? Maybe straight, they could be slightly bigger into the pockets, but square, they're probably as big as they can get. But it's the pockets that they're probably 10 metres in.
Can't put them in the grandstand, can you?
No, you can't.
The ball
Johnny Bear
disappearing into the grandstand, exactly. Let me just, on the Ireland side, they got their test status in 2017, played their first test against Pakistan in 2018, played a game against Afghanistan and England, of course, that year here at Lord's in 2019. Then they haven't played a test match until this year. In that time as well, yes, there's been COVID. The red ball domestic system in Ireland has gone away. There is no red ball structure. It's very much like women's cricket in that sense at the moment in Ireland. So there is a group of players who come into this with significantly less first-class experience, particularly some of the younger players. But they have, as Niall's pointed out, they have played tests against Sri Lanka in the lead up here. A lot of players have got some runs under their belts. They managed to actually clock up their highest ever test total, 492 against Sri Lanka. Problem was, Sri Lanka then came back and piled on even more themselves, and they spent 3 days fielding in 40-degree heat then. But so there is some light for Ireland to look at in terms of the red ball cricket they've got under their belts. Aggers has actually made his way up here now into the commentary box, so it gives us a chance as he'll come in and slip into the seat here to lead up to the first ball. Johnny Bairstow is back. Horrible, awful leg break towards the end of last summer, but he was the standout performer. And it's really great that he has had a couple of matches with Yorkshire. He's keeping wicket in this side. Ben Foakes has made way for him. That'll be a talking point as well throughout the match, as it has been for the last few weeks. But notable, England were actually slightly delayed coming into the ground today, and we knew about this because Bairstow actually posted about it on his social media account. En route to the ground, they were held up by a Go Slow protest close to their team hotel in Kensington. Bairstow is back into the side after those 8 months out. It curtailed that amazing run of form, and that is why Stokes and McCullum wanted him straight back into the side. But let's hear from him, because Bairstow just caught up earlier this morning with Henry Moran.
Johnny, a little bit of a later arrival than expected. Talk us through your journey to the ground this morning.
It's probably not worth talking about, to be honest. Yeah, a few protesters, but we got here in the end. Very kind of them to choose our team bus to be in front of.
Start of a series, a summer rather, that has so much excitement around it. How is it as part of the England team? How excited are you?
Can't wait. It's going to be a special summer, but it all starts here today for us. The last 12 months have been an amazing 12 months to be a part of this group, an exciting 12 months, hopefully as a spectator and a viewer as well, and hopefully that can continue.
It feels, looking on from the outside looking in, that this is as much energy around an England side going into a big summer as anyone can remember. Does it feel like that from within the camp?
Look, I think that we're just trying to keep the job in hand, to be honest. We're enjoying each other's company, we're having fun, whether it be training, spending time with each other off the field, or whether that be out in the middle. The key bit is enjoying pulling on the shirt, enjoying representing the country.
Back in September, when your life changed with that injury, did you expect to be in this position? Did you fear that maybe you wouldn't be?
It was always the target to get back playing as soon as I could. There's been a couple of hurdles with it, the injury being a bit more serious than first thought, and that tests you in different ways, definitely tests you in different ways. So look, it's one of those, but it's another chapter, isn't it? It's another story within the career, and something that I'm sure we'll look back on in a few years, chew the fat over, and hopefully it's one of those that we can look back on and say, look, we got through that, and from there we kicked on and had an amazing summer, an amazing few years.
And just finally, gloves back on behind the stumps. How pleased are you to be fulfilling that role?
Yeah, look, it's something that I've done a fair few times, so it's not something that's too new. It's a great chance. It should be great fun, and like I said, I'm just looking to enjoy my cricket.
And good to see Johnny Bairstow back, isn't it? It was a horrible injury, really was, and he must have worried at times, I think, whether he ever would come back again. But anyway, he is keeping wicket, and that debate about Ben Foakes, of course, will continue. He's had a brilliant year behind the stumps, has Foakes. He really has. An amazing run out in New Zealand, of course, that we saw as well, and he's scored some useful runs. So that debate, I suspect, will continue. And out in front of us now, we've got the teams coming out for the anthems. In England's case, of course, a national anthem. In Ireland's case, a sort of unifying sporting anthem, really, which is rather a jolly one, Tuffers. Good morning to you. Lovely to see you. Haven't seen you for ages.
No, morning, Eggers. Morning, everyone.
Now, I remember last year,
yes,
publicly, you rather shamed me for wearing a caramel-coloured jumper.
Yes.
What colour's that jacket?
I'm going for sort of tan.
I'm going for caramel.
Oh, no, it's slightly different to your one.
I don't think it is. Anyway, you're looking very smart.
Yes.
Everyone's lined up. England, who will be fielding, have got their caps placed behind them. The Ireland team there, all wearing sweaters, bar one, McBride. And here come the anthems now. The crowd will rise. Chilly days, only 12 degrees out there, so not surprising that they're wearing sweaters and so on. It's certainly not a warm and humid day that you'd associate with putting a team into bat. Now, the reason for the announcement there is that Owen Morgan, Irishman himself, of course, is going to ring the bell this morning. It's this lovely tradition that they started here at Lord's only relatively recently. I'm not going back into the mists of time. It was always rung by a steward, and then suddenly the idea was devised that it would be a well-known cricketing personalities, put it that way, would ring the bell with 5 minutes to go before the start. And Owen's turn.
Oh, good action.
That's a lengthy ring. A lengthy ring.
Vigorous.
I mean, if you've seen the size of Owen Morgan's forearms, you're rather fear for the bell. But actually, he rang it relatively delicately. And well done him. He gets a round of applause for that. Of course, back on the ground where he won the World Cup in 2019. So, the first of the anthems. I like this tune. Ireland's call ringing around Lords. It's a really warm reception too. Formalities over, and England's players pick up their caps, and we're ready for action. England have put Ireland into bat. Cloudy skies, but cold. This breeze making the flags flutter on top of the pavilion, which actually has got a fair few members in there today. I suspect it's that sort of day where many of them will be sitting inside, actually, so you get a bit of an unbalanced view as to how many are there. Certainly the Warner stand, which is also predominantly members and their guests, to the right as we look at the pavilion. This looks pretty full, actually. And then, yeah, there's some empty seats around. Not all the seats have been sold here for this Test match, and there are travelling complications, as we know, not least for the England team today, who are held up in a slow protest coming from their hotel. So it's just one of those sort of days, really. But let's see how they go now with the ball. Let's run through these teams again for you. England announced this a couple of days ago. Crawley, Broad, Anderson, Duckett, Wokes, Wood, Potts, Bairstow, Stokes, Tongue, and Leach and Pope. That's not in alphabetical order. I'll do it in batting order. Duckett, Crawley, Pope, Root, Brooks, Stokes, Bairstow, Broad, Potts, Tongue and Leach. And for Ireland, McCullum, Moore, Balbirnie, Tector, Sterling, Tucker, Camphor, McBride, Adair, Hand and Hume. So there we go.
Yeah.
Tuffers, how do you view this match? If you're the England management, how are you viewing this game?
Perfect sort of warm-up for them, isn't it? I mean, we all know the Aussies are just round the corner, but it's great to get back together and get that sort of vibe going in the dressing room. I think Brendan McCullum said, it's good just to get to know each other again and get into that sort of that rhythm of Test cricket. So they'll be looking to come out here this morning and look to take early wickets. Bit green, isn't it? Probably going to nip about a little bit and swing a little bit as well. I think it's going to be a bit tricky for this Ireland opening pair, but yeah, I'm seeing it as a perfect preparation just for the up-and-coming sort of test against Aussie.
Stuart Broad is going to begin proceedings.
Wonder who's going to open with
from
it.
the pavilion end. Well,
Tongue or...
It's interesting, isn't it? Yeah. Tongue or Potts, I suspect, has got a sort of a slightly senior feel to it. We haven't seen him since August. And we've got McCullum on strike, right-handed, the shorter of the two openers, giving his bat a twiddle. And typically with Ben Stokes, we've got a very attacking field. There's now a fifth slip coming in.
Why not?
He does like to line them up. We saw this, well, all last summer, of course, and then again in Pakistan, even on flat pitches there. A lot of fielders in catching positions. And in fact, that man has now got into the leg side, so he's going more to a leg slip. He's mid-off, backward point. 4 slips, Bairstow behind the stumps. Mid-on, leg slip moving a little finer now. And then we've got Tongue down here to our left. At long leg, Stuart Broad just waving at him, moving him slightly to his right. He's got the mound stand behind him. And, well, it's a huge summer of international cricket ahead, men's and women's. And here's the first ball. With Broad from the pavilion end at Lord's, moving in and bowling, and that's played comfortably off the front foot. The ball round about middle and off. It's played to mid-on.
Solid.
Perfectly comfortably enough, Tuffers.
Solid. We're off and running. Lovely to be back at Lord's, isn't it? There's a right buzz knocking around as I was walking in this morning, looking beautiful as ever, immaculate. Lovely to bit of Test match cricket back on the roster.
Well, agreed. I mean, it's good to see cricket of all forms being played, but this is still far the most challenging and the one that I think most players would choose if they possibly could. In comes Broad over the wicket and bowls outside the off stump, quite close to the off stump. And McCullum takes a watchful look at that and then raises the bat. It goes through at no great pace to Johnny Bairstow. He's one of only, 2 who are not wearing a jumper out there. Actually, there's a third I can see there at slip, who's not as well. But, otherwise, it's Pope there who's showing us, revealing his number 80. Bairstow is 51 and Broad, of course, 8. Otherwise, it makes the wearing of the numbers a little bit pointless if you're wearing a jumper because you can't see them. Then comes Broad then. Moves in now, bowls, and again played into the onside, going for a quick single. Little slow setting off maybe there was more, but Ireland are off the mark. And brings down Peter Moore, who's had a reasonable career in the Zimbabwean Test team, actually. A couple of southern Africans in this Irish side, making the most of passports to enable them to play for Ireland. Often grandmothers, for some reason. They seem to be quite a popular route. But, anyway, Moore is one of those. Again, right-handed and a bit taller than his partner, but it's the same field with 4 slips and then a leg slip. And fielders with hands thrust deep in pockets. They've probably got those hand warmers in there today. He's Broad on his way again, moves in and bowls. That's a beauty. An appeal for caught behind. Batsman's not going anywhere. Umpire's unmoved. They all went up, and they went up all together there. Crawley, I see at first slip, saying, no, I don't think he edged it after all that. Well, he was jumping up and down a moment ago. There must have been some sort of little noise there. It was a twitchy defensive shot from Moore. Looked to be a good ball. It bounced. And up everybody went. Umpire said not out, and it might turn out to be a very good decision. Let's have a look.
Yeah, good delivery.
Difficult to tell from the replay. It absolutely squared him up.
It just held its line from the pavilion end, just leaving the right-hander. That wobble seam as well. There's a bit there.
Here's Broad again, bowls outside the off stump, no stroke, it goes a little further away and taken by Bairstow. Umpires today, Paul Wilson, known as Blocker to his friends, who we encountered on the Ashes series of 18 months ago.
Why is that? Why's he called Blocker Jacket?
Well, I suppose because he didn't play many shots at the crease, Tuffers. And Adrian Holstock, who we haven't come across before, South African.
What's his nickname?
I don't know. Not sure. Here comes Broad, bowls outside the off stump. And there's no stroke this time. So the first over negotiated. There was that moment of alarm there. As Broad bowled a good ball outside the off stump, but a touch of the gloves. And Ireland's openers can feel pretty happy that they've got through that. So just our usual reminder, you can follow everything, of course. The BBC Sport website's up and running, and the app, there's lots of video clips you can watch on there. And Today at the Test is back as well. So full television highlights on BBC Two and the iPlayer from 7 o'clock every evening. And to answer our question, Matthew Potts is just pulling out his seniority card there. I mean, he's only played a handful of tests, but he bowled really well last summer, and I think well beyond expectation, actually.
He did, yeah.
And he started well again this summer for Durham.
Bowled beautifully here, didn't he?
He did.
If memory serves me right. Gets the ball to swing, looks to bowl at that fullish length, but also has that sort of nice heavy ball that can just push you on the back foot as well.
Yeah.
He did well.
He took 20 wickets in his 6 games last summer.
Yeah.
And he's unlucky to lose his place, really. But anyway, he's bowling to McCullum. And he's forward, playing into the leg side area. He seems to favour. That was pretty straight. And he's tucked that away into the leg side, out towards mid-wicket. And there's no run. So no Anderson, no Robinson, who bowled a lot of balls yesterday and again today. And no Mark Wood. And Ben Stokes stressing yesterday that if this were the first day of the first Ashes Test match, they'd all be up for selection. But they're just playing
having a rest,
cautious hand.
Yes, well, why not?
Making sure everyone's fit. Potts again, that springy run, moves in, bowls again, turned into the leg side, beat square leg this time. So it'll be a second single for McCullum. And Ireland moved to 2 for no wicket. I'd be watching you on my television. You've been all over it again, Tuffers. I mean, I know you disappeared somewhere at the end of last summer.
That's right. Sorry about that.
Well, he just upped and left, didn't he, Andy? He just, no by your leave. And you ended up in the jungle.
Well, it was all a bit hush hush, you know.
Was it hush hush?
Yeah, it was. Yes. It was a shame actually because I enjoyed the Oval. I
wondered where you were, and no one was prepared to say.
No,
you didn't tell me.
No, all very quiet.
Well, it looked a bit.
Yeah,
a bit brutal, isn't it?
Yeah, it was a bit brutal.
They did some very nice things to you.
No, I know. Snakes and creepy crawlies.
Some terrible things, there, weren't they?
Yes. Insects. Paul Burrell was there.
Then goes Potts again over the wicket. Bowls on the leg stump, tucked away, and that's going to go to the boundary. Out towards backward square leg, and into the boundary it goes. The first of the summer. 6 for no wicket, and more off the mark with a nice boundary. Yes, it was quite a gathering of you.
Yes, no, it was good fun. It was good fun in a funny sort of way. I wouldn't recommend the food. The food wasn't great.
No.
Lost £15, you know. How many? 16 in a stone, or 12 pounds in a stone. How many?
It's 14. 14 or 16.
I'll get there at the end.
Certainly not 12. Go on, Andy. I'm not sure what.
Turn yourself on, Andy.
Yeah.
Oh. Anyway, I've put all that back on now.
You have, well done.
Yep.
In goes Potts again over the wicket, moves in now, bowls, and that's driven into the offside this time by Moore, comfortably on the front foot. And the chase for Stokes, running back from mid-off. It was a little bit. It's like you have your heart in your mouth when you see Stokes running for the ball, because he does have this.
Yeah.
Well, it's more of a knee condition rather than an injury, and he was saying, I mean, he's a funny chap to interview, Ben Stokes, and I'm very glad that Ali found the quote, because I knew there was one knocking around.
He told you off, didn't he?
Well, he did. He does that, and he looks at you, and there are some captains who take you on a bit, and you go back. Ben, I don't necessarily go back very hard with Ben Stokes,
no,
I'm honest.
I wouldn't.
In goes Potts again, bowls, squares the batsman up, Stokes moves into field.
No swing.
But he was talking yesterday about... He said he worked really hard. I'm just paraphrasing slightly what he actually said.
Yeah.
I worked jolly hard in the IPL to get myself fit, but then he only bowled one over.
Yeah.
But knowing Stokes, I mean, no one trains harder than I've seen than Stokes. I mean, he puts himself through running laps of the ground to beat tests. I mean, he trains phenomenally hard. So I guess that behind the scenes, he was working very hard on this knee. Potts bowls Fuller this time, and a little crookedly. It's played back by Moore, and Potts picks it up in the follow-through. You're right, no swing.
No swing there at all, was it? If anything, angled in.
Feels a bit chilly to swing.
Yes, it is. It was cold this morning. I didn't have any socks on. I went back and put some socks on.
You weren't going to come to Lords with no socks.
Well, it's kind of cool, you know what I mean? I thought I was going to be cool first day. And it was cool, that's why I went back and put some socks on.
Lords with no socks on. What would Brian Johnston say?
The decline of the sock is one of the great tragedies of this millennium so far. Matthew Potts on debut last year on the 2nd of June took 4 for 13 against New Zealand in his first spell. Got out Kane Williamson, Darryl Mitchell and Tom Blundell. Took 7 wickets in the match.
Yes. Good to see you back in the fold as well, Andy.
Yes, hello, Andy.
8 for no wicket then. We've had 2 overs. Ireland put into bat. It's cool, it's cloudy. And Broad is coming in from the far end to bowl the right-handed McCullum, who just leans onto the front foot. The ball rolls away for Stokes again to pick up at wide mid-off. So interesting, so Stokes now doesn't field at slip. I mean, he was brilliant in there. He's got his injured finger. I mean, he's got a few ailments, the old boy.
So is the knee is sort of a degenerative sort of thing?
Well, it's just something that it seems to sort of click out of position.
Yeah.
Not very technical on these things,
but there's nothing you can do to sort of.
Well, do you remember at Trent Bridge last year when it just looked terrible? We thought, oh, that's him gone. That's he couldn't move.
No.
It was clearly in agony, and then next minute he's fine. So we mustn't read too much into it. And comes Broad again, bowls, and that's pushed firmer this time. Stokes rushes in, picks that up, running to his left-hand side, slings the ball.
It is handy if he can. Well, I mean, fabulous bowler when he's on song and it starts hooping around. He is, a real asset with the ball. It's going to. Yeah, England will want to get, if you can get 8 or 10 overs out of him, it'll be a big help, won't it?
Yeah.
We don't want him to go bust.
So he's at mid-off.
There's a few gone bust, haven't there? Or there's a few little niggles knocking around, isn't there?
It's a shame. And Jofra Archer already out for the whole season again. Here's Broad, white bandana in place, finds the edge, it runs to third man. Let's see if Jack Leach can successfully get there. He's running, down he goes. Well done, Jack. Pulls it back, and Pope finishes that fielding.
I had a net with Jack.
He's got a big smile on his face. You had a net with him?
Yeah, I had a net with him not so long ago and interviewed him. He's a great chap.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, we had good fun. Imparting some wisdom to him, and
were you
talking to him about left arm spin and everything. He was a top man.
Did he take any on board, or did he?
No, I don't think so. No, well, I don't know. I'd like to think so, but he was looking very confident.
He works very hard at his bowling and wants to get better and better and better. He's one of those you'll see wheeling away all the time in practice.
Yeah.
He's a backward point at the moment, though.
Yeah.
Key position. Walking in, Broad's on his way. He's there and he bowls. Slightly slower ball, that seemed to me, and met on the front foot by Moore. And Broad able to field in the follow-through.
I think he's going to have a big role this summer as well.
Well, I was interested in what he said the other day. He was saying that he wants the Australians to come at him.
Yeah, why not?
They're trying to attack him.
Yeah.
Which I suppose they might well try and do.
Well,
it gives him more of a chance, doesn't it, as a spinner?
Yeah, I mean, they will do for sure. That's just the mindset now, isn't it, of Test cricket. Looking to take people down, not looking to necessarily wear them down.
Yeah.
They just want to get after you. So, yeah, it gives you the opportunity, that's for sure.
We'll see how the Aussies are going to play next week, because we're covering, of course, Australia-India in the final of the World Test Championships at the Oval. Special sellout, that is. Here's Broad bowling. There's a nice shot. Pushed away firmly by Moore. Off the front foot again. Long chase for Stokes, running towards the straight boundary. Just between the pavilion and the Warner stand. And there you go, another boundary. And so far,
flat.
So far, you've got to say, because that's slightly on the rise too. Wasn't a full half volley. Ireland's openers look pretty comfortable here. The ball's not doing anything.
No, glorious, wasn't it? Just eased onto that front foot and laid a full face of the blade on it.
Yep. So Broad again. He won't like that very much. On his way again, bowls the right-handed Moore, who turns into the leg side, finds Duckett fielding at mid-on, and that's the end of that over. 15 for no wicket. 3 overs completed.
Well, you had a busy winter, though, didn't you? I kept seeing you popping up and listening to you all over the place.
Busy first half.
Yes.
And then didn't go to New Zealand, sadly, which is a shame, because I'd love to have seen that, especially the second test in that series.
Yeah, amazing.
Then we were on the road with TMS in the theatres, which was fun.
Yeah.
Glenn McGrath, who will be joining us for the Ashes.
Yes.
He stayed with us at Easter. He's a big lad.
Well, he is, yeah. Well, he ate you out of house and home.
Well, he did that. Although, having promised to help me with the barbecue, and he's actually written a book on barbecuing.
Oh, well, lovely.
Yeah. I'm not sure how many words of the book he wrote, but anyway, he's published a book, shall we say, on barbecue. I said, right, you're the man. We've got people coming round.
Yeah.
You're going to help me out.
Yeah. Were they surprised to see Glenn?
They were, and he did absolutely nothing to help either. They were a bit surprised to see Glenn, actually. They were very surprised in the pub to see Glenn.
I bet.
In goes Potts, moving in and bowling to McCullum, is forward, beaten, and almost finding the edge. It went a bit quiet, because most pubs have got, club cricketers, club footballers, bring it on, all overpaid. This,
In comes Pidge.
One of them, a couple of years ago, when Cookie came to stay, I thought made an unwise move, just advising Cookie slightly in how to open the batting. It was a bit awkward. Anyway, in walked Glenn McGrath, and there's a kind of silence, really, a respectful silence. Like, oh my God, look at the size of that.
Yeah.
In goes Potts again, bowls another good ball that moved down the slope.
Yeah.
And McCullum pushed at it and beat the outside edge. But so often with these big, fast bowlers, just a gentle giant.
Yes.
Gentle giant.
Well, you were doing curried goat the other day, weren't you?
Yes.
How did that go?
Actually, it went quite well.
Oh, okay.
It was a bit of a challenge. And we've just come back from holiday where I had very nice curried goat. And I went to see the chef afterwards. And I said, come on, give me... And he said, well, in the West Indies, you've got to do this, got to do that. And he actually gave me quite a good briefing.
Oh, okay.
And goes Potts again, bowls, flicked away into the onside, ball rolls down to mid-on. There's one or two crucial things you've got to do with goat. You've got to wash it quite thoroughly in water and lime. Make sure there's no sort of... There can be a bit of an odour, apparently, but no, that was fine.
Bit goaty.
Well, there wasn't much of one, actually, with mine, but anyway, I'll wash it. Then you've got to marinate it 24 hours.
Yeah.
Then you cook it. I'll cook it for 7 hours.
Oh.
And then you stick it in the fridge for 48 hours.
What?
And then you eat it.
Oh, wow.
Then goes Potts again. Bowls on the off stump and played away out to point, and there's no run. Now, when I say
it's not fast food.
Well, no, it's not fast food. Emma said that's... She thinks the best thing I've ever cooked.
Oh.
We're starting from a very low bar.
Oh.
So don't get too carried away by that. I mean, you're basically saying, she's saying it's edible.
Yeah, okay, good.
But it was
very brave.
It was great fun.
Yeah.
And the dear old chef, bless him, had this big cauldron going there in the Caribbean, stirring this thing up.
Nice.
And, it was lovely. 15 for no wicket. And there's Potts again, bowls. And sliced away down to backward point. It's the most eaten meat in the world.
Right.
Goat.
Is it?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Even more than chicken.
Really?
Mm.
Wow. Oh, I don't know about that.
Andy looks surprised.
Well, I don't have chicken and goat volume stats in my database.
Well, I'm just telling you, it happens to be a fact.
What, goat's number one?
Yeah.
Wow.
You consider everywhere where there are goats.
Well, consider everywhere there's chickens.
But they're not running quite as wild as the goats, are they?
I believe you.
Mm.
That's a good stat.
And goes Potts again, bowls outside the off stump. That's a really good over from Potts.
Yeah.
He's beaten the bat there several times.
Getting into a bit of rhythm now.
Yeah.
Got that sort of chill breeze off of him and he's getting into his work. As you say, just pulled his length back. He likes to push the ball up, doesn't he? He's that kind of bowler, Potts, and looks to try and get him on the front foot playing, but he's just pulled his length back a tad.
Yeah.
And that one just left him down the hill. Good delivery.
Yeah. Well, he's got the breeze just behind it. But come on, you're a cook.
Yes, I am.
Well, there you go.
Well,
there's your challenge.
Yeah. A little bit bony, isn't it, goat?
No, it wouldn't. No.
No.
Not if you order it without bones.
Oh, well, there you go. Filleted.
It wasn't a single bone.
Oh, okay.
But you can have you can have
yeah,
goat curry with bones. Oh, sorry, curried goat. You mustn't say goat curry.
No,
it's absolutely no. You mustn't say it.
Get that right.
It's not the right thing to say. It's got to be curried goat. Got told off for that. 15 for no wicket. Broad will continue from the pavilion end. Is bowling to the right-handed Moore, who's played nicely for his 10. Here's Broad now, moves in, bowls, finds the edge, runs down to Leach, fielding there deep in the gully, really.
Yeah.
Rather than backward point. It didn't go in the air, it ran along the ground. And no run. 15 for no wicket, Moore 10, McCullum has 5. England announcing their team 2 days ago, which I think is, well, almost unprecedented.
Why not, if you know who's playing?
Yeah, absolutely.
Don't mind that.
Isn't it funny how sometimes you don't get it until the toss?
Yeah.
Sometimes you get it, well, once in this case, 2 days ago. I mean, it's
yeah.
Just perhaps shows where the team is and the captain's mindset. Now, there's an appeal for leg before wicket. Broad likes it, he's out. We were talking about that leg side. And certainly so far we've seen quite a lot of flicking towards mid-wicket from these openers. And I'm afraid he's missed a straight one there. And Moore's on his way. And Broad strikes. A little conference there with his colleague about reviewing it or not, and they decided not to. Full straight out.
Yeah.
And Ireland are 15 for no wicket. A quick look at that replay. Although it's not entirely straight behind the line, to be honest, but I think that's probably hitting middle and leg or thereabouts halfway up. Tuffers, some thoughts from you. And then for the first time, what seems a very long time, behind the TMS microphone will come Isha Guha.
Yeah, Peter Moore has to go. Had a pretty good start, looked a pretty good nick, but then just really played a bit round a straight one there from Stuart Broad, perhaps just coming back down the hill, full, looking to clip it through mid-wicket. Just sort of missed it. And England make the early breakthrough. They'll be delighted with that. It's going to be a tricky first session, I think, for Ireland, having been inserted. Ish, morning.
Morning to you, Tuffers. Good morning to you, Tuffers.
Morning.
First job done. Turn the mic on.
Yes, lovely. Yes, good start.
Yeah, good start.
Good start to a test summer. But you're in now. You're in.
Always a special feeling being here at Lord's. Pretty packed crowd as well.
Yeah.
Plenty in on the far side of the ground. On the benches in the pavilion, and there's a gentle breeze getting up here. Gloomy skies, a bit misty. It's got a murky feel to it, Tuffers, but good to see you again.
And you.
Nice
yes.
winter?
Very nice, yeah. No.
Can't believe it's June already.
Enjoyable, I know. Time flies when you're enjoying yourself.
Yes, exactly.
It's going to be over in a flash as well, so we better enjoy it.
Yes. Strap yourselves in, I think, for this summer.
Absolutely.
4 slips in play. Stuart Broad then at the top of his mark, just assessing his prey, and he has the captain to bowl to, Andy Balbirnie, setting himself up. Quite assertive with that bat on the ground as he bowls. Balbirnie gets the bat down in time and plays it to mid-on. Broad very much zoning in on those pads again.
Yeah, looking to use that slope. Just looking to try and get them trapped on the crease a tad. Nip one down the slope and wrap them on the pad, you're right. Oh, that's dead. Mid-shin. just watching the
replay.
The replay, it's in mid-shin, played across the line, and yeah, that was no point in reviewing that one.
Standing quite tall in his crease, Balbirnie is. Broad approaches, he bowls, plays it in front of him, but that bat angled as if he wanted to play it to mid-on. It ends up coming, it's a bit of an S shape as he plays it down the pitch, and Stuart Broad collects the ball as he returns to his position. Ben Stokes having a quick chat to him as Stuart Broad sporting that karate-style bandana, as we've seen over the last few years after that 2020 season where he was so very good. What did he average that season again, Andy? It was pretty special.
Teens, I think.
As Broad, arms pumping in on an angle to Balbirnie, who lets that one go in the channel.
He had 29 wickets in 5 tests at an average of 13.4 in the summer of 2020.
Ooh, nice. Yeah, very good. That was when he got left out and had a strop, wasn't it?
Yeah, he got angry.
He did. Don't mind seeing that, I suppose, but...
It was like you have to do when you're in the jungle.
What's that?
You sit in that box, don't you, and It's like the Big Brother room. Do
Yes.
you have one of those
Yes,
in
we
the
do.
jungle? As Broad comes in again, Balbirnie plays that to mid-on. It's up-ish. Falls just in front of that man there. It's collected, thrown into Johnny Bairstow, and that's the end of the over. Plenty of applause here for Stuart Broad for that over, extracting a wicket. Ireland 15 for 1.
Yeah, nice start from Stuart Broad. As I say, knows his way round Lords, doesn't he? Knows the slopes, knows how to bowl here. Just get it on that off stump and around it, and if it holds its line, it goes through to the slips, and if it nets back, you've got a chance of LBW. So he'll be delighted getting off the mark for the wicket.
Licking his lips, surely, with these conditions. As Matt Potts will continue from the nursery end. A reminder, you will soon be able to watch that Stuart Broad wicket as part of our in-play clips on the BBC Sport website and app as Potts sets off. As he bowls quite wide the off stump, and McCollum, quite an easy lead for him. Our full highlights show today at the Test is on BBC Two and the BBC iPlayer from 7 o'clock. We're back, Tuffers.
We are.
I'm enjoying the beige today, by the way.
Beige?
Caramel?
I'm going butterscotch.
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 Okay.
I don't know. Or tan. I'm not quite sure. Camel. I don't know.
Camel?
I don't know. It's not brown.
All of those things.
It's not brown. It's a nice colour jacket. I like it. It might even have a shade of pink in it or something. Thank you.
Potts in, bowls, and McCollum plays that down to backward point. Our producer, Adam, is already in for the photos today.
Yeah. If we could help me out, if it's going on the website, someone tell me what colour it is. Not quite sure.
I'm not sure there's too much pink in there.
Isn't there?
Maybe.
A little sort of blush.
Okay.
A little bit blush perhaps, or something. I don't know. Anyway. Dawny made me
Bronze?
get it. Dawny made me get it. Need
She's
a new
got good
jacket.
taste.
Need a new jacket.
Plenty of space on the offside for McCollum, who's on 5. Potts bowling good length, and it's good leave in the end. Leaves on length as it goes over the top of off stump. Just a gentle press forwards as seemed to zip off the pitch. Bit of moisture out there, perhaps. Johnny Bairstow looking comfortable. He's got a smile on his face.
God, that was an horrific injury, wasn't
Yeah.
it? On the golf course, I mean, wow. Glad to see him back and raring to go.
And back on the golf course.
Well, I think I might give that a bit of a rest for a while.
Potts bowls this time. He plays at that one, McCollum, but it beats the edge. Bit of shape down the slope here at Lords. Matt Potts, he just keeps coming, doesn't he?
Yeah, strong boy, isn't he?
Yeah.
What you like to see from your opening fast bowler. Yeah, just had a little nibble outside of off stump. Just a bit in it for the bowlers. If they keep patient, disciplined, it will happen.
McCollum back and across. This time another leave, and it just misses the bails as it goes through. That one zipping back up the slope.
Yeah, hands on head from Potts. He's bowled nicely there. He's sort of done him with a couple of way shapers and then just looked to tail that one in. And you're right, did that go over? Oh, over the top, right?
That's a good leave.
Yeah,
Good
well, don't want to be doing that all day long.
If I was Potts, I'd be going a little bit fuller
Yeah.
on this occasion.
Just over the top, a middle and off by about an inch. Yeah, good bit of bowling.
Testing times here for James McCollum. As he plays at this one, it's a lovely drive through the cover, slightly fuller, as we predicted, but McCollum is equal to it. That'll race away for 4, down the slope to the mound stand. He moves to 9, and that is the end of the 6 over, 19 for 1.
Yeah, I'll be disappointed with that. Potts went searching a bit there. As you say, trying to push it up on McCollum, and to be fair, put away quite nicely, head over the ball, nice stride, and all you've got to do is get a bat down the hill here at Lords and off it goes.
Andy Balbirnie was Ireland's top scorer in the previous test between these two teams on this ground in 2019. He made a very fine 55 from 69 balls in Ireland's first innings. That was after England famously had been skittled by lunch on day 1 for 85. But the carnage didn't begin straight away. They got to 36 for 1 in the 10th before losing their last 9 wickets for 49.
Tim Murtagh doing some damage that day.
Jackie Leach to the rescue. Got 90
There
odd,
was.
didn't he? Got 90.
Here comes Broad from the pavilion end. Edged and taken. Zach Crawley to his left. That second slip, it's a diving catch. An excellent catch. And that is the end of the captain. Ireland 19 for 2. Balbirnie goes for a duck.
Perfect delivery. Stuart Broad, we mentioned it last over. Just get it in that channel here at Lord's. Bit of a waist shape. That's a cracking catch. Low to his left. Big bucket hands of Zach Crawley. Copping hold of that one. Beautifully bowled by Stuart Broad. Just teasing him. Is it going to come down the slope? Is it going to hold its line? It's so difficult when you're on naught or early on in your innings just to get over that initial sort of 20-ball period. And nice healthy edge to second slip. Bit of trouble now. Ireland 19 for 2. Broad on fire.
Yeah, good start for Stuart Broad. Big summer coming up for him. David Warner around the corner.
David Warner around the corner. Love it.
You like that, don't you?
Yeah, David Warner around the corner.
Well, that will be a rivalry that we look forward to.
Yeah. It can't. It can't
Happen again?
It can't happen again, can it? Sure.
You got him out 7 times.
Well, and not for many every time. It was almost painful
It was an
to
average
watch.
of 7.
It was just painful, wasn't it? He's got
Average is 40 against him in Australia, though.
Well, there you go. Just goes to show horses for courses, different kind of pitches, conditions, surfaces.
Harry Tector then the next man in for Ireland. Disappointment for the captain, Balbirnie, who picked up 50 the last time he faced up against England here at Lord's. Huge disappointment, but that was good from Zach Crawley. He had to almost lose his legs, didn't he? Quite a tall man. Yes, get them out of the way.
I've done that a few times. Where have my legs gone? I've lost my legs. I know what you mean, as you say, tall man. And had to get down sharpish, because it went sharpish and low. It was one of those ones that just sort of skims at you and starts dropping on you.
Decent average for Tector, 47 in his 4 test matches. So 4 slips in play. There is a man around the corner at leg slip as well. Deep backward point, a man positioned at extra as Stuart Broad hustles in. He bowls, and that's left by Tector. That channel outside the line of off stump, good length. Just comes forwards and lets it go. So Ireland 19 for 2 after England winning the toss and electing to bowl first. Ben Stokes very relaxed at the toss and excited about the summer ahead.
Yeah, told Aggers off, didn't he? Told him off. He was talking about the old, you know, I see that it's small boundaries and flat wickets. Is that what you want? And he went, no. Yeah.
Even though he did say it. Tector advances and he's taken. That plan works round the corner to leg slip. Stuart Broad angling it in. Wow. And he's just played it off his hips. Harry Tector straight to the man, and another duck for Ireland. Wow. 19 for 2.
Well, he'll be kicking himself. I mean, it's a plan. The man is there. He's round the corner. You're right. He had a little shuffle, that Stuart Broad. 1 or 2 paces down. Look at that. And he's bowled it straight, and he's sort of just clipped it off his shin straight into the hands
of Matt Potts.
Of Matt Potts round the corner. Well, is that a bit of fortune, or is that bowled for? I'm not quite sure. The man's there, so Stuart Broad, even though his reaction was a little bit of a, that's a little bit cheeky, but it's in the book. And another goes for naught. 19 for 3, Ireland. They need to get stuck in here. Otherwise, it could be they could get rock and rolled here if they're not careful.
Tector disappears up the steps, the slow walk back through the long room, up into the dressing room, and that is pure disappointment here. Oh, it was always going to be tricky conditions here against England. Stuart Broad going well for knots and feeling good, comfortable.
Good catch, actually.
Yeah,
it's
very
always
good
tricky
catch.
because you don't see it till the last moment, because usually you're sort of hidden behind the pad and the bat, and then all of a sudden it comes flying at you. Luckily, it was sort of like straight at Matthew Potts, and he copped it nicely. pure reactions from there. You've got to be watching, you've got to be right on it to catch him around the corner.
It's a big wicket for England, big disappointment for Tector, and Ireland's been very good for them across formats. In just 6 Test innings prior to this, he'd never been out for less than 18. 3 half centuries, and in one-day cricket 400s and an average over 50. So Ireland's key batter only lasted 2 balls.
Yeah.
It wasn't quite the Ben Stokes charge down the wicket, was it? But it was a couple of steps, a shuffle.
Yeah,
maybe Tuffers
walked towards Stuart Broad with 2 steps with intent. Yeah, he's going to feel a little bit disappointed, as you say. You come to Lord's, you just want to get over that initial sort of tricky period and try and get a few runs on the board. Couple of globes in the Irish side already.
Well, here comes a man who knows all about this ground, Paul Stirling. This is pretty much his home, or has been his home, playing for Middlesex. Knows the conditions, knows the slope. Plays with that naturally aggressive sort of style, but how is he going to look to play here? Yeah. 4 slips, that leg slip still in play there. And Ben Stokes is going to push himself forwards. That extra cover, there's a backward point mid-on, and a man that long leg is Broad, pushes forwards, running towards us here. Past the stumps. And struck on the pad, Stirling, and he's given! 2-2 for Broad.
Uh-oh.
He's going to consult with his partner at the other end. McCollum's just been watching all of this unfold. And he's decided to review.
Got to. Did I hear a little schnick on it or something? Not quite sure. I mean, it looked, again, playing around that front pad.
Confirm on-field decision out, LBW, and TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. Confirm it's a fair delivery. Can you show me the front on spin decision, please?
You're hearing the voice of Kumar Dharmasena, the third umpire.
Nice and slow.
Angled in. Knee roll.
Yeah. Can you rock and roll, please?
Where's the impact there?
Yeah, clearly ball is missing the bat. You can go to the ultra edge when he's ready. No bat involved, gents. No bat involved.
Confirmation, no bat involved.
Be tight.
Impact in the line of middle stump.
Yeah, you can go to the ball tracking.
But it is angled in from Stuart Broad, so is it going on to hit leg stump? This
Ball
will tell
tracking
us.
is coming up. Wickets missing. All wickets missing. Can you go to the on-field umpire? You can make your decision now.
Well, you can forgive Paul Harris for that one because it did look pretty good, but just angling down that slope, Stuart Broad, by a whisker, Paul Stirling is saved.
Yeah. That just goes to show what the Lord slope is all about there. It does go down it. You've got to make sure that you get forward and not play round your front pad, otherwise you're going to be in trouble.
Here he comes again, Stuart Broad. Angling in, this time full bat from Stirling, pushing forwards and punching it towards extra, no run.
Yeah, you've got to look to get out at it. It's very difficult, but you've got to try and look to get your front foot out at it, get outside that line, because if you're anywhere on your crease, Stuart Broad is going to have you.
It did nip back quite significantly.
Yeah.
We've seen movement there from Broad. Delicately placing the ball in his fingers as he's pushing forwards now. Stirling edged, falls in front of 4 slip and thrown in. Stirling gets back in time before it nearly hits the stump. So an eventful over for Stuart Broad. A double wicket maiden. Ireland 19 for 3, McCollum on 9, Stirling on 0. It's a huge summer of cricket on TMS, men's and women's Ashes. The World Test Championship final next week, Australia against India. That's going to be fascinating. And of course, already we're bringing you every ball of every county game. There's a Roses T20 Blast match as well on 5 Sports Extra tonight from 7. And you can check out the BBC Sport website and app for all the details, where you can also have a go at the Daily Guess, the Ashes Cricketer Picture Quiz. Potts setting off then from the nursery end. Bowls in the channel, McCollum leaves. Well, he's just trying to bring a bit of calm to proceedings, I would think, James McCollum. having lost his captain, Harry Tector, in the same over as Alistair Cook. Sir Alistair Cook is coming in place of Phil Tufnell. Good morning to you.
Good morning. I bowled well in the TV stint, got 3 wickets. Could have had 4. It's been a very good morning with bowling so far. That real full length, noticeably fuller from Stuart Broad, bringing those LBWs into play. Sorry, I've got a frog in my throat.
Or a sweet. Potts is in, solid from McCollum, getting in and behind the ball and defending on the front foot. No run.
It's not a good start, that, to my morning.
Well, you've been celebrating, haven't you?
Yeah, that was a few days ago, and I think I've milked it enough now.
Championship playoffs, Luton.
I know, back in the big time. But we're not here to talk about the football.
No.
I get enough stick.
It just leads to a nice husky voice for radio.
It does. I thought we might have gone by
I
then.
think you were doing it for the listeners. McCollum still in his crease, back and across. This time leaves. Lovely shape from Matt Potts, bowling that good length just outside the line of off, getting that shape and that movement in the air, but also off the pitch, down the slope. That's the teaser, that's the tempter for McCollum, with that big gap and space through the offside.
Yeah, he's been driven a couple of times this morning, but in these conditions, you'd rather be hit off the front foot than the back foot, and he's certainly done that brilliantly well. Been pretty unlucky not to pick up a wicket.
Potts again, McCollum again, just shoulders, arms, lets it go. Nice easy lead for him. It's Joe Root is giving the ball a really good shine in at first slip.
Yeah, the first couple of overs, the ball didn't do that a huge amount. I was thinking, this is that movement I was expecting to see. I don't know quite why. This year, the first 3 or 4 overs, and then suddenly it tends to swing a bit more, nipple a little bit more. I've got no idea why, but it just tends to be a bit of a theme.
Potts springs in again, outside off, and again McCollum comes forwards and lets it go. A strong breeze getting up. He's bowling into the wind here, Matt Potts. The tough job. But he's strongly built and has all the power to get through all of that. Bowling at, 83 miles an hour at the moment? As he turns, sets off again, past the stumps. McCollum this time has to play at that one, slightly more on off stump, and defends it to point. At the end of the over, 19 for 3.
Yeah, Potts has been outstanding for Durham this year. I think he's got 30 wickets at 20, but what really impressed me when I watched him last year was we all knew about his away shape and his away movement, but he actually is more skillful than just bowling the same ball. He has got the in-swing and the wobble seam ball as well, and he's used it really well this morning. I mean, a good foil for Stuart Broad at the other end. I'm saying bowling from the unusual end for Stuart Broad. He normally starts at the media centre end and bowled a lot from the pavilion end.
It's Michael McNamee here on commentary. As Broad is in, it's deflected away. Behind square on the leg side for a very welcome boundary for Ireland and for Paul Stirling, who survived that potential first ball duck. Sir Alistair, good morning. Lovely to be part of the team. Lovely to see you. Good morning to everybody at home and around the world. It wasn't meant to be like this, was it? I think with my green tinted glasses on.
I think your heart, when the toss went up, you'd have hoped it'd fallen the other way. And also, I think every batsman from both sides will open the curtains this morning thinking, please be a bit of blue sky, but it's been no blue sky. We know it's going to come later on, but
it's definitely warmed up and brightened up. Ireland 23 for 3. All the damage being done by Broad, who's running towards us, and again pushed away on the onside by Stirling. They've come for 1. It's fielded there behind square by the debutant Josh Tongue, and 1 more to the total. 1 more for Stirling, who Irish fans will have travelled from the island of Ireland. They'll have travelled from London. They'll have travelled from across Great Britain, certainly hoping for maybe a little repeat or a speck of what we had in 2019. I mean, this stage in 2019, I think Tim Murdoch was on the honours board. Absolute mayhem.
And he doesn't stop talking about it, does he?
Does he not? Has anybody got his phone number? So McCollum, who has watched the wickets tumbling all around him, he's still on 9. As he leaves that one, wider one from Broad through to Bairstow. Andy.
Actually, at this precise stage,
oh, here
4
we
years
go.
ago,
He's going to correct me.
It was only 1 wicket down.
Oh, it felt like it all happened in the opening 20 minutes.
Well, it was a little later than that. Denley was out for the penultimate ball of the 10th over, and that was the first of 6 wickets in 28 balls. So that was when the carnage.
I think I was in the thick of it, and Naggers accused me. I think I was in 4 for 6 at one stage or something crazy. The boot is on the other foot now with England batting, or England bowling here. Ireland looking to rebuild from 24 for 3. Deflected behind square again by McCollum. He's on to double figures. It's fielded there again by Tongue, and backed up eventually. And one more to the tally, 25 for 3. What's the mental outlook of an opener who's watching wickets tumble at the other end, Sir Alistair? I'm sure it didn't happen too often for you, but
I don't know about that. Normally, I was normally the one back in the pavilion.
You were already back with a cold drink and you're icing your feet. Yes.
So I'll give you a bit of an answer after Stuart Broad bowls this ball.
He's into Paul Stirling, who is, you would say, having to maybe curb his naturally aggressive outlook in life to try and rebuild this. Was Harry Tector a little bit too aggressive, this coming down the wicket like that so early on?
Well, I hope that's how he plays normally.
Well, he's the form man of Irish cricket at the minute. He's 7th in the ODI ICC rankings. He's been absolutely brilliant and been seen as the next big thing with the bat for Ireland. Hugely disappointing for the Irish fans as Broad is in and pushed forward defensively by Stirling, and there's no run. End of the over. McCollum's on 10, Stirling's on 5. Ireland 25 for 3. That's the end of the 9th over.
Yeah, I have zero problem with the shot. I mean, if he plays that normally, if that's how he normally plays, is that how he uses his feet to come down the wicket to put the pressure on the bowler, he does it early in his innings for every other time, then that's, he's happy with doing it. If that's, if the people in Ireland and his fans, and I haven't seen a huge amount of him play red ball cricket. I mean, he hasn't played a huge amount of red ball cricket in general.
Not many Irishmen have played a huge amount of red ball cricket.
But you know what I'm saying? Like,
yes.
if that's his norm, then he can sit there with his pads on and say, well, I just execute the shot wrong. If that was a bit of the occasion got to him, then only he will know that.
Potts' 5th over. That's an away swinger and is left by McCollum, taken by a diving Bairstow. Andy? You were poised to pounce there.
Always poised.
I thought you had a ball mow.
Well, I'm looking at teams batting first at Lords. In the last few years, it's been really difficult. 6 of the previous 9 tests have seen the team batting first bowled out for under 200 in fewer than 60 overs, including that 85 all out for England in 23.4 overs against Ireland in 2019.
Thanks, Andy. That's more on the stumps. Defensive shot.
How many times has that side gone on to win the game?
I think none. But hang on, let me just check through the list. Prior to that, over in fact most of the span of your career, Alistair, Lords was quite a good place to bat first. Around about it was over 40 runs a wicket for the team batting first. It was the best of the regular Test grounds in England for the team batting first from 2006 up to the first half, well, the first Test of 2017. But since then, it's been one of the toughest grounds in the world to start a Test match.
James McCollum got a century in the warm-up game against an Essex 11. That's a very wide delivery by Potts right down the slope. A bit of a scrambling take by the slip cordon. So there are Irish batsmen in some sort of form. Moore came in with a bit of form as well, but in Test match cricket, Peter Moore's only averaging 9. He got 10 today. But a lot of these batters, Sir Alistair, are making their red ball debuts in the red heat of battle.
Oh, it's huge.
Having not had a Test match for 4 years, this Lords. Potts is in. That's a straighter delivery, again played defensively by McCollum to the man at backward point, and there's no run.
No, a huge challenge and a task for this Irish side. There's absolutely no doubt about that. But what an occasion for them to A, experience a Lord's Test match. B, make a name for yourself. If you get through this, you know, McCollum gets through this first 2 hours, grafts away, and then makes himself a score, you know, that's an unbelievable achievement for the amount of experience they've got, and they certainly need it now, but it's...
Still 4 slips for Potts. That's a leave by McCollum, taken by Bairstow. But Ireland have made very plain and very clear that their challenges are in white ball cricket and qualification for both the 50 over and the T20 World Cups in June, at the end of this month, and into July. And that's one of the reasons that Josh Little, their great hope with the ball, a man making great strides in IPL, is being rested, because this is apparently not a pinnacle event. So says the high performance director for Ireland, Richard Holsworth.
There's a little bit of a mixed message, wasn't there? Because then I think that the coach and the captain both said it.
If a test match at Lord's is not a pinnacle event, what is it? Potts, a straighter one. Flick behind, square on the onside by McCollum. One more for him. And Ireland steadying the ship after that calamitous Stuart Broad over. They're on to 26-4-3 at the end of that over for Matthew Potts, who has bowled 5 overs, 2 maidens, and no wicket for 12.
I mean, I mean, it must be a strange conversation that to have with Josh Little. I mean, we're not privy. Has he got a little bit of a niggle, whatever? But imagine telling him, a person, a test match at Lords, I'm sorry, this is not part of our high priority, you're not allowed to play. I mean, I'm not sure I'd have taken it particularly well if he is fit, able and ready to play. I mean, we don't know all the details, but it's a bit of a strange comment for me. Well, surely this is, I know, Ireland World Cup qualification, very important, but it's a player you don't want to miss out on here, surely.
We love redemption stories. We love underdogs. This could be a wonderful day for Josh Tongue, making his debut. He is replacing Stuart Broad at the pavilion end, a man who has had terrible injury problems, was contemplating retirement at one stage, described as a left field pick for this match. And this is his first ball in Test cricket. He's bowling to James McCollum. He's got 3 slips, and Tongue is in whippy action. That's a great start. And a play and a miss from McCollum, and Tongue's looking lively. He's a big lad, isn't he?
He's a strong boy. I haven't seen him bowl for a couple of years. You know, I know he's missed a lot, but I faced him a few times. Essex at Worcester, you know, 4 or 5 years ago. You know, I describe as a left field selection because I think a week ago, if you'd have asked me who would have been playing, his name wouldn't have been.
He wouldn't have expected his name to be.
I think he's had a bit of a mad week, but what an opportunity he's got.
Fantastic. Of course, the Ashes to come. Tongue is in. That's well left. That's coming down the slope by McCollum, who's he's got away with a few leaves this morning so far. Got away with that one. Was on the plane from Belfast into Heathrow yesterday with his father, Ross McCollum. Lots of Irish supporters travelling in as well. The stands are certainly filled up since the start of play. The sun is threatening to come out. The ground is looking in tip-top condition. And here is Josh Tongue running towards us. And a defensive shot, a cross-batted defensive shot by McCollum, who's still on 11. He's faced 37 deliveries. And Ireland, if you're just joining us, Stuart Broad's taken all the wickets. There was a double wicket maiden, might have been a triple wicket maiden, had the decision gone against Paul Stirling, survived that LBW call, was given out, but the ball was deemed on replay to be drifting down that slope. Tongue running in towards McCollum. Defensive shot, hands on heads, big cry from the slip cordon. This is a test of McCollum's temperament, his mental outlook, his batting skills.
And he's done well so far. And Tongue's done well in his first 4 balls.
He has.
I'd never bowled at Lords. I don't think he's ever been here. I was reading before this week. I'm just seeing on this slow motion replay, he's a little bit awkward because he does go bowl over the perpendicular. So it gives a different angle for a batsman. So if he can get that ball shaping away, it is tough.
And a new test from McCollum, who leaves that one again. And taken by Bairstow.
I think one of his natural strengths, I think he finds hitting length easy. I think that's one of his great skills. You know, his length hitting is unrelenting. So yeah,
we have a long list of bowling absentees for England for various reasons. Might Tongue have a role to play against the Australians?
Well, he might do. you know, you'd say with Wood, Robinson, and this is an Ashes Test match today.
And McCollum has a play and a miss. And that was certainly one up to the bowler. Tongue, terrific start in Test match cricket for Josh Tongue. One over bowled, one maiden. You can't ask anything more than that. And definitely beat McCollum with that final delivery, Sir Alistair.
Yeah, just the ball angling back in down the slope. This is his natural angle. But I said, yeah, like if this was an Ashes Test match, I think Robinson, Anderson, and Wood all would have played. All would have been available for selection. They were ruled out a week ago. Well, that's one of the signs of Stokes and McCullum is they're very decisive early on. There's no like last minute or late decisions. It's real clarity for the players. And you know, Ben Stokes, he likes changing things up, and we've got probably a very surprising bowling change.
That outstanding Test batsman Jack Leach, 92, Ireland's nemesis in 2019. Back in the days when such things as night watchmen existed. Do you remember those days, Sir Alistair? A night watchman? Scored 92?
I was hoping he's never got a night watchman. And actually, ironically, they did in that one game because there's only one over. He had to go out and face that day.
So Jack Leach is on number 77 on the back of his shirt. Consulting with Ben Stokes as to precisely the field that he wants. He's got a slip. The man behind square on the leg side is coming in to square leg. The man on mid-wicket is going back to the boundary, Sir Alistair.
Yeah, it is a strange bowling change now with the conditions. We know it's going to, warm up later. But I think this is a bit of a challenge to Paul Stirling. A naturally aggressive player. I'm sure they would have spoken about in the Irish team about being a positive and aggressive to Leach. So Ben Stokes has thrown the challenge down to Stirling. How are you going to play?
Man in a catching position close in on the onside. Man on the cover boundary, 3 more on the offside. That's down the leg side and swept and dropped at the man behind square on the onside, and that goes for 4 for Paul Stirling.
And that answers the question straight away. How is Stirling going to play?
Aggressively is the answer.
It is. He's not. This is a challenge sent down, and I think it's pretty premeditated. It's a slightly uppish, and it's flown incredibly quickly to.
The man get his hands to it.
To Josh Tongue, who's probably 10 yards behind square, but on the single would have been an absolute blind-up.
Leach is in once more. Pushed off his legs by Stirling for a single. Maybe doing Tongue a disservice. Stirling did hit that very hard. It's 31 for 3. Stirling's on 10. McCollum's on 11. And Tongue is being pushed back by Ben Stokes to a position about 5 yards in from the boundary. He's going right back on the boundary now. Backward square.
Short legs just moved to a leg slip.
And a leg slip, yes. So Stokes tweaking it as he goes along. Leach is in, left arm.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful.
And you hear what the skipper and Bairstow think of that. Pushed out on the offside, and there's no run from McCollum.
Sorry, results told me a dummy picking up the microphone.
Leach is in, leg slip and regular slip, and played into the ground by McCollum.
Normally that means he's got something important to say. Obviously, he didn't deem it that important.
It's tricky when a spinner's bowling.
It was fielded there by Harry Brook, who's the man close in on the offside. Leach is in.
Oh, wow, hello.
On the stumps. Played out to mid-on. And there's no run from McCollum. Andy, go on.
Well, you mentioned unusually early for a spinner to be bowling at Lord's. Only once since 1954.
Pregnant pause. Leach is in and forced away on the offside. That'll be a single for McCollum. Ireland move on to 32 for 3. McCollum's in 12. Yeah, Andy?
Only once since 1954 has a spinner bowled earlier in the first innings of a Lord's Test. That was Shakib Al Hassan, came on in the 10th over for Bangladesh in 2010. Leach bowling the 12th over. Abdul Qadir bowled the 12th over for Pakistan in 1987. Then you've got to go back to Johnny Wardle, Yorkshire legend. Came on in the 8th over in 1954.
How on earth did you know that stat was possibly going to come up?
Well, I didn't, but I have a very clever computer.
Yeah, no. Never explain, never apologise. 6 off the over from Leach. Ireland 32 for 3. James McCollum, the opener, has faced 44 deliveries. He's made 12. And he's going to face up to the second over in Test cricket from Josh Tongue. 3 slips, leg slip as well. It's a grasping push by McCollum, squirts out on the onside. There's a feeling at the minute McCollum is just willing himself to survive, try and make his way, take it in 10, 15, 20-minute chunks. Ireland recovering from 19 for 3 that was almost 19 for 4.
And there is absolutely nothing wrong with that in these conditions. That the more miles he can put in that ball and the miles he can put in the bowlers will only benefit Ireland's lower order later on if he gets through.
Here comes Tongue. That's a terrific ball. A play and a miss from McCollum. And Josh Tongue has really got into his stride in his opening 8 deliveries in Test cricket. And McCollum, a little nervous, walked down the pitch. He knew he was well beaten. Played at that, just bounced in front of Bairstow. Seeing the replay. And McCollum is having to get himself back into the frame of mind to face up to Tongue. That's slightly more on the stumps and pushed out on the onside. And a whipped return in from Ollie Pope.
Yeah, that last ball was 87 miles an hour. So he's starting to get into his work. I think we're seeing, I say, he hits that natural length. I think on this wicket now, if he can just bowl that half a yard fuller, follow Stuart Broad's example, that one, the previous ball when he beat McCullum's outside edge, it was that kind of that pretty length. I think he could just sneak it a bit fuller.
McCollum has a swing at that, squirts out to the man at backward point.
Somewhere in between those two lengths, because that was a genuine half volley wide, but just that's the danger money on this wicket. He's just starting to get the ball to move away, and I think when he can do that, just keep going about bowling over the perpendicular as a batsman, it is tough when a bowler who looks like he should be angling into you gets the ball to hold and move away. That is tough to play, and if he can just get that ball moving away from the right hand on that perfect length, he will be a handful today.
Tongue is in to McCollum, who leaves that and goes through to Bairstow. If it's there to be driven, I think McCollum is one of his more favoured shots on the offside. And 32 for 3. McCollum on 12, Sterling on 10. A little bit of a discussion between the two batsmen, both of whom have got their short sleeve Irish jerseys on. A new kit manufacturer providing kit for Ireland this summer. And we're about to have a swap with Sir Alistair making way for Michael Vaughan. His Tongue is in, and there's a hint of a possibility of McCollum going to play that. Just through to Bairstow, no run. Another terrific over from Josh Tongue. Michael Vaughan, who's taken the Test cricket very nicely. Good morning.
Yeah, it looks a handy bowler that England have selected. A bit of an awkward action. It looks like an action it's quite difficult for the batters to pick up. Nice pace, 87 miles an hour. That's what England have picked him for, because they want that bowler that can bowl that a little bit quicker than the other few.
A little bit of a water break. Commentary continues on 5 Sports Extra via BBC Sounds, but Radio 4 long-wave listeners are leaving us briefly for the shipping forecast with Ireland on 32 for 3. And I shall be making way. You're croaky because of Sheffield Wednesday. Your other man's croaky because of Luton Town.
That's what
the normal teams supported by the TMS squad. Like the mighty Villa, who are back in Europe. Right, I will leave you. Further thoughts from Michael Vaughan and Ali Mitchell will take over in commentary.
I'm afraid that's what the football playoffs finals do to the supporters. Yeah, it's an interesting selection that England have gone for Josh Tongue with Chris Wokes in the squad. I think we all felt that Chris was going to play when he did the press on Tuesday, but it's a clear indication to me that they want this one ball that can just bowl that little bit of difference, that bit of pace. And Mark Wood's away this week back home. His wife gave birth just a few days ago, so he's got an extra week at home. So it looks to me over the 5 Ashes Test matches, I think Mark Wood will be penciled in for 3, and they're looking for another in terms of the pace department, and Josh Tongue has got that opportunity to impress, to potentially take that that kind of spot for those 2 test matches.
Yep, they need a backup, don't they, Michael? And it looks as if Josh Tongue has got that extra pace and a bit of bounce. And it's a promising start for him so far, isn't it? 32 for 3. I mean, no better way almost to come in off the back of the top order, having been rolled over.
Yeah, let's be honest, it's a nice position to bowl your first over.
It's a gentle introduction, isn't it?
You're playing a test match at Lord's. First time he's bowled here, so that's never easy, with the slope. It's been well documented over the years about how difficult it can be to bowl your first few overs with the slope. He's bowling from the pavilion end, and so far he's hit that heavy length. He's hit that just in-between length, not quite bringing the batters forward and not quite bowling short enough to kind of get on the back foot. And there's a bit of nibble there. The clouds are around. There's a bit of green grass on the surface. So I would say if you are ever going to bowl your first over in Test match cricket, the team are 3 down and there's a little bit of green grass on the surface. It's a nice time to bowl.
All he wants is his first Test wicket, and that will cap off an excellent start for him. His injury sounds really a challenging time for him, that shoulder problem that he had. Here's the science part of it. The technical name, thoracic outlet syndrome.
Oh, yeah.
Probably one of those you've never heard of, and as soon as you start talking about it, probably find all sorts of people have had a similar problem. But it's a compression of the nerves in the shoulder, and it took him quite a long time to get a diagnosis for it. And it was only, I think, when he went to his 3rd specialist, they finally managed to work out why he was having this problem. Like he described him getting a dead arm when he was even just doing simple things like mashing up his dog food was how he described it. He would get a dead arm just doing simple motions like that. So eventually the diagnosis came, and they found this impingement on one of the arteries next to the rib, and ended up having some Botox injections as well, which helped to sort it out. So there you go.
They're popular these days.
They certainly are, but there was a medical reason for it on this occasion. But
I'm led to believe there's a couple of physios that gave him no chance.
Well, he was ready to retire, wasn't he? So it's 32 for 3. Good job he didn't retire. 15 months out and rehab.
Well, it tests your character. When you're given that news, it could be the end. So he must have a really good character to bounce back, almost prove a few scientists wrong. He must have put in a huge amount of work to get to this level now.
Here's Leach. Again, around the wicket, forward comes Sterling, defends up the pitch.
They had a leg slip to Jack Leach in the last over to Sterling. They've now got a square leg just behind square and a sweeper probably 25 yards behind square, because he did sweep one ball and it went in the air. So they're covering that area, England.
Leach in, using his feet, comes forward and checks the shot and defends, and Leach is sprawling away to his left-hand side, dropping to the ground to field.
Yeah, they've also got a mid-wicket on the boundary, so they clearly know that Sterling does like to sweep the ball hard. This is going to be interesting. He's going to attack Jack Leach.
He's itching, isn't he? He can sense it. Leach comes in, bowls it straighter, and he's going back this time, works him through the vacant point region out towards the deep. Duckett comes into field and goes through for a single. Sterling on to 11, 33 for 3.
Yeah, he's a good player of spinning. He got that 100 in Sri Lanka Gaul. It's the Sri Lankan spinners. He's nimble on his feet. Got good options. Always looking to be attacking, looking to put the spinners under pressure.
Probably the most Bazball-esque player in the island.
He'd get in the England squad, wouldn't he?
He would. Slip and leg slip here for McCullum. Leach is in outside the off stump, chopping away towards point. Broad moves forward and he fields, almost losing his sun hat in the process, and there's no run.
Yeah, I do believe in the WhatsApp England group. Ben Duckett I think he might have got 100 here in the county game for knots.
Leach has past the umpire, a whirl of his arms, a little bit short and defended back up the pitch, no run.
And I think it was in the first session of play, and I don't remember the seamer bowling around the wicket, and he bowled one just outside off, which in my day you'd play forward and kind of stroke it through the covers, and he played a ramp shot, which went down to, short fine for 4. That went down the WhatsApp group. That's the way to play.
It's the new way to play. In goes Leach again, going back, trying to force this out through the offside, fielded at short cover. No run to end the over, 33 for 3, McCullum on 12 and Sterling on 11. Now, if you are a listener to Test Match Special on Radio 4 Long Wave, just to mention that this will be the last summer that we'll be broadcasting on that particular frequency. But don't worry, because there are plenty of other ways of listening, and throughout the summer we'll tell you much more about that, so never fear. And the shipping forecast will continue to be broadcast, but elsewhere on the BBC. So we just went away for the shipping forecast just now, so we thought it was an opportune time just to let you know, but we will remind you of all the ways to keep listening throughout the summer. Now, it continues to be overcast here. Stuart Broad always keeps that sun hat on his head.
There was another shot that went around the WhatsApp group was the Ollie Pope batting at the Oval.
Yes.
The ball bounced around the wicket and he kind of tennis batted it over the keeper's head for 6.
New over and it's full, and Tongue sees this one turn behind square down towards Duckett, who moves in off the long leg boundary, fires the ball back into the gloves of Bairstow, a singles taken.
And I think that short video of Ollie playing a remarkable shot got the thumbs up as well.
I think we might see a bit of that today.
If you play forward defensive, the Andy Zoltzman style, you've got no chance. Zoltz, you've got no chance in this. If you think you're going to get on the England WhatsApp group playing the way you play, I'm sorry.
I got 8 off 35 for my village last weekend.
You dropped. Tongue bustles in. This is short, looks to pull around the corner. Goes past the square leg umpire. Duckett is after it. Fields behind square in the deep. And McCullum is back for the second. It was banged in a little shorter by Josh Tongue, who's conceded just now his 3rd run in his 3rd over in Test cricket.
You're not out, Andy, or?
I was absolutely out.
Plum, LB.
Bowled, actually.
Oh.
We
couldn't review that.
Arm spinner, bowled finger spinner, chucked in a little wrist spinner.
Well, you
perfectly pitched.
You didn't pick it?
Well, I picked it, but I just missed it.
Well, at least you did the first thing right.
Now, field had just been stationed back. Crawley dropping back towards deep square. 3 in the slip, so we're going to have a mid-wicket as well. No, Potts standing forward of square. Now he's going to more of a mid-wicket position. Crawley now backward of square in the deep. Still a bit of tinkering going on. Stokes is waving his arms, pushing Crawley back deeper. So we've got 3 in the slips, a fine leg, deep backward square and a mid-wicket. And in comes Tongue. He races in, bowls full, cuts it in half, taken by Bairstow. What delivery that was. A strangled cry from the slip cordon, questioning whether it might have clipped any part of the bat on the way through. Joe Root standing there at first slip with his arms outstretched towards Ben Stokes as if to say, was there something? Did you hear anything? Alan Stokes is asking. Made the motion for the DRS review.
Yeah, it's a beautiful delivery.
Well, it could be Tongue's first Test wicket if it is.
On-field decision caught behind, not out. On-field decision was not out. TV umpire to director. We have a player review for court. Confirm fair delivery. Front on spin decision, please.
So McCullum is the batter. Tongue was over the wicket.
Nice and slow.
Scrambling that seam. It's come back in.
Very close to the bat. Can you go to the ultra edge, please?
It's between inside edge and thigh.
Yeah.
One knows where it clips the pocket,
There's a
the
gap
clothing.
between bat and the ball. Can you rock back, please, for me to confirm again? Just once more. Yeah, there's a gap between bat and the ball and no flat screen. You can go to the on-field umpire. Ball, you're on the screen.
Well, that was Kumar
Take the signal now.
Dharmasena,
You can see with your decision.
the TV umpire. So if there was some deflection, just seemed to be off that pocket as it went past the trouser leg, past the hip.
Yeah, and it back down the hill quite drastically.
Some encouragement for Tongue, though, that's for sure. It's not been a swinging day today, has it? Even that opening spell with Broad and Potts, it was all about scrambling the seam, trying to get some nip off the surface. No conventional swing. Tongue comes in again with the Lord's Pavilion behind him, a bouncer ducking underneath it, McCullum. And goes through to Bairstow once again. Is that a no ball?
No, it's just one for the over.
Oh, I thought he started with his arm outstretched to the side. It's rather confusing me.
You can
Paul
see
Wilson down at that end, is it?
Yeah, you can see why he couldn't have gone with Tongue. He's just got something different. He's not got an orthodox action. He's just offering something that you don't quite get all the time as a batter.
In he comes as McCullum awaits with his bat poised in the air, looking to drive, and he does on the up to the ground stand for 4. What a shot that is. Whistles away across this green turf. Takes Ireland to 40 for 3.
When you face pace, you kind of your beans start to go a little bit. And that was one of those kind of shots. It was length just outside of off stump. We just had one that obviously nipped back. There was a review, then the bouncer. Pace always gets you going as a batter. You know, you've got to be on your game. There's an element that you can be hurt. You want to try and counter punch and try and put the bowler back on the back foot.
McCullum's on to 18 from the 57 he's placed. This one a little straighter, nudges it past the square leg umpire, takes off for a single. Crawley has come into field. And it's the end of the over. 41 for 3. Then Sterling on 12, McCullum on 19. 3 overs bowled by Josh Tongue on his Test debut. Gone for 8 runs. Results.
Just a little more on Josh Tongue's first-class career so far. Made a very promising start in 2017, his first full season. In 2018, took 87 wickets, 47 and 40 at an average in the mid-20s. But since then, those injury problems that you mentioned, he's not played more than 5 matches in any of the summers since then. Still averaging around about mid-20s, but England have very much picked him on the promise of those early years, and I guess the type of bowler that he is.
Yeah, I'm just looking on the screen. Sky are doing a little bit of a demo on his bowling. You can see the seam position. It's pointing probably towards a fine leg on release, which tells you that he's trying to get the ball to angle back into the right-handers. That's I think his natural stock ball.
Leach continuing to McCullum. It's full. McCullum is forward, defends. Slip in, leg slip in place.
And I know he has the ability to take it away from the right-handers as well. And if you can do that, if you can go either way.
Now leg slip has come out, and Ollie Pope now with the helmet on is at forward silly point. Pauses for a moment. Jack Leach aborted his run-up, but starts again now. Wide at the off stump, and it's cut away. A little bit top edgy, is it? Oh, down to backward point. Duckett comes in, and he fields securely into the gloves of Bairstow. 42 for 3.
But Ali, I don't look at Chris Wokes this week.
He'll be disappointed, won't he? You're in the England squad. You're a genuine pick, and he took a hatful of wickets, didn't he? It's him and Broad who ran through Ireland actually in this match.
I don't think it's a good
back
sign
in 2019,
for Chris.
But well, it's. I can see why, in terms of the backup for the summer and wanting the extra pace with the injuries that they've got. Defence again from Sterling, getting well forward to the pitch of the ball. So if Mark Wood, there's no Ollie Stone at the moment. Hopefully he will become fit, but there's no Jofra Archer. So they do want that extra pace, and better to give him a run out now than be thrown into a debut during the Ashes. A little more leg side this time. Sterling pushes it into that onside, scampers through for 1.
Well, England are sticking to their kind of framework of what they want the team to look like. They want one pace bowler. With that you've got Broad, Anderson, Wokes, Potts, real consistent bowlers. But with this England attack, they don't have an X-factor bowler. They have very good bowlers, but that's why they want a Tongue or a Wood, just to create that little bit of doubt in the batters, man, particularly the tail enders.
And they know what they get from Chris Wokes, because he's been there and done it before. Going back this time, bowled by Leach, covering up that off stump. McCullum, no run.
But it won't be easy for Chris Wokes if suddenly in a couple of Test matches' time they need him in the side, and he's not played Test match cricket for over a year now.
For a long time, isn't it?
Don't care how experienced you are, that moment coming back into the team always takes a little bit of getting used to. Ben Stokes is manoeuvring himself to a short mid-off. He's encouraging the batter to try and hit over the top.
Short legs in there as well. It's defence once more from McCullum, smothering the ball, fielded by Pope at short leg. End of the over, 43 for 3, Ireland, with Moore out for 10, Balbirnie out for a duck, Tector out for a duck. All 3 wickets going to Stuart Broad. It would have been a big call, wouldn't it, if they wanted to give Wokes a game and get him in? Could they have left out Stuart Broad? And started the summer without Broad or Anderson?
Yeah, well, they could have done. He desperately wanted Chris Wokes to get a Test match back under his belt, but I could imagine Stuart Broad wanted to play this week.
I think he rather did. And well, he's taken the first 3 wickets, so...
And there's been times in the past when Stuart's been dropped and it's got a little bit messy, so I would say that England probably didn't, even though I like Stuart when he's ruffled a little bit, I don't think this was possibly the right time.
They probably don't need to fire him up just yet. Tongue comes in, this one sits up, and it's been cut out towards the grandstand. This will be 4 more off the bat of Paul Sterling this time. It's a slight back-of-the-length delivery set up nicely for him.
Yeah, that's his first poor ball. It's a gift. Sterling's a good player. He's always looking to be aggressive. And it's just short, it's wide. Played a lot of cricket here. Paul Stirling. He knows the slope as a batter. You need to get used to that, but he certainly doesn't need to get used to this place. He's played so many innings here.
Made his debut for Ireland when he was just, 17 years of age, Stirling. Well, the guiding this one, that's been really sweetly played. Up the slope to the grandstand once more, but that was much more of a deft shot.
That's
Just
class.
waited for it.
That is class. Again, extra pace. It allows you as a batter just to hold your shape, and you just got to let the ball hit the bat, and it races away. This is a pure shot. So Michael Atherton's style, kind of opening batter shot. Just to kind of hold his shape.
Taken Ireland past 50 after an hour and 20 minutes of play, just about. Tongue comes in over the wicket once more. A little flick of the bat this time, and he beats mid-wicket. Out into the deep, swept up by Crawley, and through for 1. 52 for 3 now. Should have mentioned this at the start of my stint rather than just as I'm about to leave. The BBC Sport website and app, though, Michael, are looking for your body parts 11. Given that we've got a tongue on the field today, as well as a hand, because we've got Fionn Hand playing for Ireland.
This could go very badly wrong.
Yeah, I'm a bit concerned about this.
I'm just saying it's out there on the website, and we'd love your contributions. Tongue goes in full to McCullum.
And is there a toe?
Well, I mean, there are certain parts of the body that you probably don't want to focus on too much.
No, but they are parts of the body, so you know you can't change your name.
No.
Well, maybe there's a good reason why I'm saying this just as I'm about to leave and hand over to Aggers, I think.
Is there a nose?
Well, I'd have Daryl Hare umpiring.
Yep.
Just remember what happened to Daryl Hare. Do you remember he umpired the abandoned Oval Test match 2006?
Right,
Was it when Pakistan were accused of ball tampering? His tongue is in outside the off stump, lets this one go, and there's no run. He then offered to, because of all the brouhaha that followed, Daryl Hare then, do you remember, he emailed the ICC offering to resign if they made him a one-off non-negotiable payment of $500,000, which sort of didn't quite go to plan when the ICC chief executive at the time then called a press conference and told everyone that Daryl Hare had sent them this email. It kind of all went a bit wrong from there. Here goes Tongue running in from the pavilion end. Angles the bat down. Defensively, McCullum runs into the ground and out towards the gully region where it's fielded. Oh, go on, Zoltz, you've got another one. I'm going to hand over to Aggers in a moment.
Geoffrey Legg played 5 tests for England, 1927 to 1930.
Well, it's a leg. I'm going to give you an easy starter for 10 before Aggers comes in with Ireland 52 for 3. Travis Head. There you go. That's my contribution for the moment. And Michael, I'll leave you to ponder. Aggers is coming in.
I think I'm going to have some fun with this. Afternoon, Jonathan.
Yes, hello, Michael. Yes, there can be all sorts of possibilities.
Does it have to
there?
be surnames?
Well, I don't think I can include nicknames, put it that way. Now, Leach from the nursery end is going to bowl round the wicket. He's going to Stirling, who's on 22. Here he comes, bowls. Stirling on the back foot. And the ball rolls back up for Leach to pick up and to field. Not quite sure why Allison started that one off quite so early in proceedings, but there we go.
Well, it's on the website.
Oh, it's on the website?
It's on the BBC website,
Oh,
yeah.
I see.
It's out there.
Right. To rack my brains. Leach again, round the wicket. Turned away with a thick inside edge. Finds a backward square leg. And there's no run, 52 for 3. Are you playing table tennis?
Well,
I
have a story
right.
about my friend Shauna.
Leach round the wicket, bowls. He's down the pitch, hammering it at him. Oh, now what? It did hit Leach rather than the umpire for a moment there. I thought it had hit the umpire, but it bounced off Leach's hand and ricocheted to Potts at mid-on. And that was hit ferociously hard. And, you know, we talk sometimes about umpires and whether they need some protection. I'm reminded of Bruce Oxenford, of course. That was almost very nasty for the umpire. It's turned away to wide mid-on for a single. But when you've got a batsman like Stirling, who's so strong and he hits a ball like that, the umpire's got very little chance to get out of the way.
Yeah, you know Stirling's going to be aggressive, but what is Stokes saying to him? Go on then, try. Mid on, mid off. In on the one. You know, you go back a few years and of England side certainly would have had mid-off back on the boundary to a Sterling-style player.
McCullum, on the other hand, has been very patient. 20 from 65 balls, and forward he comes again. Blocks that defiantly into the offside. 53 for 3. Leach spins himself a catch. He's come on early. He's come on before Stokes, you have to say. Early June and these sort of conditions, you might have thought that the seamer would come on for a go first, but
Stokes isn't right.
We're going to be on Stokes' knee watch all summer, Michael.
It's not right.
No. And goes Leach again. Bowles clipped firmly up to short mid-on this time. Potts is there, and there's no run, so 53 for 3.
Yeah, so I was having a coffee on Tuesday morning with Will McPherson of the Telegraph on St John's Wood High Street, and a lovely old lady came and said, do you remember me? And I said, can you remind me of yourself? And she went, last year you said you were going to play table tennis with me in the park. And I was like, oh, I'm ever so sorry. Did I not turn? She went, you didn't turn up. I said, well, we need to rearrange a match. And she said, OK, Thursday. I said, well, you know, that's good because the test match starts Thursday and I could possibly be there. I said, how about 9:30? And she said, wait, I said, well, I'll tell you what, let's go 9:30 because I'm going to the gym at 8:30. I'm finishing around 9:20. And she went, what gym is it? So I told her the gym. Anyway, there we go, the game's, you know, is arranged. I came out the gym at 9:28 today, and the guy on reception, he said to me, he said, Michael, he said, there's been a lovely old lady who's been sat here waiting for you. I said, pardon? I said, what's that? He said, a table's out. Oh, no, I forgot.
You forgot again?
I forgot. So I went to have a coffee with Stefan, who works with the BBC. 5 minutes into the coffee, all of a sudden, this lady comes round the corner, she says, you are late. I said, I'm so sorry, let me finish my acai bowl of fruit and I'll be there. So there it was. I went to play with Shauna in the park round the back. And
how did you go?
I lost.
Oh.
I lost. She was excellent.
I'm rather pleased to hear that, actually.
Yeah, and she said, look, I want a rematch. I want to give you another chance. So I said, I can't make tomorrow. I'll be there on Saturday.
Oh, well done her.
Yeah, she's a good player.
Yeah. 53 for 3. Broad's back from the far end. Bowles and Sterling squared up. Plays out a little awkwardly into the leg side. Broad comes through and picks it up. Broad's taking the 3 wickets to fall so far today.
She brought me a bat.
Did she?
Yeah, she
was it nice?
In actual fact, she brought me a new bat, and on the front of it was Matthew Syed. He was on the front of the table tennis racket that she brought me, all in the nice plastic. I said, I can't open a new racket. I said, I can't do that. So I used one of her. I think she gave me a dud.
It's a lovely sport, table tennis, isn't it?
It's a good game.
Yeah,
very good game. 53
for 3. Broad. Members behind him, strides out, comes in, Bowles. Sterling punches that off the front foot, fielded by Stokes.
This like gully slip fielding position that England have already had success with. It is a good position because there's a right hand, particularly the slope, bowling from the pavilion end. You get balls on and around middle stump, and you just kind of I'll just flick that. And it always tends to go a little bit finer, and primarily generally goes in the air just a little bit.
Yeah, especially someone of Broad's height.
Yeah,
up around the ribs.
It was a good catch by Potts, you know, because as much as it's a position where you're there for the catch, it does surprise you.
In comes Broad. Bowles the right-handed Sterling. Short, squat figure, very powerful. Plays that into the leg side, out to mid-wicket. And there is no run. 53 for 3. Sterling 23. McCullum has 20. Broad has taken all 3 wickets to fall so far, with Ireland put into bat. No real surprise there.
Yeah, his first spell was 3 for 14 from 5 overs. It's his best spell in the opening, well, on the first day of a test, his best opening spell since that 8 for 15 spell against Australia. His first innings bowling first.
In comes Broad then. Bowles steered away. Leach can't get there. It's coming down to third man. Sterling's running the first one quickly. Leach should just stop this if he dives. Down he goes. Well done, Jack. And they take 3 runs with the crowd down there urging him on. He's just one of those characters who the crowd, they love him. They're really warm to Jack Leach. Tried ever so hard. He did very well there, sliding into the boundary, edging inevitably, but having scooped the ball back first. So 3 runs. And Sterling goes to 26. 56 for 3. Still cloudy, but just showing signs of breaking up. A little brighter. Broad moving tongue there at mid-wicket. A little squarer. Stokes saying, why have you done that? And there's more waving of hands going on, and now Pope is moving a little square or two, so they're trying to really cramp McCullum's leg side play here. It does like to work the ball in that area, so rather than leg slip, Pope is now at short mid-wicket. It's like a game of chess. You move people around. In comes Broad, happy with the field now. Bowls to McCullum, it's short, he's pulled it away, he's got enough of it. I'll say that came actually out of the middle of the bat, but runs away down to mid-wicket and into the boundary for 4. And I reckon that's the first short ball, stroke almost bouncer, that we've seen this morning.
Yeah, I'm just studying the ball, because last year we went through a summer where it did plenty for 25, 30 overs, and then it went flat. And already you're seeing a ball that's, I know the pitch looks pretty good, but you're seeing a ball that's not doing anything really.
No.
It's going to be so important that the bowling attacks this summer strike early.
Well, so that's why out of shape last year.
That's why pace comes into it, I guess.
Yeah,
You then need the pace.
It's 60 for 3. Ireland recovering from 19 for 3. McCullum, the opener, on 24, is right-handed. He waits as Broad comes in and bowls to him. It's outside the off stump. And he allows that to go through, and it's taken low down by Johnny Bairstow. 60 for 3. McCullum 24, Sterling 26. You know, when I offered Andy the thought that goat was the most eaten meat in the world, and you look surprised, I now know why you were surprised. Because it's wrong.
Well, it's always good to
I've been
correct
pulled
these.
up on this. And I'm just trying to remember who it was who told me this and who sold me this false information.
Was it someone who'd just eaten a big bit of goat?
It might have been, but I mean,
experience.
just for the record, and to say thank you to everybody who has obviously enlightened me, that actually pork is the most widely eaten meat in the world at 36% apparently, followed by poultry, followed by beef. There's Leach bowling outside the off stump, cut hard. Broad can field that though. Backward point as the sun definitely tries to come out. And see, beef third place at 24%. Goat actually comes in at just 5%.
So last.
It is the least eaten meat in the world, Alex. You're right. But anyway, thank you for putting me right.
That's just above badger, isn't it?
Well, that's somebody stitched me up. Here's Leach round the wicket, bowls. He's down the pitch, hitting very hard, and for 4. And that's typical Sterling. More controlled this time. It was hit beyond Leach's reach, whereas he hit one into his right hand earlier. But mid-off couldn't stop it. And a powerfully struck boundary. 64 for 3. Nice to see you, Alex. You've had a bit of a trim since I last saw you, I think.
I have. I've gone for the mum haircut. I've lobbed it all off. It's above the shoulder.
That's a mum haircut, is it?
I feel very mature.
Oh. Well, looks can be deceiving.
I feel
can't
like
they,
I could be a 40-year-old woman right now.
Right. 64 for 3. And in goes Leach. Bowls. He's down the pitch again. A horrible shot. That's a slog. Looking to hit the ball over mid-on. And Stokes actually has done well here because he's tempting Sterling to go for it and hoping he makes a mistake like that. And that was a horrible inside edge. It rolled away into the leg side. No run, but that was not controlled at all. And Leach has just got to keep calm here.
It's what Ben Stokes does so well. He tempts batters. So he'll hold that mid-on and mid-off up as long as they can. Deep mid-wickets now come to a normal mid-wicket for that heave across the line. And we've seen it time and time again that it creates opportunity and it creates wickets for Jack Leach.
It's so good this. Normally you see a captain put someone out, but actually he's brought another one in. And this is how Stokes does it. We saw him do this in Pakistan. Leach then bowls. Sterling forward, blocks this time. So there's now nobody out on the boundary apart from at deep point for the short ball outside the off stump. As a kind of a get out of jail position there. But as far as that powerful hitting is concerned, Leach has got no defence, and they're wanting Sterling to go for it and make a mistake. That's on the leg stump, turned away to backward square leg, and there's no run. I love cricket like this. You know, this is what it's all about, isn't it? The little manoeuvring and the mind games that you play. What's Sterling going to do? As Leach moves in, bowls, and no, he defends again. He defends again. The ball rolls up for Leach to field. And it's 64 for 3. And you admire Leach too, because he knows he's after him.
Yeah, of course. And I think as a bowler, it gives you so much confidence as well when your skipper's going, hold your nerve. We're keeping the fielders up. We're even going to bring, every left-arm spinner has a deep mid-wicket. We're going to bring that fielder up. We're not going to give them easy ones. And actually, then Paul Sterling's demeanour changed. So he came down the track looking to hit Leach down the ground for 4. As soon as those fielders came ever so slightly closer, he's looking to just block the rest of the over. And as a bowler, when your captain's saying that's fine, it gives you so much more confidence and you settle into your spell so much easier.
Yeah, it's good cricket. Broad continues. Pavilion behind him, moves in, bowls, and McCullum feels for that outside the off stump. It's the line that is so awkward here at Lord's. For a batsman, do I play at that? Do I leave it? It's just outside the off stump. The ball might come down the slope. I'm going to have to play at it. And that one held its own. It just kept going in a straight line and almost found the outside edge. So bowling here, it can be difficult, but also if you can just get it right, get that line right, you can make it really awkward for the batsman. Remember Glenn McGrath here. In comes Broad, moves in, bowls, drives off a thickish inside edge, picked up at mid-on. And a happy sounding crowd too. And look at the break in the cloud. Some blue sky.
It's getting brighter out there, isn't it?
Definitely, as was promised, to be fair, by a weather forecaster earlier.
Well, it's not often you pack your bags from Manchester and pack your summer clothes and then wish you'd brought a coat. It was lovely in Manchester when I set off yesterday.
I've had a bit of a mistake on the clothing front. In comes Broad, moves in, bowls, clipped hard out to mid-wicket. And there's no run. I think I was confused by the fact it's only a 4-day game. Something went wrong at the shirt selection stage.
So we really need it to get to day 4 so that we can see you in this shirt.
I'm hoping that it doesn't, because I just simply, I mean, the trouble is these 4 days, only 1 day at home and then back down to the Oval for the next Test match. So you're under pressure anyway. I mean, that's putting pressure on your wardrobe, on your supplies. 64 for 3. And comes Broad over the wicket, moves in, bowls, pushed off the front foot, and there's no run. So unfortunately, I just took these 4 shirts out of my wardrobe and packed them and brought them down. It's only I was ironing last night,
Wow.
just to freshen them up, and I realised to my horror that one of these white shirts that I picked is actually what we gentlemen would call a dress shirt. So in other words, it's bare from the top down to below the midriff, because you normally put studs in there, and I haven't got any of those, or cufflinks. In comes Broad, moves in, bowls. Oh, it's a waft and a miss, almost a 4th wicket there. Broad stares at him rather menacingly, says he can't do that to me. Very nearly a catch for Bairstow. 64 for 3. So I mean, all I would say, if I were to mention Engelbert Humperdinck to you, will that mean anything?
No, but I do know the shirt you're on about, so I really want to see you wear it.
Well, you see, Tom Jones would carry it off. It's all cut down to the navel, with a very hairy chest. And I mean, they could carry it off. I'm not convinced, probably, that would be a good look. In comes Broad, moves in now, bowls and the drive. Broad stops most of it there as he tumbles to his left. And the ball eventually picked up by Stokes. So 64 for 3. McCullum looking to play a few more shots, actually. Sterling has 30. Don't encourage it, Alex, because it's not going to look nice. So
I've got some hair clips that we can do it with, so I reckon we can make it work.
It's all the ruffles and everything.
Exactly. I can't wait to see you out there in the middle, day 4 with your ruffly shirt.
Hair clips? How hairy is your chest, Agus, that you need hair clips on it?
Well, I don't think I need any of those. It's just this. I mean, what day do I wear it? I've got to interview Mike Brearley tomorrow at lunch. I'm looking forward to. I can't do it bare-chested to Mike Brearley.
You've got to do it day 4, haven't you?
View from the boundary on Saturday. That's not a great welcome, is it, either? Hello, here's Agus. You go interview. Oh.
Here's the view from the boundary.
I'm sure Brearley would go chest out if you were going chest out.
I couldn't. He's England's greatest captain. You've got to show some respect. 64 for 3. Anyway, here's Leach. Round the wicket, moves in, bowls, and attempted forcing shot there. The ball keeps rather low on Sterling, finds the bottom edge. But if you can just picture in mind Engelbert Humperdinck singing Release Me at full volume with a shirt open, it's a question whether he can carry that off. Leach round the wicket, bowls, and a thick inside edge. They had the groan from Johnny Bairstow. Pope fields at square leg.
That deep mid-wicket fielder's gone back out onto the boundary for the first 2 balls here, and the third as well. Be interesting to see if or when Ben Stokes brings them up.
He's rather playing with him here, isn't he?
It's what he does so well.
Teasing him. We did see that. I mean, I have to say, the way that Stokes captained in Pakistan in those test matches, to get 3 wins there on those very flat pitches and shortened games with the light and the shortened day on a Friday, it was a lot of it was down to his captaincy. Leach bowls and he swings at this. The ball bounces up. Bairstow catches it. He's getting out. And he walks. Looking to swing the ball into the leg side. Ball's bounced a little on him. Wasn't quite the right length, I think, there for Sterling to play that shot. And the ball just bounced up very easily for Bairstow to take the catch behind the stumps. And Leach claims his first test wicket of the summer. It's bounced up. He didn't quite have control of that.
Yeah, come off the glove of Paul Sterling. And we were talking about that captaincy, and there was only 1 out on the offside, 1 out on the leg side. And Paul Sterling there looking to sweep the ball into the leg side, past that square leg fielder that was up inside what would be the conventional ring. And if you get any bat on it, it's going to go away for 4. He's looking for that boundary, doesn't quite get it. Bit of extra bounce from Leach, comes off the glove of Sterling. And a simple catch for Johnny Bairstow behind the stumps.
Well, that's the danger man disposed of. For 30 from 33 balls. I think it was 35 balls. Thanks, Andy. 64 for 4. We've got 20 minutes to go until lunch. We're talking about all sorts of things at lunchtime, but also involving Irish cricket, where it's going and so on. That's all to come in 20 minutes' time. And Michael McNamee is coming in here to take us to the break.
Thank you, Aggers. Did I pick that up correctly? If the game goes through to the 4th day, Aggers will either be 50% naked or dressed like John Pertwee's Doctor Who. Is that the basic? For no other reason, we want this match to go the distance, Andy, don't we? Alex, lovely to be beside you.
Lovely to be beside you.
I'm sorry it comes in the wake of Paul Sterling's dismissal. Wearing my green hat.
You've got your green T-shirt on.
I
as well
have.
today.
I splashed out. I got change out of a £5 for this one, so that's, you know. I don't have to stand at my walk-in wardrobe deciding what shirt to wear, because I haven't got a walk-in wardrobe for starters. Jack Leach will continue. The pressure is now on the incoming batsman, Lorcan Tucker, Ireland wicketkeeper, who has developed into a run-scoring batsman. 26-year-old. This is his 4th test match. Made 97 in that warm-up match against Essex, and a century in his test debut in Bangladesh back in April. But he's got feelers round the bat as Leach is in. Left arm spin. Confident push forward by Tucker. And Ireland now have to get to lunch without any further losses, Alex.
Yeah, they do, and this is where England will really put pressure on Ireland.
Slip, leg slip, man in a catching position just in front of Tucker. That's onto his legs, and he pushes it away on the onside. They've got 1. It's a sliding save by Matthew Potts. So Tucker is off the mark, and Ireland 65 for 4. As the sun and that little window of blue sky that Aggers was talking about is getting ever bigger by the minute.
It is. Might have to get the sunglasses out of my bag soon.
Oof. If this game were in Ireland, you have to pack not just for 4 seasons, Alex, for maybe 5 or 6. Leach is in. Lovely, bright, sunny day now. And cut away by McCollum, not convincingly. Picked up by Harry Brook. And there's no run there. So a successful wicket-taking over for Jack Leach. He's bowled 6 overs and taken 1 for 15. Am I right, Andy? Is my eyesight up to the job?
That is correct.
Goodness me, I got one thing right. Ireland 65 for 4, McCollum's and 24, Tucker's and 1. Do you qualify for the body parts 11, Alex? No?
Yeah, Hartley.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Are we allowed misspellings and...
Well, yeah, it would be spelt wrong, but I'm going to claim it.
Okay.
I want to be involved.
Yeah, you can captain the side then.
Oh, thank you.
I can only think of unbroadcastable body parts. Maybe that says more about me. Right. Hey, I mean, Andy's... Oh, dear, he's gone below the waistline again, I'm afraid. I can't repeat that one, Mr. Salzman.
It's just a name.
I know it is.
There are a lot of names out there that you've got to be careful with.
Yes. And I think maybe one or two journalists as well, but let's not even go there. So Ireland have got, 15 minutes left before lunch? 65 for 4. And it's Josh Tongue still waiting for his opening wicket in Test match cricket. Has bowled very well, just the very, very odd poor delivery. And he's at the pavilion end running towards us. Still waiting for the Test match special window to open. There's no slip, and it's ducked down by Tucker, and it's struck him, and it's squirted away to fine leg for a leg by.
Interesting field as well here. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 fielders on the leg side. So you can see here from Josh Tongue that he is just going to
pepper the batsman.
Body line. And just looking to get the batter to hit the ball into the leg side. We've got a fine leg, a deep square leg. We've got a short fine as well. There is going to be a stoppage in play just so that Tucker can get himself checked out potentially after being struck on the helmet.
He was struck on the helmet. It was eventually signalled a leg by. Lorcan Tucker, who's averaging just under 50 in Test match cricket, but again, a lot of these Irish players are taking their first steps in the red ball game. Andy?
Yeah, he made a century on debut in April against Bangladesh in the second innings at Mirpur, a fine innings of 108. Also had 80 in the first innings of the second Test against Sri Lanka in Gaul. This is just his fourth Test.
It's been really interesting looking at the matches played from the Ireland team compared to the England team, and the Moore has played the most Test matches with 11. So that's Ireland and Zimbabwe, and then we've got Jimmy Anderson with 179.
Slight discrepancy.
Yeah, huge difference. So, you know, there is no wonder that England have been on top of this Test match, but, you know, we've spoken about this opportunity, and it is, you know, they're going to learn a lot from this Test match, Ireland. You know, they're going to learn how to play different scenarios. They're going to learn how this new brand of cricket is played by the England side. So even though they are 60 for 4, I think they've had decent passages of play. You know, there's that good partnership just before Sterling fell.
Alex, I'm only an occasional visitor here. At what stage does the temperature have to get so warm that the window is open? There's a sort of pulley system here that I'm terrified of going anywhere near, and a sticker saying "Do not hang microphones out of the window."
Yeah.
I can only assume that's a reaction to some previous calamity. And yes, it's stuck on the edge of the window twice, so the window has just a little bit of air coming in. There's a tiny amount coming in. This play will continue with both Ireland batsmen in decent shape, and a duck there from McCullum, and as Alex Hartley was saying, it's short stuff from Tongue, but successfully avoided by the Ireland opener and through to Bairstow.
And also a huge opportunity here for Tongue to show what he can do. If he gets the call for the Ashes, they're going to have seen him bowl this short stuff. We know that England like to go to that when they need wickets, when passages of play are quite dull. They like to go to this short bowling, so a good opportunity here for Stokes to see what he's about.
This is attacking stuff from England. As we approach lunch, it's again a short delivery, and on the back foot, McCullum just plays it away from his nose, and it squirts out and there's no run.
We've often seen Stokes play that role, but carrying that knee niggle, he says that he's fit, and when he needs to bowl, he will bowl, but in this Test match, I'll be very surprised if we see him bowl at all.
Well, the last thing that England need is any further injuries, anything the medical team will have to get worried about. We're just over a fortnight away from the opening match of the Ashes series. Tongue is in towards McCullum, who ducks underneath that. It's halfway down the strip and easily avoided by McCullum.
Aggers is showing me what he'll look like day 4.
That's a pink ruffled shirt.
Yeah, it's Tony from Only Fools and Horses. So if you know the guy, he's going to be... Well, you're going to be looking cool, Aggers, I reckon.
So he's going to dye his dress shirt pink then, is he?
I've got some sunglasses that'll look perfect for you.
Stick a pair of red socks if you got any into the wash and see what happens. Further outbreaks of blue sky over Lords. McCullum is the man currently avoiding this stuff from Tongue. Again, a short pitch delivery ducked underneath by the Ireland batsman and through to Bairstow. That has been signalled above shoulder height by the umpire. And so there might be a little bit of respite for James McCullum, who's battled through, he's faced 80 deliveries. He's played a couple of nice shots, you know, some lovely drives from him. And he was at the other end when all chaos was happening. Stuart Broad was inflicting in Ireland with that double wicket maiden that was nearly a triple wicket maiden. But Sterling has gone. And another wicket now before lunch, and England are completely in the driving seat. A fuller delivery from Tongue, defended capably by McCullum. That's the end of the over. It's no wicket for 17 off Tongue's 5 overs, 3 maidens. Ireland 66 for 4. Tongue returning the ball to Leach at this near end. And it's McCullum on 24 and Tucker on 1. Little discussion between the Ireland batsmen in their traditional short-sleeved or tank top jerseys. And a discussion. There's a change at this near side as Matthew Potts is coming back on. No wicket for 12 off his 5 overs so far. He's bowled well as well. And 3 slips are back in for Lorcan Tucker, so pressure is going to be applied on him in the remaining 8 or 9 minutes before lunch. So 3 slips, a ring of another 3 fielders on the offside, and 2 men back, 1 square of the wicket on the onside and 1 behind square and a mid-on as well. As Potts is in, down the wicket comes Tucker, driving out in the onside, and that's going to race away to the boundary, and he will be feeling an awful lot better about life. Lorcan Tucker, a boundary under his belt. He moves on to 5, Ireland on to 70 for 4.
Yeah, it's a great shot into the leg side. 2 full, 2 straight from Potts. Interesting to see the 2 different types of fields that we've got. One for Tongue and one for Potts. Potts is going to go a little slightly fuller to try and bring the slips in play, which I like, so you can forgive him for getting that one slightly wrong there, and took us straight onto it.
Potts is into Tongue again, and he plays and misses. A beautiful delivery, excellent return from Potts, and a little bit of a move away from the crease from Tucker. We've all been there. Played a shot we don't want to play, and we want to get away from the scene of the crime as quickly as possible. A little bit of a nervous jiggly dance as well. Goodness me, that wasn't very far away. Delightful delivery from Potts.
Yeah, it was a brilliant delivery, and that's the line, that's the length. Just get the batter fishing outside the off stump.
Getting the ball to slightly move down the hill. Here's Potts again. Down the wicket comes Tucker. Deflects it away to backward point, and they come through for a single. Moves on to 6, Ireland 71 for 4. I can't quite beat Agger's curried goat, but I did spend 3 summers in a chicken processing factory, and in 91 I was on site maintenance, which meant grass cutting, bit of litter picking, and I was able to listen to Test Match Special under my hairnet, the West Indies series of 91. Potts is in, defensive shot offered, textbook stuff by McCullum.
Aggersby working that Test match in 91.
91, yeah. And I remember there was the occasional moment when I would disappear behind the water tank and have a little sit down and have 5 minutes to myself in TMS. And if you told me whatever 33, 32 years later I'd be sitting here, I wouldn't have believed you. Potts is in, still 3 slips. Lovely sunshine now. Drive not convincing by McCullum. Goes out in the offside. This is a real test for James McCullum. Approaching lunch, he wants to play his shots. He doesn't want to get stuck down and bogged down.
Yeah, it's not only the fact that he wants to play his shots, but you're so close to lunch, and you know that you can't lose that 5th wicket going into lunch, because then Ireland really would be in trouble. Their run rate's not awful as well. It's just below 3 runs and over.
And to McCullum, that's well outside the off stump and left by the batsman. End of the over. McCullum 24, Tucker and 6, Ireland 71 for 4. That's Potts 6 wickets, 2 maidens, no wicket for 17. This is almost a summer's day now, Alex.
Does it? Feels
Lovely
like
sunshine. It was bitterly cold at 8, 9 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, it was. It's that time of year, isn't it, where you go out at that time of the morning, which is very rare for me, but you've got your jacket because it's cold.
You've got your ruffled shirt.
And you've got your ruffled shirt,
Yep.
you've got your winter coat, and then it gets to 2, 3 o'clock and all the layers are coming off because it's absolutely boiling.
Not all the layers.
Well, if you're Aggers. Undo the shirt, get the chest out.
There must be some sort of medallion thing going on as well. I'm sure he's got one of those tucked away from the 70s. And it is Tongue from the pavilion then, swung away on the onside. Not a great connection, but enough on it from Tucker. And it's fielded by Brook behind square on the onside. One more to the total, 72 for 4. Didn't quite get a full connection on that, Lorcan Tucker.
No, but what he did do, he played it down into
Kept
the
it
ground. And that's so important with the field that England have got set here, because what they want is they want the batters to make the mistake, that top edge, and get the catches in the deep. So if you are going to play at the ball and you are going to take on this short ball ploy, you have to play it down into the ground.
So we've one wide slip, one wideish leg slip. Short square leg, one man back on the boundary, on the square on the onside, 2 behind the batsman on the boundary. Third man and long leg. And another prowler in the covers. And that's a short delivery kept down by McCullum. But there's no run on the offside where it's fielded by Duckett. Andy.
At the equivalent stage of this match 4 years ago, England had just been bowled out.
Goodness me.
85 all out.
I remember it so well.
23.4.
Mary Hopkin, wasn't it? Those were the days. That was an odd game, an odd match, wasn't it? Ireland in control on day 1, and then up popped Jack Leach with the bat. Changed things totally. McCullum avoids that one again. A short delivery from Tongue down the leg side, above shoulder height, says it's umpire Wilson at the pavilion, then, is it?
Yes.
It is. That's the one for the over. So a little bit of a removal of mud from the boots of James McCullum.
Yeah, that one for the over is just slightly wayward from Josh Tongue. Going down the leg side. No need to be played at whatsoever.
So McCullum knows it probably won't be. Well, there's another short one. That's down the leg side as well. And taken by Bairstow. A discussion between little knots of English fielders. We've got a couple of minutes left before lunch. And I think Ireland will be relieved, at the risk of the commentator's curse, not to lose any further wickets.
You've said it now.
Absolutely. He should never wear green either. That's a theatrical nightmare. Tongue is in. Oh, it's a tricky one, but played well by McCullum down. Thought about scampering for a single. I think he wanted to go out from the striker's end. But a quick bit of fielding in by Duckett. And it's kept Ireland on 72 for 4.
It's well played, that, from McCullum as well. A short ball, just plays it up on his toes, hits the ball into the ground. As you say, he did want to get off strike.
He did.
Didn't fancy this next ball.
He was looking for a scamper there.
Deep square leg has come in 25-30 yards, so the shot is on if it wants to be played.
He's come into a catching position, hasn't he, for a misplayed shot. His tongue is in, and an easy duck from McCullum. And that's the end of the over. 18 off Tongue's, 6 overs so far, 3 maidens. Tucker's in 7, McCullum's in 24. And it's a lull before lunch. Ireland 72 for 4. And it's 19 for 3. It's a recovery of sorts, Alex.
Yeah, it is, and I think that partnership that we had just before Sterling fell was really key, because you know we were talking about at one stage what are Ireland going to get and what can they get up to, but you have to have those partnerships. So that one was key between McCullum and Sterling. Just so happened that Jack Leach got the better of Sterling, tempting him to play that sweep shot with square leg inside what would be the 30-yard fielding circle. He just bounced more than he was hoping and took his gloves. So that was a key wicket because he looked comfortable. He's going at a run of ball at one stage.
Selected Curtis Camphor to come in. We made that dramatic ODI debut against England back in 2020 in Southampton. Andy McBride's developing into a useful batsman. Mark Adair can play some shots. And then at the bottom of the order, we've Graham Hume, one of the Johannesburg players in the Ireland team, and on debut Fionn Hand. So 4 slips in for Potts from the nursery end, forced away on the onside by Tucker for a single, where it's fielded by Ben Duckett. Ireland on 73, Andy.
20 dot balls faced by McCollum since his last scoring shot.
Yeah, I was about to say, Tucker's doing a great job of just getting one and getting off strike here, and then McCullum, there you go, you face the rest of the over.
Always the best place to watch a fiery bowler from the non-striker's end.
Especially just before lunch.
So 4 slips, a very attacking field for Potts. Man in the onsides coming into a mid-wicket position, halfway in from the boundary. Potts is in, straight delivery, defensive shot offered by McCollum, and there's no run. Definitely not a full house, it's easy to see. I don't quite think there's the buzz of the game from 2019 either, but there are issues for spectators getting to Lord's. And of course there's a massive summer ahead for the men's and the women's teams. For England, Ireland have got ODI, World Cup qualifying, T20 World Cup qualifying as well to come. That's a wider shot and carved away beautifully on the offside for a boundary from James McCullum. It's a rare poor delivery from Potts and dispatched delightfully by the Ireland opener.
The way he's latched onto that straight away, it's a brilliant shot. It's short, wide, outside the off stump, not bowling to his field there. First bad ball in a while, and just carves the ball through the covers for 4, down the hill towards the boxes on our left-hand side. It was a wonderful shot.
So McCullum playing the anchor role for Ireland. He's in 28. This will be the final over before lunch. Another straight delivery, another textbook 4 defensive from McCullum.
Just shows no matter what standard you're playing, whether it be club level, international level, you get those short, wide ones. You gotta put them away.
Well, you've got to be careful your eyes don't light up too much.
McCullum's played with great patience in the last half an hour.
Potts is in slightly more onto his legs, is pushed away, and good running from his partner Tucker to grab that single just before lunch. Ireland 78. McCullum at 29. He's played very sensibly. And patiently too.
Yeah, no doubt England will be telling him he's boring. 29 off 93
it's
balls.
Not bad ball, is it? No.
Old school, that. It's
Wow.
old school. That's not how Test cricket's played anymore.
Well, there's a few. I think Mark Adair might fit into the sort of Baz ball. He can hammer a ball or two. Curtis Camphor as well. But you've got to play the match situation.
Yeah, and he's done that beautifully.
Here's Potts running away from us. Lovely sunshine now. It's stepped down and eventual leave by Lorcan Tucker. The final ball before lunch. Tucker is on 8. McCullum has played through the first session, 29 not out from 83 deliveries. Ireland 78 for 4. All the damage was done by Stuart Broad. He had the Ireland opener PJ Moore, LBW, for 10 in the 5th over. Then that double wicket maiden in his 7th over. Balbirnie, the captain, was caught brilliantly by Zach Crawley at second slip for a 5-ball duck. Then Harry Tector, the great hope of Ireland batting, advanced down the pitch, deflected the ball into the waiting hands of the leg slip Matthew Potts off Broad for a 2-ball duck. That was Ireland 19 for 3 and reeling. Paul Stirling then survived an LBW review. His first ball from Broad, he was given out, but he survived on review and then put together a very decent partnership with McCullum before Stirling was out for 30. Caught Then rather soft dismissal, you would say, deflecting the ball as it looped high into the gloves of Bairstow off Jack Leach for 30. That was Ireland 64 for 4. And so McCullum and Tucker have added another 14. And at lunch, Ireland are 78 for 4. So here is the bowling analysis provided from the laptop little computer of Andy Zaltzman. It was Broad, 7 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 21. Matthew Potts, 7 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 23. On debut, Josh Tongue hasn't been rewarded with a wicket, but has bowled very well. 6 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 18. And Jack Leach got the wicket of Sterling. 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 15. Which of the two teams, Alex Hartley, would be happier over their lunchtime Irish stew or whatever they're having?
I think England will be really happy. They got off to a brilliant start. Ireland 19 for 3 in pretty quick time. But then that partnership that we were talking about between McCullum and Sterling has been key for Ireland. So I actually think England will know if they can get a wicket after lunch, they can try and climb in and try and bowl Ireland out pretty cheaply. But Ireland will be saying, how long can we frustrate England for? Can we make this test a 4-day test match? And the way they're going at the minute, there's no reason why not.
And the ball hasn't really swung, Alex.
No, it's not done all that much, has it? And I think that's why Josh Tongue in particular went to his short balls just before lunch, try and change tactics. We know that England like that short ball tactic. We know, we've seen Ben Stokes do it time and time again. We saw him do it in Pakistan. So over to Josh Tongue, and he did it really well. And then Matthew Potts with your conventional 3 slips. Trying to get the ball just to nip down the hill here, and it didn't quite work. So yeah, there's not much swing for England, and now the clouds are starting to break, the blue sky's coming out. I think we'll see a little bit more of Jack Leach.
Aggers is going to come in to talk us through lunch, but just he talked about the fascinating nature of Ben Stokes' captaincy, and he's always thinking and innovating, Alex.
Yeah, he is. I think, you know, he's a captain that gives players so much confidence, and we spoke about it time and time again, but for Jack Leach in particular, you sort of feel like he's got a second wind in his career. He's bowling so well at the minute, he's taking wickets, you can see he's got confidence, you can see he's backed by the captain, and all these little niche fields, we're still getting used to them up here. You know, we've been commentating on them now for a year, 18 months or so, and I think all these little tactics that Ben Stokes brings to the table is really interesting to watch, and it's really interesting to see it all unfold, because very, very rarely do you see the, 2 balls to go in and over. You go more attacking.
Yeah, he's not formulaic, is he?
No, and it works brilliantly, and it keeps it interesting.
Well, we'll hear from Ben Stokes in a second, actually. I'll talk to him yesterday. Thanks, Alex. We're also going to talk more about Ireland's approach to this Test match shortly and where they are with their cricket. And we'll also hear from the England debutant Josh Tongue, who's bowled at a lively pace here this morning. But first, this week marks a year since England's Test revolution began with the arrival of Ben Stokes as captain and Brendan McCullum as coach. And in that 12 months, England have won a remarkable 10 out of the 12 Tests they've played. And one of those games they didn't win was that 1-run defeat in New Zealand, of course. We'll hear from McCullum in a moment. But first, I caught up with Stokes yesterday to chat about his incredible first year in charge.
Yeah, I can look back on it with pretty fond memories. Had a pretty good time doing it, and yeah, we've had some good results to be able to look back on. But I think it's just, more than just the sort of the game itself. Just I feel like we've managed to sort of bring people outside of our little group together and just make them come to watch some cricket that they enjoy.
Are you surprised, looking back, as to how quickly and effectively you turned things around?
The word surprise might do the team a little bit of injustice even before we started, but I think in terms of sort of the direction that I sort of wanted to try and take this team towards, I had the group of players who were able to do that and had the talent to do that. So in that sense, I'm not. But in terms of the rate in which it's happened and the response I've had from the team, who have been so willing to go out there and sort of play in this way, then that might be a bit of a surprise. But in terms of the talent and the quality that we had in the dressing room to go out there and try and play like this, no.
And given your lack of captaincy experience before that, what have you learnt?
Don't plan too much.
Simple as that. Just take it as it comes.
Yeah, pretty much. You never know what's going to happen, do you, when you're thinking about too much with things coming up. So yeah, just sort of don't plan too much and keep an open mind to everything.
Yeah. It is a big summer, clearly. Do you think this is a summer that could define your captaincy, actually? I mean, people look back at captains and Ashes and so on. Do you think it's that big for you?
No, because I guess that then puts a huge onus on this Ashes, albeit it always is, but that just sort of makes it feel like once the Ashes is over, then that's it. Whereas it's not, it's not it for me as a captain. It's not the end of what this team's about to do. This Ashes series for us is part of the journey that we've been on, that we're going to continue to be on, and this is just as I say, it's just part of that journey that we're going to find ourselves on in the next 2 years. It's not going to be the end of me as a captain, me as a player, or this team, in the way that we're trying to progress the game and how we want to play our way of style in test matches.
What about your fitness? I know it's a ticklish subject, but what is your state of play at the moment? How much are you going to be able to bowl?
Yeah, look, I think for me, I've been away in India for 9 weeks, and I've made a real sort of promise to myself and a few of my teammates, in particular the bowlers, saying that I'll be doing everything I possibly can to be in a position to be able to fill that role, and I've done that. I've worked very, very hard away in India, albeit not being able to play and stuff like that, but the mind and the body is a completely different thing. But what I do know is that I've given myself the best possible chance of being able to play a big role this year, especially with the ball, as it has been a frustrating period for me with the knee injury that's just sort of been hanging around. But I know that I won't be able to look back on this series and sort of regret any decisions that I had in the build-up period, because I've worked my nuts off.
Yeah. And I mean, is it an injury or is it a condition? I mean, is it an injury you can kind of do something with? A condition is just there.
It's just a management thing in terms of sort of, I'm obviously always going to put myself up and be available for bowling and stuff like that. But as I say, it's just one thing that I've given myself the best chance of being able to do in terms of all my preparation and what I've been doing, in particular out in India. So yeah, we'll just see how it goes, but we'll see.
Yeah. So if Trent Bridge comes around again and you collapse in a heap, and we all think that's him out for weeks.
Well, you probably say that, yeah.
but it's not necessarily the case.
No, I don't think so. I think the only way that'll ever happen is if my knee explodes. So yeah.
Just the last one. Will it be a measure of how this summer goes if people are still talking about Bazball at the end of it, and you'll still be playing in that way? I mean, this is a big challenge this summer to play that style of cricket against Australia. If you're still playing that way at the end, it'll have gone well.
Every team we played against has said, it's a big challenge to play against this team in that way. But look, I think it's just as simple as this is the way that we have found ourselves best playing cricket. And, you win games, you lose games regardless of how you play. But we found a way in which we've been able to get the best out of ourselves as individuals and as teams. So yeah, I'm happy if every team we come up against, it's going to be a challenge. Every team we come up against a challenge. But yeah, I sort of find myself answering the same question against different oppositions.
Well, I guess it's intriguing because Australian attack is going to be a hard one to go out and play that type of cricket against, isn't it?
Well, again, it's just English mentality about turn something negative in it straight away.
Thank you, Ben.
Thank you.
Always interesting interviewing Ben Stokes, and that was me talking to him yesterday, of course. And he and Brendan McCullum have transformed not just England's Test team, but how Test cricket is played. And our chief cricket writer, Stefan Schemmelt, has been speaking with McCullum, firstly, about what he's hoping to get out of this week.
It's a great opportunity to just reconnect as a team and to remind ourselves of all those things that we've done well, a couple of areas that we can polish up, and to try and get that real atmosphere and feeling within the group back again, and get the rhythm of how we operate back. And it's a good opportunity against Ireland, who no doubt will be excited to play us as well, and in a fully fledged Test match, and hopefully we're able to put our best foot forward. I'm sure we'll play the style of cricket that we want, and we'll see where we end up with the result.
Last time we spoke to you was after that amazing game in Wellington. How have you been keeping tabs on the guys since then, those who've been here in the County Championship and the others that have been away at the IPL?
Yeah, we've got obviously a lot of resource amongst us from a coaching staff and scouts and leaders throughout the team, but also externally as well. So just keeping abreast of that, staying in touch with the guys regularly, and also not crowding them too much. We've got a pretty intense sort of summer coming up, so it's nice to give them a little bit of freedom to go and do their stuff, live their lives, and when we get back together we reconnect and we have a crack. So it's been good to just sort of be in touch with the guys and see how they've progressed. A couple of guys have had kids since we saw them last, which is fabulous, and guys' lives have moved on at a rate of knots as well. So it's just nice to be back around the group again and to see everyone, and Yeah, look, everyone's buzzing. We really are.
It was almost a year ago to the day that you came here to Lords and spoke to us for the first time, set out what you wanted to achieve and how you wanted to play with this England team. It's gone pretty well since then. How excited are you to take everything that's been achieved over the past year into an Ashes summer and to see if that way of playing is going to be successful?
Yeah, it's been a big year. It's been a fun year. I think we've achieved some really cool things from results point of view, but for me it's more the growth of the side and the growth of the people inside that we've seen, which has been the most impressive, and that's given, I guess, me the most amount of satisfaction as well. I think, you know, we're a team that knows how we want to play now, I think, and you know, we're not afraid to lose, which I think is quite a remarkable trait, and that's led by the skipper and some of the senior players as well. But we know that, you know, if we do play how we want to play, then we give ourselves the best opportunity, and we have some talent to be able to put world-class teams under pressure. So, look, it's been a great year. Obviously, this is a big summer, and there's going to be a lot of eyeballs on it, right? Not just here in the UK, but also around the world, and that's what you want to be involved in, right? That's where the real important stuff can happen, and you know, who knows if we're going to win the summer or not? But I know we're going to go into it with the right attitude, the right environment, and a team which believes it's got a chance. Look, Australia's a very good lineup, right? They're world-class bowlers. They've been a very good team for a long period of time, and they'll be a formidable challenge for us. But it's a challenge that we're really looking forward to. It's what you want to play sport for, right? You want to be playing against the best and in the biggest series and on the biggest stage, and there's no greater opportunity than what lies in front of us in the next 6 to 8 weeks. So we'll see. From our point of view, we don't go into too prescribed with our method. It's about trying to ensure that we're nice and free of mind and being able to live in the present and deal with what comes our way. If that's a high scoring rate, great. If it's not, well, that's great too. We'll just see what happens.
So you mentioned that sort of big summer and how important it is. England fans are really excited about this Ashes series. Do you feel that excitement? Do you feel their excitement and what this summer could do for Test cricket itself?
Yeah, absolutely. It's you know, everywhere you go, there's people talking about how great the summer's going to be, and I think, you know, that's testament to both teams too, right? I think it's such an anticipated series because, well, it always is the Ashes, I'm sure, but on this particular occasion, because of how both teams are coming into this with the belief in their games and the quality of players that both sides possess, I think that creates that anticipation and maybe a level of expectation as well. But that's what you want, right? It's a great honour to be in the position that we're in, to be able to try and hopefully entertain and inspire people to want to follow this team, want to be a part of this sport, and to hopefully try and captivate some people that may not have been necessarily that keen on cricket, or maybe not have been grabbed beforehand. To have that opportunity is something that we're immensely proud of, and we'll hope to do everyone proud.
That was Brendan McCullum, and he's already made one big call with Josh Tongue picked to make a Test debut ahead of Chris Wokes, and the Worcestershire bowler has been speaking about his selection with Eleanor Oldroyd.
It's just an amazing feeling. I'm proud to have the England kit on for especially what I've been through with various things. I think I'm just proud to be here.
At one stage, because you've suffered a load of injuries, haven't you? Have there been points where you thought this chance would never come?
Yeah, definitely. I feel like growing up as a young kid, I've always wanted to play for England, and obviously these injuries haven't helped in my career so far, but I'm just glad that I stuck in and I'm here now. What's your cricket story? Where were you introduced to the game? Was there somebody who inspired you to play it? So my dad played cricket, so me and my brother used to go down to go and watch him, and in the lunch intervals we used to play cricket. He never used to get any lunch just because we were trying to make him bowl at us or bat against us. So my dad was a big influence in the start of my career, and obviously my mum as well, taking me everywhere around the country, playing all the age group stuff cricket, and obviously played for Worcester when I was 6 years old and went through the pathway stuff from 6 all the way up to professional. So at 6, how good were you? I mean, somebody obviously spotted something in you and thought, this lad's going to play decent cricket one day. Well, I was 6 years old playing for the under-10s Worcester. I don't think they had anyone that could bowl that quick in the age group, and I think they really liked what they saw about me, so I was playing from then.
So tell us about the injuries that you've had in recent years. I mean, what have been the key things that have held you back?
So my main one recently has been my shoulder. It's called thoracic outlet syndrome. Basically, I just couldn't feel the whole of my right arm, so I couldn't feel the ball in my hand, which is obviously not good as a fast bowler. And I had 2 operations on my shoulder that they didn't work. I saw 2 specialists in London, which didn't go well, so I got in contact with a 3rd specialist up in Manchester, and he said, let's try a bit of Botox in my neck just to sort of settle down the nerve, because it's all like a nerve-related injury. And I had that about a year and a bit ago now, and it lasted for 11 months, the Botox, until I had another lot of Botox, which I had after I got back from the lines in Sri Lanka. And touch wood, it's working.
So no pain now? I mean, is pain always part of a fast bowler's lot?
I think pain's always going to be there as a fast bowler. Obviously, we bowl a lot of overs. I think everyone knows that. But luckily, I've had no problems with the shoulder since.
Being around this England group, who's been the quickest to welcome you in here, do you think, or has it been a general thing?
It's been a general thing. Brendan McCullum was very welcoming when I saw him, and all the lads were very welcoming as well. It's just a very nice group to be involved.
And you've had this summer the pleasure of being one of those people who's managed to get Steve Smith out. A lot of bowlers can't say that. A lot of bowlers have tried and failed. How do you get Steve Smith out?
Well, LBW. No, I didn't think when I knew I was going to be playing against him and obviously Pujara as well. I think as a bowling group at Worcester, we try not to think of then. We just try to be more in the present and just try and do what we do best, is to try and dry up as many balls as we can. Obviously, Steve Smith's a very good player, but luckily on that day he missed one of the straight ones that I bowled to.
There you go. Josh Tongue, presumably with a perfectly wrinkle-free arm, who's bowled pretty well today. 6 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 18. Still waiting for his first Test wicket. I should mention that the sun's out now too, and it's a really lovely afternoon. And Ireland are having their lunch at 78 for 4. McCullum, who opened the batting, is on 29, and Lorcan Tucker is on 8. Sterling, the main man really, was out for 30 to Jack Leach. And let's talk about Ireland now. There's been a lot of discussion this week about how they're viewing this Test after comments that were made in the run-up. Cricket Ireland's high-performance director described the Lord's Test as, quotes, not a pinnacle event, with emphasis instead on Ireland's qualification tournament for the 50-over World Cup. And their captain, Andy Balbirnie, was quoted as saying, if we get bowled out for 30 in both innings against England, but qualify for the World Cup, that's a win. That's our most successful summer ever. But Balbirnie was asked in the pre-match media conference if he saw this Test as a pinnacle event.
Yeah, look, as a Test team, it definitely is. I think I suppose, as a group, we have a very similar Test team to ODI team to T20 team. It's the same sort of core players that you see in the squad. As a Test team, this is our pinnacle event. There's no doubt about that. A Test match at Lord's, I'm very fortunate that this is going to be my second Test at Lord's, and that's an amazing thing for an Irish cricketer to say that they've achieved. So certainly as a Test team, it is our pinnacle event. We're not sure when our next Test is as a team, so we have to enjoy this and try our very best to get a result and create a bit of history. I think if we were to beat England in a Test, it would be easily our best achievement in cricket, in the game. It's the hardest format against one of the traditionally the best teams in the world at their home ground. So we're not looking too far ahead of, we need to win this Test match. Of course, we'd like to, but we understand that we have to go through a process of trying to keep up with these guys and compete with these guys over a long period of time. One day in T20, you just have to have a good 10 or 15 overs and you can come out in the right end of a result. Test match is completely different. You have to be good for, I know this is 4 days, but you've got to be good for a lot of that 4 days, and that's going to be the biggest challenge.
That's Andy Balbirnie, Ireland's captain, who said today was the proudest day of his life, leading his team through the long room. Now, we're going to have a chat about where the team is then, with the former wicketkeeper Niall O'Brien, Michael McNamee from BBC Northern Ireland, who's commentating with us here, and Nathan Johns from the Irish Times, who was part of our team at the recent Women's T20 World Cup in South Africa. Right, Niall, you're the one Test player representing Ireland.
One Test, one day.
Yeah. What do you think about this? I mean, when I read those comments, and I clearly am a massive supporter of Test cricket. It felt like a bit of a dagger in the heart to Test cricket that here's Ireland recently admitted, as it were, or relatively recent anyway, to Test cricket, and already not viewing a Test match against England at Lord's as a pinnacle event. I mean, when you just read it in black and white like that, you think, oh, really? How can you really feel like that? You know, you've worked so hard for it. It was, what, about 2012, I think, that the aim was set that you'd be playing Test cricket. That was the target, and there were some good reasons for it. I mean, I seem to remember Warren Dootram saying at the time that they're trying to stop Irish players coming over and qualifying for England. Owen Morgan, Ed Joyce, Boyd Rankin, Martin McKay can go back to there as being examples of that. So that seemed to be okay, a bit of a process. But to hear that comment, I think, oh.
Yeah, it's a difficult question for the captain to really answer. And either way, if you said this was the most important fixture and the World Cup wasn't as important, there would have been people saying you have to get to the World Cup. So I think I've got a bit of sympathy for Andrew Balbirnie, because that is a tough question. I think when you're right, you read it in black and white, it doesn't look good. Because these 4 days could be the best 4 days of some of these players' lives, not just careers, but lives. So to say it's not a pinnacle event, it's difficult to kind of gather where that's come from, because it is. It's massive. It's huge. But on the flip side, Ireland need to get to that World Cup in India. They need to get to India to play 9 ODIs against big sides and to get some of that income from that World Cup. So I get where Andrew Balbirnie is sitting, and the performance director Richard Holdred echoing the same thoughts, but this is pinnacle. Like growing up in Ireland, listening to TMS and Test match cricket and watching cricket on the BBC, this is what we all watched. We got a couple of games a year on the TV, and this was the game you watched, whether it was against the great West Indies or the great Aussies or the great Pakistan team. Test match cricket at Lord's was what you all wanted to do. So I think it's a difficult one from Andrew Balbirnie. I think he tried to dodge it as best he could, but I'm sure that these guys are deeming this as a pinnacle event. But that World Cup, it's essential, Aggers. They have to get to that World Cup to keep pushing the button for the one-day status and keep delivering against some of the bigger nations. They've had some good success recently. They've also missed out on ODIs when they should have won. They could easily have qualified for the World Cup if they had put in some better performances. And, you know, after Zimbabwe, they go to Scotland for a T20 World Cup qualifying campaign. So it's a massive summer, probably Ireland's biggest ever summer. And starting here, it's a marvellous occasion. But it's difficult when you read in black and white, not a pinnacle event. I disagree.
Dathan, what did you think? And I make the point again that Balbirnie, when I spoke to him at the toss, did say this was the proudest day of his life, to walk through the long room and lead his team out.
Yeah, and of course, I think if you look at the interview where you spoke about the getting bowled out for 30, which, you know, by the way, they haven't done morning one, they've avoided that nightmare scenario. But in that same interview, he said when he was in Bangladesh, and he was out talking to, I think it was Tamim Iqbal. He said Tamim said to him, "I played 70 tests, but I've only ever got one at Lord's." So I think, you know, you combine that with the proudest day of his life. Like, he's more than aware of what this means. He played here, of course. He was contracted at Middlesex for a while. He's more than capable of being aware of the magnitude of that. I think it's a reality of the game. I think Ireland missed the party on Test cricket. When Test cricket was at its most popular was when they were trying to get it, and then probably when they just got it, and now they've had the 4-year hiatus because COVID completely destroyed their income levels, so they couldn't afford to play Test cricket. Richard Holdsworth, in those same comments, also said the reason why they can afford to play now is because they're playing away from home. They don't have to pay the hosting costs. They don't have to put up the infrastructure because they don't have a permanent stadium. They don't have to pay for the other teams to come over. So, you know, why not? We've got a little bit more income so that we can travel. So he said that. And yeah, I think they missed the party because, again, he said it's the financial reasons of qualifying for 2 World Cups, both 50 over and T20. And if you look at the way the world is going now, we're all worried about what franchise leagues are going to do. And, you know, Ireland probably have come back into Test cricket at a time when Test cricket is on the way down, so to speak. So, and that's another reality. So there's the financial reality that Ireland simply can't afford to play Test cricket. Now there's stories that they're getting more money from 2024 onwards, which is good news and hopefully means more red ball. But equally, they're coming back in at a time where things are looking down. And Michael is probably worth. I mean, I should have made the point that, you know, they actually haven't picked their strongest side either. You know, with Josh Little not playing.
Well, I think if you've paid your money, and I've friends of mine over for this game, Scotty and Stephen from my club, my old radio producer Brian Johnson, the other Brian Johnson there in the ground, they have come over for a Test match at Lord's. They don't quite get as excited about a qualifier against Italy and Scotland, and that was another quote that Balbirnie said, that arguably a qualifying match against Italy and Scotland might be a bigger game for the future. So there's a disparity between a fan's view, and there are fans who've been with Ireland through thick and thin from the olden days, and of course there are more recent fans who've come on board, which has been brilliant. But it does seem as if an awful lot of decisions, I mean, is Chelmsford going to suddenly become Ireland's home ground? You know, the expense of setting up Malahide, at the point that Nathan made, there's no permanent home ground there, and that seems as far away as possible. So there's a disparity between what the team and Cricket Ireland want and between the way that the fans would view it. I mean, this is 4 years ago when, you know, Tim Murtagh was you know, pulling off 5 for 13 or whatever. Those are the things that you'll tell your children about, being at the home of cricket. I mean, I still get a buzz. I can't believe I'm sitting here. It's a buzz for me, Aggers. So there's that disparity between the financial requirements and the situation that cricket in Ireland are in and the way that fans view it.
And as a player, Niall, I mean, just the preparation to prepare yourself for Test cricket, and at the moment there's no first-class cricket in Ireland. So what sort of realistic preparation is there? The day in the field that we fast bowlers all talk about, the different skills of batting, the knowing what to leave, and all of those things, the judgment that you just don't have in one-day cricket.
Yeah, and there hasn't been first-class cricket for a number of years. And to be brutally honest, when first-class cricket came into Ireland, it was the back end of my professional career. I went back a bit, and it was substandard. So it hasn't even been the opportunity for guys to play first-class cricket. They're now deemed overseas players in the UK, which is a shame, because a lot of the Ireland-based players, Sterling, Joyce, etc., honed their skills in the county game. So that's been taken away. We've seen this morning, you know, Harry Tector, wonderful cricketer, second ball, walking down the pitch, going across the stumps to Stuart Broad, one of the best bowlers England has ever produced, and took him one to leg slip. Now, that for me says a bloke, you know, hasn't got enough red ball cricket in him, that he's almost in an aggressive white ball mindset to get down the pitch, get across the stumps, when really it's a good line length ball. You just got to pat it back, second ball. So I think, you know, the Ireland boys, they're missing red ball cricket, because I'm a believer in, you know, honing your technique in red ball cricket, which will help you deliver in white ball cricket, not necessarily vice versa. So they have had 3 test matches, and the batters have generally done well. But they need more. They need more proper, and I mean proper red ball cricket. And I think it's something Ireland and the coach Heinrich Milan wants to do. He wants to introduce more red ball cricket, whether that is going overseas, playing in maybe Zimbabwean domestic cricket, and getting some of these younger guys some more time on their feet. I get your point. County cricket, early season, you know, run in, bowl 20 overs. The great Mike Hendrick, you know, miles in the legs. As batters, you got to hit a lot of balls. Yeah. You got to hone your technique and the mindset. You've got to be willing to bat and bat some more, and that's not easily done without time in the middle and regular first-class cricket.
And is it going to come back? Is first-class cricket going to come back, Nathan?
Yeah, next year, as far as I understand. Nothing hasn't been announced or anything, but there was interviews beforehand in the last year or so where it's been hinted at, and like I said, 2024 is when the ICC funding structure changes. Ireland have more or less tripled their money, and one of the top things on their wish list is to bring that first-class structure back next year.
Well, that's good. I mean, and you clearly love Test cricket as well, but do you feel that there is an air of inevitability about the priority that's being given here? I mean, this is just simply the cards that they've been dealt, and the chief exec has got to keep them in the black, and the way by doing that is the World Cup.
So I mean, I don't necessarily blame them. I mean, they're being honest here.
This is the situation in which they find themselves.
It is absolutely. Yep. Now you can the criticism you can have is, are they too honest? Are they alienating the thousands of fans who've flown over from Dublin or Belfast or where have you, because this is Lord's? I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure if this was. But last night I got a text from somebody saying that he might not bother. He's flown over, but he might not bother coming because he's frustrated at all the chat about this is not a pinnacle event, etc. Now I suspect if you bought a ticket, you're going to come regardless. But
I hope so.
there is that little bit of chatter. Now I think that's probably in the minority. But yeah, they're being honest, and you know, we're going to slate them for saying that's not a pinnacle event. But like I said, you'd almost rather they say that and say, look, this is just a free hit. We're playing this because it's away from home and it's cheaper for us, and because you're not going to turn down a test at Lord's. But at the same time, you know, the media might care more about this, but we care more about not slipping up to Italy in Scotland in a qualifier in 2 months' time.
Nepal, USA, I mean, there's some big games down the line. That when you're sitting here at Lord's talking about a test match, it kind of seems a bit ridiculous. But Mike, I mean,
we've got to make the point, Aggers, in terms of public appeal and the number of players and cricket is well down the order in Ireland, the island of Ireland. You're behind both Gaelic sports, hurling and football. You're behind association football. You're behind rugby. There's horse racing's very big. Lots of people are golfing. Lots of people are cycling. So it is still, a niche sport in Irish terms, and arguably over the last 10, 15, 20 years, the Ireland men's team have exceeded themselves, have played above their level, So
I'm a Bangalore veteran.
Well, yes, absolutely.
Extraordinary game.
And all you have to do, it's one of those things, if you're an Irish cricket fan, you just say Bangalore, and everybody knows what that means, which it doesn't often happen. But the other thing, not having, Nathan, a permanent home ground, the fact that they have to construct home fixtures at Malahide or Clontarf or up at Stormont and Belfast or in the northwest, it is a major issue, isn't it? A home ground with possibly a roof might be the idea,
Well, the other thing is that in theory they're hosting World T20 games in 2030. Stadia take a long time to build.
Yes.
Brand new squares at cricket stadia take a long time to bed in. Like I read somewhere, I think they need to have a square in place by 2026, 2027 to let that bed in for a potential World Cup hosting job. So that's the other issue. Whatever about right now there's no ground, there's no floodlights. Like they can't play T20 games in the evening and draw in the post-work crowd because they haven't got a stadium with floodlights. That's one issue. But the other one is they're supposed to be hosting games in 7 years' time, and there's nowhere to do it.
So if we're tempted to jump up and down, we should take account of the fact, I think it's what you're saying, that actually without qualification for the World Cup, actually Irish cricket faces a potentially pretty bleak future, actually.
100%. I've made this point 1,000 times. You talk about Bangalore. We talk about these famous wins. 2015, Nelson, I remember as well.
Melbourne recently as well.
Melbourne recently.
Southampton.
I was there, Southampton, all these wins, right? But they've all come... What Cricket Ireland has, in my opinion, has failed to do is capitalise that, because everyone talks about they're great for the growth of the game. The national broadcaster at home will put it top of the news bulletin, great. But in terms of actually growing the game, those wins, you have to ask the question, well, what's actually going to grow the game is those wins happen, and then you've got a really high quality domestic product at home, like playing games on Friday nights in a stadium with floodlights, and go, right, well, if you like that, come down here and spend a £5 on the door and watch Harry Tector playing in a stadium in Dublin, and that's how you're going to grow it. That's how you're going to get bums on seats. That's how you're going to grow your revenue. And that's not what happened, which ties back to your stadium point. They can't do that because they haven't got that product that they can sell and use to grow to these new eyeballs.
Right. It all sort of clicks into place. Do you think that getting Test status was kind of an impossible dream? Do you think it's been the right thing for Irish cricket to get Test status? And that's a tricky question. We played 6, lost 6. There have been moments in those games, but you're just not playing enough of it to. You haven't got the basis in first-class cricket, although hopefully it's coming back, to prepare the players efficiently, and not really getting the number of matches that's worth the effort to restore your first-class cricket and get it going. Why don't you just play white ball cricket?
It probably came later than ideal, because if it came 3 or 4 years early, you would have had a lot of players in their pump. The Joyces of the world.
The Bangalore generation.
Well, for want of a better expression, playing
that would have been
in
a
their
good
prime,
team. That would have
in
been
their prime, playing Test match cricket, and actually would have taken down a few sides, because a lot of the guys were playing regular first-class cricket over here. We got Test status. It was amazing. I got my cap in front of a packed Malahide, and it was a great occasion. But as you say, the games, they're not coming thick. It's too hard to play a Test match and then play another one 18 months later, because you're not learning. And the guys aren't getting the experience to get out and play regular first-class cricket. First-class cricket is my favourite format. I would have loved to have had a chance to have played 10 tests, 20 tests in a 4 or 5 year period. If we had Test status a little bit earlier. It's difficult. You get given Test status and then everyone just expects things to change overnight. They don't. You get given this status and everyone thinks, oh, you're a wealthy board. Ireland are not. They're not a wealthy board. They're facing regular financial situations and permutations that are thrown at them. Some down to their own doing, and some not. Some out of their hands. So I think it's great, and it was a great dream for Warren to have Test cricket. And it's great for these boys to play Test cricket. But I don't think we're going to see Ireland playing 6, 7, 8 Test matches a year moving forward. It's going to be the odd game here or there. They're due to play in Zimbabwe the back end of the year, December, I think. Again. Is that one test on the back end of 6 one-day games? Is that really relevant? I spoke to Paul Sterling a few months ago. He said, it's great, play Test cricket, but what is it for? Is it to get, your name on an honours board, or is it to get a Test match 100? He's enjoying it, but what's the end goal? As opposed to white ball cricket is get to a World Cup, maybe get to a semi-final of a World Cup, or get to a T20 World Cup and get to a knockout stage. So, the players kind of have that feeling as well. Where are we going? What is the roadmap for Test match cricket?
Could a way, Nathan, I'm only just thinking sort of off the top of my head, but to follow the women's format in a way for countries like Ireland and Zimbabwe, Afghanistan and others, where you mix them all together and you have one Test match in the course of it, which is just a one-off game, and it's points in the bigger picture, if you like. So therefore, it's not quite as exposed, perhaps, as this. And it's part of a wider context. Maybe that's a way forward.
Well, that's. I think there's 2 points about that. The point being they're not going to be playing multi-games Test match series anytime soon, and so there's not going to be the context of winning a series 2-1 or whatever. The Sri Lanka, they played 2 Test matches out in Sri Lanka, but only really because Sri Lanka turned around to them and said, we want to play more red ball cricket because there's a chance that we get through to the World Test Championship final. So if we do, we don't want to be playing ODIs against you, we want to be playing Test matches. So Ireland got lucky and got an extra test instead of those ODIs. The other thing is, and Heinrich Milan, the head coach, mentioned this in a press conference, he talked about this whole pinnacle event and the fact that all ODIs now are going to be World Cup qualifiers essentially, because the World Cup qualification is going to be based on rankings rather than a Super League. And he briefly threw it in. He didn't quite give us more, but he briefly threw in the phrase World Test Championship. So it sounds like there might be an aim in there somewhere of trying to get into that, which at least is something. Like we said, do they have the finances to do that? They might do as of next year onwards, but I don't know. That might be a goal in the pipeline. There's your suggestion, but then there's equally, are they trying to get into that championship? Because that would give it the context that Niall has said the players are crying out for.
Yeah. Well, thanks to all of you. Thanks, Nathan. Nice to meet you. You look scarily like Alistair Cook. I'm sure you've been told that before. I mean, Alistair Cook about 20 years ago, I used to have. But
every day I walk into a cricket press box.
It's Alistair Cook. It's Alistair Cook. Yeah. Oh, well, there you go. A real life. Well, that's a fascinating discussion. There we go. For people who know about Irish cricket and what's going on in the background, and maybe explain those comments that were made and put them into some sort of context. So I think that's a good job done. There we go. Isha's here alongside Tuffers in his caramel jacket.
Is that what we're going with, caramel? Okay, thanks.
But buff.
Thanks.
I'm going with buff. I've had loads of
thanks, Angus.
Like things you get from the paint shop. Or, with all
the colour chart.
The colour chart.
They've actually gone and got a colour chart and actually matched it to your jacket.
And I think the closest
people have too much time on their hands.
Is buff. And it's not me, it's my jacket.
No, he's not in the buff, Aggers. No.
No.
Phil Tufnell is fully clothed and fully glassed. He's got his sunglasses on because it is bright sunshine here at Lord's. This is what it's all about, isn't it? The start of the cricketing summer, the Test summer, as we will continue. England's first Test of the summer against Ireland. They are 78 for 4 after England won the toss and elected to bowl first. It was leaden skies this morning, which is exactly why Stokes decided to bowl first. And they did get a bit of movement early on. They were able to extract a few. Maybe could have got a few more Tuffers, but McCullum has been pretty stubborn out there, the opener, as well as Lorcan Tucker now on 8, and probably the most exciting prospect for this Ireland team, I'd say.
Well, they're keen, aren't they? They're waiting for the England team, who haven't quite appeared through the long room and down the steps. The 2 Irish batters are very keen to get out there. No, sun's come out, it's glorious and warm down there. We was having a chat, weren't we, Ish, down there about the summer and what's going to be round the corner.
It's a massive summer. Massive summer.
I'm excited, you know.
Yes.
I am excited, you know. I like cricket. And I like really high.
I'm glad you like cricket.
Well, yes, but I like, and also there's just...
It helps when you're working on a cricket broadcast.
It's the tradition. It's the, it's the rivalry. It's all of those things sort of wrapped up in an Ashes. And, for a player as well, there's nothing better than a home Ashes. If you can do well, couple of hundreds, couple of fifers, it really does sort of put you on the map as a cricketer. So, yeah, very exciting times just round the corner, as it is now as well, though.
Yep, players returning to the field. We can see Stuart Broad just warming up there. He had a brilliant morning.
History.
Never
liked history at school, but I like it to do with cricket.
What happened in 1942?
Battle of Trafalgar.
In the Ashes.
Not
Andy
like
might know.
1942.
No.
People were
Yeah,
a bit busy.
maybe not 1942, sorry,
yeah.
1952.
Got a U in history.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there were other things going on then,
Yeah.
sadly.
Looking out the window, looking at the cricket pitch,
Yes.
as a lot of us were.
Well, it is. It's an enticing prospect, isn't it? Both the men's and the women's Ashes.
Yes.
The women's played across a multi-format series. Every ball will be live on Test Match Special.
How do you think that's going to go? Big loss, Meg Lanning, for the Aussies?
Huge blow
Yeah.
not to have Meg Lanning.
Yeah.
I'm sure Australia would have loved to have had her as the captain and at the helm of this juggernaut of an Australian women's team. They're probably the greatest that have ever been, to be honest. So amazing to have them come over to our shores. But I don't think England are too far off, you know.
No.
If they
Bit of
play
luck.
their best cricket, then, and it's a classic cliche, isn't it? They start well, then they have every chance of overturning the Aussies. But they have to start well, as do the England men's team. Well, I just think that first test at Edgbaston is just going to be fascinating, isn't it? England and the way they're playing their cricket, the bold new approach that they're going with in both departments, but certainly with the batting against their bowlers, the world-class pace attack that Australia have. It's mouth-watering, isn't it, Tuffers?
Absolutely. Cannot wait. It's going to be a right old ding-dong. Last man standing it's going to be, isn't it? You know, I don't think... I'd like to play poker against this England side, because it would just be all in. Even if you got 7-2, you're all in. So that might work against them. It's going to be interesting just to see if that sort of mindset changes. I doubt it.
Well, someone who's going to be a real feature of the summer is Stuart Broad, and here he is at the top of his mark, standing at the pavilion end with 3 slips in position. Ireland then 78 for 4. Here comes Stuart Broad. He bowls, and that's solidly defended by James McCollum, who's looks pretty confident out there. He's 29 from 94 deliveries. He's looked compact and composed.
He's done his job, hasn't he? Gone out there, get behind it. You don't have to be rattling along at 4 or 5 and over. Try and get through that new ball. I think Ireland will be a bit disappointed with a few of the shots they played. Perhaps, played around a front pad and just poked a little bat out of it. But, I mean, it's tricky. As you say, it was overcast, and you got the likes of Stuart Broad, who loves Lords. He knows what he's doing.
Broad chasing his shadow as he's past the stumps to McCollum, who's tucking it off his hip down to long leg for a single. He moves to 30, 80 for 4, Ireland. A few clouds dotted around, and that breeze still quite strong.
It was chilly this morning.
Yeah, it was very chilly, wasn't it?
It was chilly.
Yeah.
Warmed up
It's
nicely,
been
though.
strange, isn't it? The last 2 or 3 weeks, it's been quite...
It's been threatening.
Yeah.
It's been threatening to get hot.
I've opened the curtains and it's looked bright sunshine, so I...
What, for the first time in 3 weeks? What have you been doing?
No, just in every day of the last 3 weeks, I opened the curtains and it's been nice weather, but you walk out and there's a real chill to it. But
Yeah. Warming up now.
here comes Broad again as Tucker advances and defends it to mid-wicket, looking to be positive, standing outside of his crease. Now, Tucker showed a lot of promise in the T20 World Cup. In fact, I'd say he was Ireland's best player at the T20 World Cup just gone. He's a pretty aggressive sort of style, and he'll give as good as he gets, I'd say. So 3 slips for him. Has a leg slip in position. They did just move a man across to mid-wicket. There's a short mid-wicket as well, no mid-on. A wideish mid-off and a point. So loads of space on the offside as he taps his bat down, now crouched. As Broad bowls off the hip out to long leg again. As Broad is looking to angle it into the pads. They'll pick up a run. And Tucker goes to 9. In fact, it is 80 for 4 now. Lots of people in today, Tuffers.
Yeah.
Loads dotted around the mound stand, over to the Warner, and the grandstand over to our right.
Yeah, the bars are doing good business. You can hear the hum. Everyone chatting about the summer that's round the corner, I think, as well as enjoying today's cricket as well.
Short mid-wicket moves to mid-on for McCullum, who's back and across and defending to the offside off the front foot, getting in and behind it. Another rivalry we're looking forward to this summer.
Go on.
Stuart Broad, David Warner.
Well, I know. That was incredible, wasn't it? Last time he was over here. It was, well, it was just incredible, wasn't it? It was like absolute torturous for David Warner. I think, what did he average, about 7 or something? Yeah, unbelievable. I don't think he's going to have a poorer season as that again.
McCullum swipes at one outside the off-stump. He really tries to lace that through the covers. He misses it completely, and Johnny Bairstow dives to collect the ball.
Corey would have been disappointed if he'd have got a little toe end on that.
End of the over, 80 for 4.
You were overstating things slightly.
Oh, was I? Sorry.
Yeah. He was not that good, Warner. He averaged 35 runs from 104 balls and dismissed 7 times by Broad in the 2019 series. Broad got him a couple of times in Australia as well. But yeah, before that, Warner generally had the better of it, particularly in England. But yeah, it all turned around with that new angle round the wicket in 2019.
Well, one thing you can be sure of is that I don't think he's going to average 5 again. It's as simple as that. I mean, hopefully Stuart Broad will still have the wood on him, but be interesting to see how that goes. There's so many of those little matchups, though, isn't there? You know,
But you just wonder how that affects someone over a period of time. I mean, you can't imagine that would have affected Warner too badly, just because of, you know, his experience and what he's done over a long period of time. But yeah, I mean, it's standing at the top of his mark, Stuart Broad, and David Warner facing down Edgbaston.
You might see him just run down the wicket, because even if he gets a thick edge for 4, he's averaging. You know, he may as well just go full-blooded at it.
Well, the nut is back. Jack Leach.
What a nut.
Had a nice little battle earlier with Paul Sterling, of which he was able to extract him. So here he comes again, bowling from the nursery end. He's got a silly point in position as Tucker works it around the corner, gets down and ramps it to fine leg as Joe Root is charging after the ball. He'll come back for a couple. Tucker moves to 11, 82 for 4.
Yeah, got right over to the offside there. It was pretty straight. Might have just been slipping down the leg side. Got right over the offside and just had a little ramp. Couple of runs.
Change bowler, Jack Leach under Ben Stokes.
Absolutely.
Tuffers.
Yeah, absolutely.
As Tucker's forwards and working it to backward square, no run.
I had a little net with him a couple of weeks ago for TMS, and we had a lovely little
Which
chat.
is available where?
Um,
BBC Clips?
Yes.
On the website?
Yes, BBC Clips.
Tucker crouched down, forward press, back and cutting the ball out to deep cover for a single. He's pushing for a second, but will settle for the 1 as a throw comes in from Duckett. 83 for 4, Tucker to 12.
Yeah, and you know, we had a nice little chat, and we had a little net and what have you, and yeah, he's an improved bowler, very keen, wants to learn.
More attacking bowler?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's surprisingly how fast he gets it through, actually, and how much zip he gets on it. He's really, you know, been looking to work on sort of driving through, and yeah, he's going to have a big role to play as well.
Catching mid-off now in position as Leach is forward, bowls and driven by McCullum out to deep cover for a single.
Because as a spin bowler now, as a spin bowler in Test match cricket, it's slightly changed the emphasis on the batters. You know what's going to happen. They're coming for you. It's as simple as that. They're not going to try and let this settle like in the old days and get into your rhythm. It's going to be game on from ball 1. He knows that.
Mid-on has pushed back as Tucker comes forwards and defends the ball back down the pitch. You can hear when Leach met Tuffers on the BBC Sounds app on the TMS podcast stream, and we'll play that on TMS as well during the summer.
Yeah. Sounds like a sitcom, doesn't it?
Well, Leach meets Tuffers as that's played to mid-on by Tucker at the end of the over. 84 for 4.
Oh, look, the window's opening. Yes, it's getting a bit warm in here.
You can hear it, can't you?
Yeah, here she comes.
Mechanical effort.
The only window in the media box. And we've got it.
Yep. Very privileged here. Oh, it's suddenly become a lot clearer.
Yeah.
Did anyone clean the windows?
Wow, that's right. Must be a bit tricky, actually.
Yeah. Well, you just lift it up, don't you? And then just...
Well, yeah, no, but all of them.
Yeah,
all
that's
of them.
true.
It's not just one.
So Broad giving the ball a vigorous shine on his thigh as McCollum sets himself up. 3 slips still there in position as Broad approaches now. McCollum off the hip, tries to work it away down to long leg, but it hits the pad and finds its way to backward square. They still come through for 1 though. 85 for 4, but it is a leg bye. Lovely patchwork across the hallowed turf. Tuffers.
Yes. Yeah, nice, like a tartan, isn't it?
Yeah, with the strips across the pitch as well.
I can't get that. I can't get. It doesn't matter how much I mow my lawn. Just can't seem to get the stripes in it.
There's a certain method and technique to it.
Well, I think there is.
Okay. Surely you just. There must be a heavier setting, or no? Or you just go over it a couple more times? No? Okay.
No.
Anyone out there who can help Tuffers
How
with
do you
his
get them
tartan mission?
Yeah, love that in the backyard.
Tucker advances, looks to pull the ball, but it ends up on the floor.
He's
plays it onto his jumper and then trickles away from him. Nearly leg slip in play.
Yeah, he's run at him. He's actually not just a couple of sort of walking steps towards Stuart Broad, Tucker there. He's actually had a little dance down to him. Stuart Broad saw him coming, dug it in short, and he still went for it. Yeah, looking to counter-attack.
Well, what is it when you do your hair? You grade 1, 2. It's just different settings, isn't it? What if you never shaved your hair?
No.
Okay.
No, I try to avoid cutting the grass as well, to be honest.
Tucker this time set back and pulls the ball away out to deep mid-wicket. He stays in his crease this time. It bounces a couple of times and into the boundary cushion in front of the Allen stand. So playing with Stuart Broad here at the moment, Lord Kentucky. We did say he was quite aggressive and positive, and he's using the length.
Yeah,
moves to 16.
Stuart Broad, that's only just sort of short of a length, back of a length really, heavy delivery, but rocks on the back foot, dispatches that with ease. As you say, right back in his crease, looking to be positive.
89 for 4 now, Ireland. Broad pushes forwards, arms pumping. There's Tucker this time clipping the ball to mid-wicket, no run. Looking to zone in on those pads once more. Stuart Broad, which has served him pretty well today. That's how he extracted those early wickets, by being accurate and at the stumps. A reminder, you can watch the wickets that have fallen and other highlights on the BBC Sport website and app. And today at the Test is on BBC Two from 7 o'clock, or watch at your leisure on the BBC iPlayer. And you'll get to make your mind up about whether it's a caramel jacket that Tuffers is wearing.
Going with buff.
This time he advances again. Sticks to his guns, Stuart Broad, length ball, and he just defends it in front of him.
Hello. That's a couple of times he's had a little chassé down the pitch. This time, like I say, Stuart Broad, he must be seeing him coming because he's digging it in. That's hit him in sort of right in the gloves, just above the ribs. But showing some intent, not just willing to sort of stay back and defend, trying to get on the front foot.
Well, there's a man in close at short mid-wicket there.
Yeah, the
no
trouble.
mid-on.
Yeah.
Just where he's trying to target is Tucker. Stays again this time and pats the ball back to Stuart Broad. No run at the end of the over, 89 for 4.
Yeah, it's quite a nice field, that, actually. You've got the man in short there at sort of a short mid-on, mid-wicket, and then one round the corner, because if you're looking to use your feet and you're coming down, if it does get big on you, lots of times you get that sort of inside edge, don't you, or something hits your thigh pad and just pops up. So I think that's what England are looking for.
That misty feel has gone from northwest London. It's a gentle pink hue in the distance as we head and look over to Maida Vale. Lots of blue sky around. As Jack Leach spins himself a catch. There's a slip in play, short mid-wicket as well, and a man in catching it.
Yeah, I like
short
this.
mid-on.
Well, there's two in
a little bit wide there, yeah. Two mid-wickets as the left-arm spinner is into his work. As that's turned around the corner by McCollum. He gets down on one knee and just paddles it round the corner down to the boundary in front of the pavilion, and it's executed pretty well. So
looking to shake things up at the start of the over here, McCullum.
Yeah, both of them looking to play that ramp shot for Jack Leach. Might be worth just bowling it a little bit wider of that off stump if they're looking there, so they've got to fetch it a bit more and also take the pace off it a little bit, so it's just, you don't have to just lay the bat on it, make them hit it round the corner, because that's when it gets the top edge like Sterling did.
McCullum on 35, 93 for 4 is his forwards this time and pushing it to extra cover.
I don't know where you could take one from, actually, to get a man on the 45.
Just move that man a bit further round. Because Leach is into McCullum, who's turning the ball to mid-wicket. There's a miscommunication. He's sent back, but Zach Crawley, who dived to stop the ball, not able to get it in on time.
Yeah, he was halfway down the pitch there, McCullum. He fancied the single. Just not gathered. Oh, no, gathered it all right, but always a strange throw from Crawley on his knees.
Here comes Leach again to McCullum, who's forwards. Straight bat, presenting it right down the track. No run. Change of field again. So Zach Crawley is now positioning himself around the corner at catching leg slip.
Really are encouraging the sweep now. They've got no man there on the sweep. If he gets any sort of bat on it, it's 4. Encouraging the sweep, but then also bringing the LBW into play.
McCullum advances, but defends the ball and works it to square leg. The inside edge comes through for 1. 94 for 4. McCullum to 36.
Yeah, a little bit of cat and mouse going on. I think this is where Jack Leach has really improved as well through the captaincy of Ben Stokes. You know, he's almost doing his thinking for him a little bit. You know, just trying to sort of manoeuvre batsmen to play sort of the wrong shot to the wrong ball.
Tucker shuffles across, tries to get the sweep out, but misses it. It hits the thigh pad and falls in front of him. So no run at the end of the over. 94 for 4. Andy?
Well, just looking at Jack Leach's recent form, up until the start of the what we call the Bazball era, this time last year, he'd taken 79 wickets in Tests, averaged just under 32 with a wicket every 70 balls. Since then, he's had 42 wickets in 11 Tests plus this one, excluding the Lord's Test against New Zealand when he went off injured early on and didn't bowl. 42 wickets at 38 and a wicket every 70 balls. So that might suggest that he's been doing worse. The main difference is he played series in India and Sri Lanka in that first period on very helpful spinning pitches. Since then he's played in England, in Pakistan, which, although it's in Asia, has generally been quite difficult for spin bowlers in recent years, and in New Zealand. If you take out the India and Sri Lanka stats from those numbers, I'll finish this after this ball from Broad.
Here comes Stuart Broad then. McCullum back in his crease and defends the ball to the offside, no run.
If you take out those numbers, prior to Bazball, he played 13 Tests, excluding India and Sri Lanka, taken 33 wickets at 38.4, the exact average he's had since the start of Bazball. His economy rate was 2.7 compared to 3.3, but perhaps the key stat is his strike rate. A wicket every 70 balls since the start of last summer was 85 balls in those matches before then, and I think that shows how England have used him in a much more attacking way with fielders closer up. And that's been quite productive.
Well, obviously, Baz, I hate the word Bazball, so does Baz. Hold on.
Broad in. McCullum struck on the pads, but no appeal. Quite high up, no run.
Yeah, well, the new style that England have adopted to Test match cricket isn't just the batting. Everyone seems to think it's just the batting. It's with the ball as well. You know, no, let's keep that man up. Let him try and hit you over the top. Let's have 3 slips, even though it's not swinging. So, you know, it's just not going out and smashing it. It's about let's as you say, strike rate as well for bowlers.
Yeah, and they've taken all 10 wickets in every innings that they've bowled in since the start of last summer.
Yeah, refreshing. Love it.
And with Jack Leach, it's almost been a mindset that he's okay to go for runs.
Yeah.
You know, when you think about Pakistan, there's Broad is past the stumps to McCullum, who tucks this away down the leg side. He's getting that ball shaping back into him, but on that occasion a bit too much as that score moves to 98 for 4, and we're just working out whether it was off the pad or there was a bit of bat involved. leg byes, as I'm going to welcome Michael McNamee into commentary.
All right, Mike.
Afternoon, Puffers.
Nice to see you.
And to see you, nice. I was going to say the hubbub was up since lunch and then suddenly realised the window's been opened.
Yes.
I've never so much wanted to dangle a microphone out a window as I do now. Here's Broad in, and it's deflected and flicked into the hands of First Slip, and McCullum has gone for 36, and Broad strikes again. And there's a very important wicket. The man who'd held out from the start has gone, and a regulation catch for Joe Root.
Yeah, well played, well bowled Stuart Broad again, just in that channel with the Lord slope. Is it going to hold its line? Is it going to nip back on you? Perhaps didn't quite get forward enough this time, McCollum, and just dangled the bat, and a comfortable catch, I think, to Joe Root at first slip. But he's done well. He did well for his side. 36.
Faced 108 deliveries.
Yeah.
Ireland 98 for 5 in the 31st over.
He can be happy. Yeah, good round of applause. He can be happy with his job. That's what you got to do as an opener. As you say, you're going to be nervous walking out at Lords and a bit of overcast conditions. He'll be disappointed just as the sun comes out that he manages to get a little feather on one and getting called at first slip. But he can be happy with his work. And he's got, you know, at least he's got him up to a total. It was looking a bit iffy at the start of the day for the Irish, but a decent knock.
4 for 27 for Broad, Andy.
Yeah, nice.
McCollum, as you said, 36 from 108 with 5 fours. His second highest Test innings in his 11th innings, and his longest. And again, he highlights how little red ball cricket Ireland have played. He's been playing for Ireland for a number of years. But between August 2019 and the mere poor Test against Bangladesh in April of this year, played just one red ball game. That was against emerging Bangladesh in February 2021. So that just highlights the predicament that Ireland's players find themselves in.
How many fifers has Broady got at Lords? He'd have a few, wouldn't he? He's honing in on another one here.
The new batsman is, I would assume, Curtis Camphor. There he is. Played 4 Test matches, scored 188 at an average of 31.3, and got that century against Sri Lanka in Gaul earlier this year. So another batsman, in theory, in a decent nick. And that spectacular start to his ODI career against England.
Yeah, 188 at Gaul. Gaul could be tricky. Just like the spinners.
Don't think it was that many. 4 slips in, and a defensive shot immediately offered by Camphor. 4 slips, the man backward point. Another man in a fielding position in the offside, Andy.
But the 188 was his total career runs, 111 of them in that.
So he scored 188. This is career, I was going to say.
Still a decent knock. I mean, Ireland, that was a tough couple of games for them.
Yep.
Very, very hot conditions as Broad is in. White-haired and it's left by the batsman, deflects off some part of Bairstow's. Was it his knee or off his gloves? Flies up into the end of the over. Broad has taken 4 for 27 in his 10 overs. Camphor is yet to get off the mark. Tucker's still there in 16. Ireland 98 for 5. And it is officially a lovely summer's afternoon.
Have you given it the official stamp of approval?
Yes. I didn't see the mechanism go up. I wasn't here for the lifting of the window. I mean, if you look at some of the screws that are holding the roller blinds to the ceiling, they're looking a bit dodgy. Don't put your head under the window while you're leaning out and dangling your microphone, Tuffers.
We might need to get a man in.
You might need to get a man in. There's a little bit of movement in those screws. Just for later in the summer.
Yes.
So Leach is back at the nursery end, the commentary box end. 8 overs, no maidens, 1 for 24 so far.
Broad has 2 fifers at Lords.
Oh, is that all?
But both of them were 7-wicket hauls, honestly, for Ireland against New Zealand in 2013, 744. when England bowled New Zealand out for 60 odd in the 4th innings and 7 for 72 against West Indies in May 2012.
Yeah. He likes bowling from that pavilion end, that's for sure.
Of course, he and Chris Woakes did all the damage in the 2nd innings 4 years ago on that tricky 3rd day for Ireland.
Oh, you were close. Oh, you were so close.
I predicted they could chase 180. Leach is in and forced away by Tucker into the onside. We'll pick up a single.
The fella bowling now scuppered you with 91.
That's 92, that's
Was it
right, yeah, with a bat, yeah.
I know.
Player of the match.
Yeah.
I don't think you could have predicted that if you were going to pick the player of the match back in 2019. If it was going to be Jack Leach, you would assume it would have been for his exertions with the ball.
Oh, 8 away from getting on the honours board with the bat. Oh, that would have been nice. Oh.
So we have the close infielder going on to the onside for Curtis Camphor.
Yeah, there's lots going on. He's ringing the changes here. He's keeping the batsman guessing.
Bringing the man in from the cover boundary.
Why not? Just don't bowl short.
Leach is attacking Curtis Camphor. Camphor's forward defensive shot. And it's fielded by the man close in the offside. Some of the England team have discarded their jumpers, making it slightly easier for this occasional commentator.
Very good again.
Another good defensive shot offered by Camphor.
Should have him on the back of your jumper, really, shouldn't you?
Is there any technical or textile reason
that
you can't affix?
Can't stick it on the
2 digits to a woolly jumper. And now the close infielder, who is it's Ollie Pope, breathing just under the nose of Curtis Camphor, who hasn't been phased at all. Another straight bat defensive shot down the track.
Come on, Leachy.
Come on, Leachy. I assume Josh Tongue's nickname is Tonguey.
The mind boggles.
Yeah, doesn't it? If you're on hand, must be handy. And again, the field is tightened up for Curtis Camphor. He can't get it off the square. This is good pressure being applied to the new batsman by England and Jack Leach. And Stokes' field setting.
Yeah. Always thinking the skip.
Always just little tweaks, movements, keeping the batsman thinking. Last ball, the over.
Very good, Jack.
And there's no problems with Curtis Camphor's defence. He's waiting for his first run of this match. Ireland 99 for 5. Tucker is on 17. Are we going to see Stokes turn his arm over?
I doubt it.
No.
Not with the... we're all on
the way we
watch.
are at the minute. And
we're all on knee watch this summer. I think he's going to have to. He's going to have the part to play with the ball, that's for sure, against the Aussies, but perhaps won't risk it now.
Tuffers is making way. Sir Alistair Cook is going to sit down beside me. As Chris Broad looks very likely, Sir Alistair, to complete only his 3rd fifer at Lord's.
Well, I hope Chris Broad, I think it's probably his first one, isn't it? But Stuart Broad.
Stuart Broad. I start. It happens to the best of us and the worst of us. Stuart Broad is in. That's a shorter ball, clubbed away. Not a great connection from Lorcan Tucker. Straight up to mid-on. That's a sign you're getting old when you start referring to players' fathers. It has occasionally occurred with some people I've worked with. They're referring to the other generation. So that's quite scary when the grandfathers are coming into play as well.
And forgetting names.
And forgetting names. And forgetting...
Certainly when I was England captain, a couple of times you had to meet and greet people and you just know everyone has a nickname and then you're trying to work out their first name under pressure.
Stuart Broad is in. Oh, and a little flick through to Bairstow. Was there a connection there? A miss. Swing and a miss by Tucker. Certainly an adventurous advance down the strip, and Ireland they're going for it. 5 seconds left on a possible DRS referral, but I don't think it's going to happen. No, it's not.
If he'd have hit that,
it was through the gate.
It would have been one of the greatest shots played at Lord's. Dancing down the wicket to Stuart Broad, ball's nipped in. He's tried to hit it straight over the top of his head, and he's missed it by quite a way in between bat and pad. Well, I feel a bit sorry for McCullum. I thought the way as an opening batsman,
he'd done a lot of the hard work. Broad in, beautifully pulled away, but it'll just be a single for Lorcan Tucker. And there's the 100 up for Ireland, 100 for 5. Tucker on 18. Camphor yet to score. And that's come up in the 33rd over.
McCullum grafted all morning under cloudy conditions.
The sun comes out.
Yeah, he plays the ball late, doesn't he? Kind of Kane Williamson-esque in terms of defensive shots. And any batsman knows when you play the ball late, you under your eyes, real control. He did all the hard work. He had about another 20 minutes to get back in again after. And this, I think, is going to be a belting wicket. This
4 slips for Stuart Broad. That's been left by Camphor and it's through to Bairstow.
And I think you, in your mind as an opening batsman, you think this is the opportunity, isn't it?
There's a proverbial hand rubbing going on, isn't there?
Yeah, you do. You just think, well, you know, you could have easily nicked one and he played and missed out. You understand that sometimes you're a lot as an opening batsman in those conditions. You've done the hard work.
He had a couple of nervy leaves early on.
Played a couple of great cover drives, didn't he? That's obviously a real strong area for him. And then you just think, do you know what? I'm in here. The ball's 30 odd overs old. Bowlers into their third, 4 spells.
Broad is in and deflected wide of the keeper, between keeper and first slip. It was a lovely ball that came in towards Camphor down the hill and he got away with that one. 4 runs.
Yeah, I think Johnny Bairstow keeping this just got a wrong footing because Stuart Broad's obviously his angle, the in swing, he's gone to go leg side.
Didn't carry.
It wouldn't have carried to him anyway, but because he's going there to cover that kind of the movement in, it was an in swing, it wasn't his wobble swing, it was an in swinger, and as he's nicked it, Johnny Bairstow's actually nowhere near it because he's moved there. He almost has to, as soon as the keeper plants that left foot to go to the left side, it wouldn't have carried to Joe Root. He probably even wouldn't have carried to Johnny Bairstow diving to his right, but we just got a little bit wrong-footed there.
So Camphor's on 4, and he's missed that one. A play and a miss again. Brilliant delivery by Broad, who puts his hand on his head as if to say, the gods, you're messing with me here. I want this 5 for a lovely final ball of the over from Stuart Broad. 11 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 32. Camphor's on 4, Tucker's on 18. Ireland in the sunshine, 104 for 5.
Might be an interesting conversation with Jimmy Anderson.
Right.
He's always, Jimmy Anderson always polls the pavilion end. Stuart always starts the nursery end. He said, well, actually, I might like this end. After 162 test matches, not sure how many he's played at Lords. It must be close to 20 odd. Or I don't think Jimmy's given up that end, though. But it will be an interesting conversation if Stuart gets 6 or 7 here.
His 27th test at Lords, now 107 wickets. Just updating the numbers, averaging 27. 106 wickets, average 27.
Leach's slightly less attacking field for this over. Wide delivery, clubbed away by Tucker into the ground.
That's like someone's career, isn't it? That's a good person's career. 106 wickets. He got it at 1 ground.
That lovely hubbub around Lords, drowsing in the sunshine. As Tucker's down, offering a defensive shots. Back, the ball is back with Jack Leach.
Something's happening, isn't it? He's moved back leg side, that one. A little bit offside the ball before.
There's a slip in for Leach as the attempted sweep is struck in the pad. A big appeal. And I don't think it's going to be reviewed. The DRS timer is on. Leach is having a word with his skipper. The skipper is standing, arms by his sides, and play will continue. Leach, number 77. Drive by Tucker.
I think I'd rather the Irish batsman try to come downtown. You know, Sterling did it a couple of times, actually got out sweeping. It's a dangerous shot where the ball's not really spinning. I don't think there's much need for it. I know Stokesy's challenging it.
Very good.
Another defensive shot by Lorcan Tucker.
You know, challenge it with no men on the leg side boundary. It is a short boundary, but on day 1, the sun's out, not much spin. Surely you just keep the percentages in your favour and head straight. But is that old-fashioned these days?
Tucker, a long swing and bounces one straight into the hands of mid-on. I think Tucker was making a case for a straight hit down the ground. There was no run the end of the 34th over. Tucker's 18, Camphor 4. Ireland 104 for 5. And Leach 10 overs, 1 for 25.
That's home for lunch, isn't he, old Tucker?
Tucker Jenkins.
He's moving all around the crease. I mean, it's good intent. I mean, he's not dying wondering in any stage.
He's very much made the wicket-keeping position his own now, as a successor to our own Niall O'Brien. 4 slips again for Broad. Camphor, you can hear him scratching his mark at the crease. Absolutely glorious day now in London.
Amazing how much this changed, isn't it?
Astonishing. I got sunburnt in County Donegal last weekend. It was beautiful there. And I don't think the rest of Ireland or the Great Britain was as sunny. As Broad as in. That's a defensive shot on his toes from Camphor. Straight delivery from Broad. It's always a wonderful sight just to be here and see the London over the hilltops, the rooftops. If not many hills, more roofs. Behind the pavilion. And Ireland are hoping that this pair will produce another decent partnership. Broad is in. And again, Camphor is back, offering a straight defensive bat, and it's picked up by the skipper, Ben Stokes.
Looks a very compact batsman, doesn't he? But very short movements.
Chipped in with his fair share of important wickets as well, Curtis Camphor.
Quite punchy, isn't he? Like punches the ball. He's not like a free-flowing, batsman with a grace. He's like short, sharp movements.
A great competitive edge to his game as well. As Broad is in, that moves away from Camphor, who leaves the ball. It swings into the waiting hands of Johnny Bairstow.
This is the ball Stuart Broad's been working on. This in the winter, this pre-season. He bowls a lot of wobble seam. He bowls, comes around the wicket and bowls the away swinger to the left-hander, but that away swinger to the right-hander, when he started as a youngster, he would have bowled that a lot. Now, he hasn't bowled it for a while, and now he's gone back to have it in his armoury.
Another leave by Camphor, straight through to Johnny Bairstow.
I think to try and hunt a couple of the Australians outside edges. I think Labuschagne in particular, he does tend to nick off as his dismissal. So I think he's gone away and worked. He hasn't quite got it under that kind of the control that he has every other ball, which is understandable in terms of when you such a new skill. But just knowing that as a batsman, he's got the other option in him. Just means that you can't just take everything for granted. It's going to angle in with the odd nip away. When you can swing it, you've got to be aware of it.
Camphor bat raised as Broad is in. Struck in the pad. Everybody's appealing. Massive appeal against Curtis Camphor, but there must have been bat involved. Camphor throws his bat into the air to say no, there was a nick. There's a discussion now with the senior members of the squad, Root and Stokes and Broad, obviously Bairstow as well, and they're going to review it with 1 second left on the timer.
He did wave his bat, didn't he?
He did.
Not out.
It's a big appeal.
Director, we have a player review for LBW. Confirm it is a fair delivery. You can go to front on spin mission, please.
It's Mr. Dharmasena. As we're receiving the review. Is it?
Yeah.
Moving. Is it going down?
Okay, you can go to outrage. Looks like no bat involved, but
no bat involved, but
see the outrage.
We suspect it's going down. So the inference is that
flat line, clear gap between bat and ball.
Camphor will survive.
Ball tracking when it's ready. No bat involved, Paul. You can go to the ball tracking.
Bit of kidology from Curtis Camphor, waving his bat after the shot, but that is going to be missing.
And wickets missing. Wickets missing. Paul, you can stay with your original decision, not out. So on the screen, make your signal now.
Umpire Wilson stays with the original decision of not out. Another review lost for England.
Good decision, that. Actually, you can see it on the replay. It was Stuart Broad's in-swinger. We're talking about how he's been working the away swinger And the ball he bowls a lot to left-handers. And just with that angle, actually, it did swing quite late, didn't it, at the end? But umpire Wilson, recognised that, and he was going down probably to hit the outside of fourth stump, as it were, the leg side. So good decision.
Final ball of Broad's 12th over to Camphor, another appeal. And nothing doing, I think, on that occasion. So a testing over for Curtis Camphor. He's on 4. Tucker is on 18. Further thoughts from Sir Alistair Cook. And with Ireland 104 for 5, Jonathan Agnew will take over the commentary.
A great spell from after lunch from Stuart Broad. Lots of different questions he's asked the Irish batsman. The ball moving both ways. Great control. I suppose the only answer now for Ben Stokes is in a 4-man attack, as it seems England are playing today, whether you give Stuart Broad another one, go a bit for the jugular. It was a steady, it'd be a 6 or 7 over spell, which is quite a lot in a 4-man attack if he needs to come back later.
Your doppelganger is here today. Met him at lunchtime. If you've seen him or not. Here's Leach going round the wicket and bowling to Tucker. A sweep, hit on the pad. His appeals are happening thick and fast at the moment. Oh, well, finally he's given him out. I think they'll review this because that felt a bit leg side from here, if I'm honest. But umpire holds stock. Well, it was like a Steve Buckner decision there. It took forever. And then suddenly he unleashed the finger. And I mean, I think if an umpire takes that long over a decision, then I think the batsman might feel they've got a chance of getting away with this. But all these reviews now and these LBW appeals happening. 104 for 5 is still the score. It's Leach, and he's bowling round the wicket. Let's see how straight this is. Oh, actually, no, it's quite straight. Straight enough for you?
I think it is straight enough. I just wonder whether the bounce maybe, but with the umpire's call, it gives them. Gives those stumps another ball width.
Yep, we've been given out, so that's in Leach's favour here. We're just looking to see if it hit the bat, which it hasn't done.
Long way down, isn't he? He's a big man. He's a big stride. So I think height may be the only thing.
No battery involved.
Could be a great decision.
Ball tracking.
Could be a very good decision. It certainly took his time. Here we go with the ball tracking then. How many reds do we get? We got 1, 2.
Pitch in line, impact in line.
Wickets, umpire's call.
Wickets, umpire's call. Adrian, you can stay with your original decision. Out. You're on the screen now.
It's a bail trimmer. Absolute bail trimmer. It was straight enough, but according to that would just have knocked the bails off. So that's good enough if you're given out. An umpire's call obviously goes with the bowler. So 104 for 6. And Ireland here in danger of being skittled out. They've lost Tucker now. He was a decent player. He threw some interesting shots in there and amongst that innings. Certainly a man who's used to playing white ball cricket. But he's made 18 from 33 balls. No, Nathan from the Irish Times. I was chatting to him at lunchtime, and it was like interviewing you 15 years ago.
I'm a bit lost, Aggers.
Well, there you go. This looks absolutely your spitting image.
Oh, right, sorry.
Yes.
Okay, fine.
That's a doppelganger.
You know when you don't really hear a word,
yeah,
or even understand the word?
Well, down on the sheep farm, perhaps they don't use that. Yeah, but I bet lots of sheep have doppelgangers. They all look the same to me. But
untrained eye.
Is that possible, Andy? Well, it is an untrained eye.
Well, the sheep look the same, or
yeah.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Let's ask the farmer.
They not look the same to you? Can you tell them all apart?
No.
So I think that would be tricky. Anyway, down goes the 6th wicket. The sun's out, and if you want to come to Lord's, then why not? Because there are seats vacant, and they've just issued sort of a late arrival ticket deal as well, which I'll tell you all about in a second. There it is, £20 for adults, £5 for under 16s, and they're only available online from the Lord's website from 3:40, so you'll get the final session, in other words, for £20 for adults and a £5 for under 16s. But the weather's set really fair. I'm looking away to our right, and it's just blue sky everywhere now. It's a beautiful afternoon. Bring something if you're not sitting in the sun, just to wrap up, because there is that chilly breeze still. I'm not sure what Johnny Bairstow's up to there, or what on earth he was talking about. But you do hear some interesting things sometimes from these pitch microphones. In goes Leach then, bowls, and it's gone straight through Bairstow's legs, actually, I think, there. As the new batsman, McBride, stretched forward. He's left-handed and tried to drive that into the offside. Byes are signalled. And it's all been a bit frenetic these last 20 minutes or so.
Well, we know Johnny hasn't played for 9 months. I think he's been sat there on his rehab thinking of stuff to say. He hasn't shut up today. But I mean, you'd be fairly brave as a batsman just to turn around and say, concentrate on your keeping, as he's missed one going through.
Well, he missed that one, didn't he? 105 for 6.
Come on, Leachy boy.
Camphor on strike.
They've had a fascination and they're sweeping Leach today.
Yeah. Well, they've kept the field up, hasn't it? It's tempted them. Here he is again now, bowling, played carefully forward by Camphor, fielded by Leach. And we saw a lot of this in Pakistan, the way that Stokes teases the batsman.
What's going on the outside?
Saying, come on, we'll leave them all that space for you to go and hit, have a go at it. And if that's your natural inclination anyway, you've been playing all that sort of cricket, so very hard. Leach again bowls a flatter ball, it's short and cut to the one fielder on the boundary, down to our left-hand side there, at a deep point precisely for that ball. And one is taken, 106 for 6. How did you get out for 99 the other day? Has it happened before? You had 99?
I had 2 things on my list I thought you were going to interrogate me on today.
Right, what was the first one? The 99?
No, well, that's the second one. I thought the first one might have been mine and Jimmy's.
Oh, yes. Here's Leach, that runs away off a thick edge, so he's off the mark. Well, runs down to third man, Roots giving chase. He might just get there if he gets a dive in. They've taken 2, and in fact, he doesn't have to dive, he picks the ball up and throws it in. Well, let's deal with the 99 first, because a man of your calibre, your experience, I would have thought, surely if you're on 99, you're going to get a single, aren't you?
It was my first ever one.
First ever 99?
Never got 99 before. Yeah, it's a bit strange, really. Got a bit nervous.
Did you?
I had 8 balls on it. Normally I get a little clip of my hip or...
Yeah.
I mean, I like all great batsmen. Not that I'm a great batsman. You always have an excuse for it, don't you? I actually chipped one into offside and went for a cheeky single, sent back by our captain.
Oh.
And I thought any other, player would
have responded, would he? Here's Leach again, and that's a low full toss, clipped away to the leg side. They'll take 1. 110 for 6.
Well, if your guy's on 99, you think he's ready to go. And
you're in the blocks.
He also took gloves when I was on 99. So, like, at the end of the over, I said, where's my partner gone? He's gone to go and get himself gloves and a drink. So that upset my rhythm. So I don't want to blame myself. I'm blaming purely and only Tom Wesley.
Not quite teamwork, is it?
No. So Tom Wesley takes the blame for that one.
Right. So how did you actually get out?
Nicked off trying to run it down the third man.
And you walked, presumably? Walked straight off?
It was an inside edge, actually.
So you didn't walk?
It's quite a loud noise. I mean, yeah. You'd think you'd do all the hard work. And
I know. I was surprised. I thought you would have just nurdled one from somewhere.
Well. Oh, well. Can't do anything about it now, can you, Agus? And normally I hadn't really thought about it since then, but now you brought it up.
I bet you have. Because it's Trent Bridge, wasn't it? Never scored 100 there before.
I've never scored a run there before.
No. 110 for 6. Broad still carrying on. He's bowling to the right-handed Camphor, who's on the front foot. Playing carefully out to cover.
So I suppose if someone had offered me 70 odd and 99 in the game, I should have taken it.
Would you have taken the 99?
I think I'd only ever scored 150 in 20 attempts there.
Right.
So I should have you should have snapped your hand off. So to get 2 in one is a pure, it's unbelievable for me there.
But you'd have taken the anguish of 99.
I would have just tried to swap my 71 for a 70 in the first innings and 100 in the second.
Oh, you can't do that. Here's Broad again in the sunshine. Arms pumping, and Camphor again forward. That's fielded by Stokes, who hasn't bowled today. It's fielding it to extra cover. No run, 110 for 6. So the Anderson one, I was amused by a message from you back at the start of the season. That was your first match.
Yeah, I think you sent the first one first, going ha 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 ha.
No, because you sent the first one saying, "Oh no, I've got a week of Jimmy Anderson coming up. I can't get out to him."
Okay, past that. Sorry. One side falling from the second time, laughing faces.
Yes, in comes Broad, bowls, and it's carefully defended and fielded by Stokes once more. Broad absolutely bang on target, 110 for 6. Well, I thought you were unlucky on both occasions, actually. Both LBW, weren't they?
Both LBW. They both weren't hitting the stumps.
I don't think they were.
I've actually just seen David Lloyd. Like David Lloyd. And his son was umpiring. And he gave me out the first one. And he said that I was outside the line, the first one. So I was like, he said, "Oh, my son got you." So I was like, so that's an admission, isn't it? That's the first one.
Yeah.
And then the second one, I'm going to...
Missing leg, I think. In comes Broad again, bowls, driven at him, but he's able to field that. With his right hand desperately scrambling across the pitch. He hates giving runs away. And he also keeps bowling at Camphor, who's on 6, so does a little bit of gardening there, prodding at the pitch.
And the second one, I think, was missing leg. I'll actually send the photo and see if we can get it on the BBC website.
We've all seen it.
The second one, not the second one.
Oh, we've all seen it, I think.
No, I've been waiting to send it for the live stream we have, so I can. But Jimmy's like,
I saw him yesterday, and I said I didn't think they were out.
Did you?
Yeah, he didn't take it very well. In comes Broad over the wicket, bowls, and steered into the offside. Stokes does well there. There should have been a single there. But Stokes able to prevent it. 110 for 6. No, he accused me of letting down the Fast Bowlers Union.
I did quite enjoy his reply to me when I sent him the picture. I said, "I'm not sure this is out," and he then said, "No, that's after it hit my pad because it doesn't look great." He goes, "That's after it hit you. You were dead." And I said, "No, it wasn't. This is just before." And then he went, "I'll tell them to knock a wicket off my tally and give you an extra not out."
Did he?
He did, yeah.
Well, that's generous of him. Here's Broad, bowls. Camphor drives him hard past Stokes this time. That's a good shot. Broad pitching up, and he is bowling fuller these days. But that can happen sometimes. Get driven for 4. And although Stokes flung himself to his left, the ball whistled past him and into the boundary, way in the distance. So good, emphatic stroke.
Sorry, just to finish off our text conversation, I didn't need that. So he told him to take a wicket off my tally and give you a not out. And I said, "Please, and a public apology for excess appealing."
Well, you won't get that.
No.
No chance.
Just on Jack Leach, 2 wickets already on the first day of a Lord's Test. Very rare for a spinner to take 2 wickets this early in a game at this ground. This is the 144th Test at Lord's. Leach took his 2nd wicket with the first ball of the 36th over of the match. Only twice in the previous 143 games has a spinner taken 2 wickets earlier in a Lord's Test. One was Bhagwat Chandrasekhar of India in 1971. Took his 2nd in the 30th over, and before that you've got to go back to the first Test on this ground. Ted Peat
really
took his 2nd wicket in the 16th over.
Oh well, there you are. Here goes Leach, bowls, and the left-handed McBride plays into the offside, and there's no run. And you have to say that Leach is on probably earlier than he might have expected, because again Stokes hasn't bowled today, and we're going to be, I suspect, talking about Stokes' knee all summer. And goes Leach again, bowls, and that goes straight through him and collected by Bairstow, because it does give balance to the side, doesn't it? It's the important thing. I mean, it's one thing in this situation with 6 wickets down, but flat pitch, Smith, Labuschagne. Leach again, bowling, has driven. That's a good shot. It's got a square through the offside for 4. Driving up the slope, a little bit of width there from Leach. And the grandstand there, bathed in the sunshine, applauds.
Jally's just trying to find the rough outside that left-hander's off stump. So he's thrown it in there. He's probably just got a bit wide of that. I'm trying to get it to hit the rough, go in between bat and pad, but this one's too wide and a bit of a free shot.
A little bit of width. There's a gap there at point. Still a short leg and a slip. Leach comes in, bowls, carefully defended. The left-handed McBride is 118 for 6. Pale blue sky. Old Father Time not interested in the cricket at the moment. He's looking in the direction. Sickle on his back. Leach bowls again, very full. Now that's gone very quickly to slip. I think it was squeezed out rather than being a catch. Went very fast to root. Almost took him off his feet. He's smiling, so I think we can be sure that was actually squeezed into the ground. What do you think? Was it a catch?
I think it's a catch.
It's very full.
I think that's a catch. I think it's gone very, very quickly.
Leach again. Bowls this time. Defended, pushed away into the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, it wasn't quite as wide as the one which got driven for force. It wasn't quite as straight as the one he defended for in between, so it's encouraged the drive. I think that's it.
I think you're right. I think it was very full, but he managed just to get there after the bounce.
Yeah.
And I mean, Root hadn't moved really. It hit him in the stomach. Really flew at him.
Not easy, those, are they? They need to just pop up and get on the rebound. Quick question for you, Aggers.
Right.
Obviously, Jimmy Anderson and Ollie Robinson haven't played because it's save themselves the Ashes. Ben Stokes' knee, if this was an Ashes Test match, he's bowling.
Well, he wouldn't really answer that.
Because he likes playing games, doesn't he? I think we decided, like, some of the questions you ask him, and he likes giving like answers and then moving on to the next question, short shrift. I wonder whether his knee is, I think it's I'm not sure. I think it's not great, but I think they know he's got a limited amount of overs in this summer, and he's not going to waste
save them up. We've got Tongue back in the attack, and he bowls on off stump, and the first ball's played by Kampfer into the covers. I mean, he's moving. He came scuttling in from mid-off to pick the ball up and to save a run. So, I mean, he's mobile, but I mean, bowling's a different matter. You hammer that knee into the ground. So perhaps you're right. But and it's a funny. I mean, you gave me a hard time sometimes interviewing as well. I mean, I get it for a captain. You've had enough. You don't want to talk to people with microphones all the time. But Ben is a challenge, and he enjoys being a challenge. There's no doubt about that. 118 for 6. Here comes Tongue again, bowls, still looking for his first Test wicket, and that's played carefully to Pope, fielding it backward point. Maybe a silly question, this, but is there any bowler that you can think of? I mean, you've got to stop it at the delivery stride, but the run-up of Josh Tongue, does he remind you of anybody? And actually, from this distance, I think he looks a bit like him as well.
Stephen Finn is what I thought when he...
no, he runs a bit further than this. So it's the run-up. It's where the hands are and the elbows. Who's that? Here he comes, bowls, and that's pushed off the back foot out onto the covers. Chase for Stokes again. Is he going to dive? No, he picks up on the run. Twists, turns, throws it back. No damage is done.
Modern player.
They take 2. It's just that. It's where the elbows are and the hands and the ball.
Morne Morkel, you think the elbows are? I mean, I've got no idea how your brain works. So.
Well, it works like a bowler.
Okay. I think he has Stephen Finn mannerisms around when he's walking around like the field. I don't think he looks like him when he's got...
Purely about his run-up. People watching, like, thinking the same thing. Play the same game. Who's that? Here he comes again. Bowls outside the off-stump. Hit hard. Fielded by Pope at backward point. No?
And you guess it, Andy?
Ali's looking bemused.
Joel Garner.
Joel Garner? Where'd you get that from?
Didn't he kind of waggle his arms a bit at the start of his run?
Joel Garner. OK, I might have got this horribly wrong, but I'm going to give you one more ball. You'll be seeing him later this summer. Come on, who's that? Here he comes, shoulders rocking, elbows jutting out, a loose drive from Kampfer.
I'm trying to think who he sees. I'm going to go an Australian. You got to go Glenn McGrath. Is that who you're thinking?
I'm going to say who it is, and then you can look at this next ball, OK? Because I think it's the last one. Pat Cummins. Look at his arms. Look at the elbows.
OK.
Don't you think?
No, I don't.
Cummins turns in the distance.
Gets cut for 4. We're going to go that moment again.
Look, do you think that's Pat Cummins? Here he comes again now, bowls, and that's defended. The last ball is picked up by Tongue. Make your own minds up, but he was Joel Garner. Where did that come from? 120 for 6. Thoughts from Alistair, and then Ali's coming in here.
I'm not really sure where to go with that. I hope he bowls like Pat Cummins. That would be a right result for this England team. Sorry, Aggers, I'm not seeing Pat Cummins. I'd love to get the old split screen up there and we can rip his argument to shreds, but...
I think he's got much shorter strides than Pat Cummins for a start. I wasn't picking it. I wasn't guessing it from scratch, put it like that.
No, I wasn't getting Pat Cummins, but anyway, has his eyes gone, Aggers? Anyway, I've got to go as well.
You're heading out. Michael Vaughan's coming in. Drinks have been brought out onto the field. It's 120 for 6. We've had 39 overs of this first Test match of the summer. The sun is now out at Lord's. That overcast pale grey sky is given away to a watery sort of blue up above. It's a very pleasant afternoon for watching. Lots of short sleeves in the crowd around us here. Flags fluttering above each dressing room, the England flag and then the flag of Ireland cricket. The shamrock, the white and green, flying above the dressing room at the far end of the ground. So 6 wickets today, and if you want to watch any of them back, you can see those on the BBC Sport website and app. And the highlights programme also on BBC Two, 7 p.m. tonight. We'll get all the action within the hour of that programme. With Stuart Broad, though, with 4 wickets to his name so far, on the hunt for what would be his 3rd fifer at Lords if he's able to get one more. PJ Moore was the first out. He was LBW to Broad in just the 5th over of the day. Balbirnie, a good catch by Zach Crawley, diving to his left at second slip. That was Broad's 2nd wicket. He was out for a duck. Another duck, a couple of balls, 2 balls later. Harry Tector, who walked down the wicket to Stuart Broad. We've seen that from more than one batter today. But he turned the ball straight to Potts at leg slip. A deliberate ploy and field placement there from Ben Stokes. Sterling was caught by Bairstow, went for a sweep, gloved to catch, the ball ballooned up, and that was Leach's 1st wicket. Sterling made 30 off 35. He looked to be aggressive when he could, and he'd put on 45 for the 4th wicket alongside McCollum. And then McCollum himself fell soon after lunch, caught by Root, that slipped off Broad for 36. And that seemed a shame because he looked as if he could have just stayed out there for a bit longer through this afternoon session with the sun shining. He could have perhaps pushed on and maybe even got a Test 50 under his belt. And then the last wicket to go, the 6th wicket, Lorcan Tucker, LBW to Jack Leach for 18. Given out, it was a lengthy decision of out by the umpire. Eventually the finger was raised. Tucker reviewed it, and the ball was seen to just be clipping the top of the bails. So that's where we're at the moment. 4 wickets for Broad, 2 for Jack Leach. I've got Curtis Camphor on 12, alongside Andy McBride, who is on 7. And Michael Vaughan back alongside me. One thing's, Michael, about the Zach Crawley catch. I mean, when there's so much talk, it's his batting which is going to be important when he comes out to open later, but that would have made him feel pretty good. There'd been so much conversation about him and the side and whether actually Bairstow or somebody else should have been asked to open. He's taken a really good grab early on.
Yeah, it was a good catch to his left. It went sharp. England have been very good. I mean, it's a game of cricket that they would expect to win. They want to try and win it quickly. That's the modern way of play for them. Well, I think their consistency levels, and particularly Stuart Broad. I mean, Stuart Broad has showed that you can't be a one-trick pony in Test match cricket. So in his first belly ball, the wobble seam, got some seam movement.
Matthew Potts is on here for Leach. Around the wicket he goes, past the outside, past the off stump of McBride and through to Bairstow.
The spell we've just seen him, he bowled in swing. In swing, down the slope. Again, great consistency in terms of his length, but that skill change. Yes, he was still bowling the odd wobble seam and still trying to get the odd border seam, but then with that big in swinger. So challenging the batters with different skills is what you require in Test match standard cricket. I think Potts has been unlucky. I would say that he's bowled equally as well. He's bowled very consistently.
And he goes, this one's up and away, down to the 3rd man boundary for 4. Wide of that 3-man slip cordon. It was much in the air, but safe.
Yeah, a bit streaky. I will say this, if Ben Stokes isn't going to be able to bowl, and the fact that he hasn't bowled for such a long period of time, he's not bowled already today, they're clearly saving him for...
Yeah, I was not expecting him to bowl, I have to say, from listening to everything he was saying.
I don't think he'll bowl a great deal in the Ashes. I think he might bowl 2 or 3 spells, and probably, knowing Bennett, will be 15 over spells. That's pretty much what he does.
Potts comes in past the umpire, round the wicket, pushes it in. Now there's bat and pad. There's an appeal that certainly sounded clunky in the headphones.
Yeah, a little deliberation there between Potts and the keeper. Was it pad first? Was there inside edge? They decided not to review it. They've only got 1 left, England.
Yeah, that's right.
But with that, and Ben Stokes' few overs, the key to England's attack now becomes Jack Leach. So Jack Leach has to hold an end like he has done today on days 1, 2 and 3 when the sun may be shining. I believe the forecast is pretty good over the next few weeks.
Potts around the wicket again, angles it in once more. It comes off the pad.
And if you're Australia, you'll be thinking, OK, so we know that Jack Leach needs to hold an end because Ben Stokes needs to rotate the seamers from the other end. And we all know they've all had plenty of niggles. Now the Aussies will think, okay, let's hit Jack Leach, try and hit him out the attack. So then Ben has to either go to himself or bring back a Jimmy, Stuart Broad, Mark Wood for more overs than you would have required.
Which will put all of them under great strain. Potsang was in again, going with the angle this time. McBride gets it past leg slip. There is a fielder down in the deep though. Swoops to pick up. Single is added. 1-2-4 for 6. McBride on to 12.
I will say Jack Leach is. I saw him bowl here for Somerset against Middlesex, and I was side on just watching the trajectory and just seeing the dip. I was really impressed with the dip that he's getting. So he's clearly getting some nice revolutions on the ball, which is deceiving the batter. But he's going to be absolutely crucial to England this summer.
He got a good spell, didn't he, in Wellington? He had to bowl a lot of overs because of the follow-on, and then because of how well Kane Williamson batted and how New Zealand stretched out that second innings. Everyone was bowling much more than England expected to. Over the wicket here to the right-hander, punches it into the offside, tumbling stop at cover, and there's no run to end that over from Matthew Potts. A single off at 1-2-5 for 6. So I think that was probably, he recognised that as his toughest sort of spell, elongated spell of bowling so far. And he seemed to come, he came through it.
Yeah, I think in terms of his experience now, it is experience that is allowing him to be that little bit better. Game after game, test after test. Just little subtle variation. I noticed bowling to McBride, the left-hander, he's bowling wider. I thought he had a period in Test cricket where he bowled straight to left-handers. It was too easy just kind of working with the spin on the onside, where already I'm seeing him bowl wide of off stump, not wide, but that channel as a batter, is it going to go straight on with the arm, which brings in the outside edge? We've seen the outside edge found to Joe Root at first slip. It was a tough chance, but that's what you want to see from your spinner. Challenging both sides of the edge if the ball spins.
It's what Nathan Lyon does so well, isn't it? Challenges both edges of the bat.
And he's going to be key. But they have Cameron Green, who certainly will be able to bowl.
He even has matured a lot within, well, certainly, in the last 12 months.
He can play.
Into the IPL now as well, a different sort of experience. Josh Tongue again from the pavilion end, nudged down towards fine leg. Tongue is still looking for his first Test wicket here. A single is taken, 1-2-6.
Yeah, Cameron Green is a cricketer.
Tall, long levers with the bat, isn't it? Athletic with the ball. Great catcher as well. I've seen him take some blinding catches at
and
gully.
The size of him, you'd expect him to be, a typical Aussie. Apologies to any Aussies that I'm going to put you in that box. Yeah, aggressive, but he's not. Lovely young chap. But he'll certainly, he had an impact in the last Ashes series. He's certainly going to play a part in many, many Ashes series going forward.
Well,
he is a huge key in the whole Ashes because he's that fourth seam bowling option for them.
A full fourth seam bowling option, which England won't have. Their 3 quicks and Leach. And Stokes's knee is playing up. It's just that I think the language Stokes was using when he was saying, I've given myself every opportunity. He stopped short from saying, I am fit to bowl as normal. Tongue over the wicket down the leg side. Bairstow dives away to his left to gather.
Ali, we're not silly. He's not bowled for a few months now. He bowled a couple of overs in the IPL, then he had that toe injury.
And he's not willing to divulge really what the extent of the problem is or the detail about
this
it.
morning was perfect for a four-seamer to bowl a few overs. He didn't bowl, so clearly that knee's not in a good place. But it's just can he get to a stage in the Ashes that he can bowl just a little bit or a couple of really long spells that changes the course of the game.
Pung bustles in, struck on the body this time. Camphor looking for a pull shot. Nobody at square leg, a vacant region if he was able to execute that. And there's a catcher at shortish mid-wicket, well in front of square. Well, the Aussies, I notice, have not only been playing a bit of golf, but they've a couple of them have been to Old Trafford as well, hanging out with Sir Alex Ferguson.
I saw that. Yeah.
Nathan Lyon and Alex Carey. Mitch Marsh, I think, was there as well. They're following the Brendan McCullum school of thought of be as relaxed as possible in the lead-up to an Ashes series. Don't worry about too much training or certainly warm-up matches at this stage. There is the pull shot, and he's got hold of it. No, it wasn't too far away there from Brook at short mid-wicket, but it's then whistled away down to the deep mid-wicket boundary for 4 in front of the old Father Time weather vane.
Yeah, just didn't get up high enough to Camphor. Nice chest height, no real pace off the surface, 85 miles an hour through the air, but the pitch is quite a slow one. Nicely played along the deck.
Camp on to 16.
The Aussies have played some nice golf courses. I think they're at Royal Birkdale. I think they played Hillside up there as well. West Lancs.
Oh,
glorious part of the country for golf.
Making them feel very welcome at this stage. Maybe lulling them into a false sense of security. Tongue bustles in, now ducked into it. It's come off the helmet. Down towards fine leg. Divers put in, stops the ball from hitting the rope. And coming back for a second. And gathered by Bairstow. Leg by signalled. Seemed to take his eye completely off that. A real clunking noise. 1-3-2 for 6. Removing the helmet and having a good look at it now. Whether they will need a change of helmet after that. Probably protocol, isn't it? Whether
yeah, it is.
Struck straight on the helmet, get a new one.
A little glance, wasn't it? It's not going to be too damaging, but brilliant fielding on the boundaries from Jack Leach, diving to his right. That was a better bouncer, wasn't it? It was a bit shorter, a bit higher.
The short sharpness, isn't it? And those bounces have got to be directed just the right length.
Yeah, I couldn't help myself the other day. Actually, David Warner played I think he shot 5 over at Royal Birkdale, and he plays right-handed.
Plays golf right-handed.
Plays right-handed. Okay. He plays it very, very well, and he messaged about the course, and I said, I notice you're right-handed. I mean, have you ever thought about batting right-handed in English conditions?
Did he reply?
Well, he did, but I won't tell you what he said.
Ambidextrous David Warner, can you imagine? Well, still, I suppose, a question mark as to whether he's going to start the Ashes. I think a lot will ride on how he does in the World Test Championship final, or would you think they will just lock him in there? Because Australia, well, if you're England, would you rather be bowling to David Warner or, say, Marcus Harris?
Well, I would say that opening up with 2 left-handers against Broad and Anderson in English conditions, I think it is exactly what Broad and Anderson want. So if I was Australia, I'd be looking to try and get a right-hander at the top of the order. I mentioned it a few months ago about Mitchell Marsh, got a good record, particularly here. He offers you another bowling option. You know, wouldn't you think about doing something out of the box and putting a right-hander at the top?
It would be out of the box, wouldn't it? Mitch Marsh opening the batting
front foot,
tests.
Get on the front foot. They won't do that. They'll play the left-handers, but...
Tongue in, we're ready to resume, getting up on his toes this time. Camp has to fend it down into the ground, into the onside. Brook moves forward to pick up, closes out the over. Tongue takes his cable knit sweater from the umpire, 132 for 6 at the end of the over. So all that Ashes action to come after the World Test Championship final, which is at the Oval as well, which we'll have for you on Test Match Special as well. Whilst this is the first day of the international summer, remember that we've been bringing you commentary on the county game ever since that got underway in April. And there is commentary tonight on Rose's match in the T20 Blast. That's on 5 Sports Extra and BBC Sounds. And don't forget that we've got every ball of every county game live on the BBC Sport website and app. So wherever you want your cricket from, we can bring it to you. New over, Matthew Potts from the nursery end, 3 slips, leg slip in place. Tall figure bustles in, bouncer, pulled away, he's got hold of that well, past the square leg umpire, running away towards the rope, chases on, and a neat sliding stop put on the boundary by Leach once more. Sends the ball get back into Bairstow, of run 2.
Andy, what's David Warner's record here? I know he's not scored a century, but...
Well, yeah, I'll get the numbers up. We were talking about it earlier on. The last series really struggled. I think it was 95 runs in 10 innings, one of the worst series by a visiting opener ever in England. But had a pretty decent record. Had quite a good series in 2015. Made 5 half centuries, almost 500 runs in the series.
Potts is bustling in, broad-shouldered, bowls around the wickets. That's an uncomfortable one. It's angled in on the body. We heard the groan coming off the midriff and out towards leg slip. Warner rather rescued his career, didn't he, at the back of the Australian summer, because even then there were questions asked about him. And then it was his 100th test, wasn't it, at Sydney? And lo and behold, in his 100th test, not only does he get a century, but he doubled up as well. Got a double century in his 100th test, which then, of course, got him to India.
Let's be honest, we want David Warner in the Ashes.
Oh, it's about the duels, isn't it, and the battles.
Drama.
Shorts again, pulled away once more, crunched through square leg for 4. That one has raced away. Well executed by McBride.
Well, Potts is just chasing a wicket here. He's bowling 82 miles an hour, and on this kind of surface, he's not really the pace. Unless you're going to go really short. That was
a chest-high delivery. He just beautifully rolls the wrist over the top of the bounce. Yeah, I think Potts just needs to stick to that top of off.
Almost a perfect pull shot. Field stays the same. Potts races in once more, bowls full up, pushes it past the off stump. Control through to Bairstow goes. And man will go back here, with wicket dropping back towards the deep square leg boundary. Andy, what have you got the numbers?
Yeah, in all, David Warner averages 26 in his 13 tests in England over 3 Ashes series. That compares unfavourably with his overall career average, which is currently 45.5 with 25 centuries. No hundreds in England. Mentioned that series in 2015. He had 5 half centuries, 9 innings, averaged 46, 418 runs. Played only 3 tests in 2013 after missing the first 2 after that contretemps with Joe Root in a nightclub.
Around the wicket again, fires it down the leg side, though, almost made to follow it. Bairstow gathers, moving across to the leg side. 138
runs in the 6 innings in that series, but a very good 71 at Durham in the 4th innings. Australia were chasing 299, and before Warner was out there, 168 for 2. Bresnan got Warner out, and then Broad ran through Australia for another dramatic win. So he's got a mixed record here. A terrible series last time. Prior to that, had played quite a lot of decent innings without getting a century.
And it's a long time sort of partnership with him and Usman Khawaja in terms of how long they've known each other. Just slightly back of her length, defended down into the pitch. End of the over, 138 for 6. But Warner's record in England is not great, but he and Khawaja really do seem to have a good understanding.
Which is important, very important to have that kind of combination at the top, that when they walk out together, they've got that kind of relationship. Hayden and Lanka had that.
Yeah.
Fantastic relationship at the top of the order for the Aussies for many, many years.
Khawaja's been more in and out of the side, hasn't he? But when he does come in, he's a class.
I think he's
top when in form.
You could say one of the most improved players of this generation to come back in and do what he's done. And there's always the talk about, oh, he didn't play spin that well. He certainly does now.
Josh Tongue again. Still looking for his first test wicket. Tall in, down the leg side. Easy for Kampfer to leave that one alone. Bustle and hustle around the ground with buzz in this afternoon session.
I reckon about 80% full.
You know, Aggers was mentioning earlier about the tickets that were going to be on offer after 3 o'clock online for people to come in and watch the evening session, which could be a good one. If England get these last 4 wickets, you might see the end of the Ireland innings plus a little bit of England batting.
Yeah, well worth coming for that.
2 slips, gap to gully. Tongue is in, Witt slashed away. This is running away down to the deep third boundary. It flew away off the top edge. Absolutely threw the bat at it. No protection on that boundary. And 4 runs to Curtis Kampfer. 142 for 6. Now the Ireland score.
Well, they always say if you're going to swing hard. Gives you that opportunity for that kind of outcome. Ball flew down to third.
Right down on one knee, didn't it? Threw the kitchen sink at it. Tongue, slight angle into his run-up. Straight at that time. Turned along the ground towards square leg region. Finds Brook. Confident, clear shout of no run. Mike Leo playing a bit of table tennis at the moment.
Yeah,
yes.
Played with Shauna this morning.
Tell me about Shauna.
Well, yes, I mentioned it earlier. She's I love the lady that lives locally. That's plays in the park every morning. Anyone wants to get me table tennis, nip down to the park behind the North Gates. Shauna will be there around 9. She brings the bats.
Tongue comes in again, down the leg side, a flying take from Bairstow, leaping across to his left-hand side. No trouble with the legs and the knees there, propelling him airborne.
The problem with outdoor table tennis is when there's an element of just a little bit of wind.
Oh, yeah, it's tricky with the balls, isn't it?
It's not a great game, I must be honest, when it's windy. So if you're going to go and play with Shauna down in the park, just try and choose a day when there's not a great deal of wind.
It's bad enough with tennis and tennis balls, isn't it? But definitely don't want a crosswind.
No.
In goes Tongue. Defence from Kampfer.
Just wonder with Tongue, who's bowled all his overs from the pavilion end, and Potts all his overs from the nursery, whether it had just been worth trying them both from the different ends.
Just something different.
It's just off something, because of the slope, it really is totally different when you are facing as a batter. from either end, so it's sometimes worth just trying the seamers from different ends.
Would you think it was Potts who had the preference to bowl from the nursery end this morning? Left Broad with the pavilion end, which he's taken a bag of wickets. Defence again having to get in right behind this one. Knocks into the onside to end the over. From Tongue, Camphor on 20, McBride on 19, Ireland 142 for 6, with the top scorer so far being McCullum. The opening bat made 36 before he was out soon after lunch. Catch by Joe Root in the slips off Stuart Broad. So 4 wickets for Broad and 2 for Leach so far. And England will be looking to try and push on and find these last 4 Ireland wickets. Even set about with the bat and have a decent stint with the bat to eat into Ireland's total tonight. That'll be the plan. They can get these last wickets.
I think this changed the field for McBride. They've got square leg on the boundary. They've got a fielder about 10 yards behind square on the leg side as well for that kind of miscued pull shot.
See if he invites the pull. Ball's on a length outside the off stump.
Again, it's a very Ben Stokes way with still 3 slips. Even kind of backward point is really fine. By the time that field, I can't quite see, is that Ben Duckett in that? Yeah, it's Ben Duckett. By the time he's walked in, he's almost like a gully position catching as well. Ben at mid-off he kind of hovers, doesn't he? He kind of manoeuvres himself, he's quite wide. So there's a big space on the offside if you fancy taking on the drive.
Around the wicket once more, struck on the pad, or is there some bat involved? There's a half-hearted appeal. Slips joining in a little belatedly. Potts himself barely turned towards the umpire.
Michael had his finger up next to me.
Now will Ben Stokes make the motion for a review. England have only got 1 left, so they need to be pretty sure of it. They're coming together. Yes, he's asking for it. So Potts fancies his chances at getting amongst the wickets.
Okay, confirm on field, decision is not out. TV umpire director, we have a player review for LBW, confirm it's a fair delivery. Front on spin decision, please.
Right, it's McBride who's on 19, around the wicket from
Nice
wide-ish
slow.
of the crease.
Height.
Okay.
Struck him right above the flap
Very
of the pad.
close to
in
the bat. Like to see the ultra edge. Waiting for the ultra edge, Adrian.
Checking there was no inside edge.
Flat line as the ball past the bat. No bat involved. You can go to the ball tracking when it's ready.
Just slightly up on his toes on the crease. Struck him just on the line of the flap, top of the pad.
I think it's just going to be going over the top of the stumps.
The original decision was not out, so it's got to be hitting flush.
Pitch in line, impact in line, and wickets umpire's call. Adrian, you can stay with your not out decision. You're on the screen. Make your signal now.
So it was close. Stays with the umpire's on-field decision.
They keep the review, though.
They do.
It was worth a look.
And Matthew Potts is eager to try and get his name amongst the wickets as well here.
Well, I think that's why he's got to continue in bowling that kind of length, because there is a little bit of movement there for him. That last delivery just kind of nipped back down the slope quite drastically. I don't mind the square leg on the boundary, just get into the batter's mind, but I think he's going to get more value from pitching it full.
Potts races in. There is the full one. Nick behind to Bairstow. Potts does get the wickets. High fives all round. Ireland have lost McBride for 19. And they're 142 for 7.
Yeah, his class bowling, really good captaincy. That square leg on the boundary certainly was in McBride's mind, expecting the short ball. You just watch here, his transfer of weight with his head movement, he goes nowhere, just hanging back. And because of that lack of movement with his head and his feet, the ball wasn't quite there to drive. Simple one for Johnny Bairstow. McBride goes for 19.
Yep, 7 down now. As he departs into pavilion. Michael, I'm making way. Another Michael coming in. Michael McNamee.
It's the old vaudeville act again, the two Michaels. Funny, how are you? How's the throat?
He's all right.
Have you any honey, Manuka honey?
I have actually, it's not Manuka. There are other.
Ah, right.
I've got a bit of garlic, bit of honey, bit of lemon.
Right.
Mix it up with a bit of hot water. That was class bowling.
142 for 7. I always seem to be appearing after the fall of an Irish wicket. Next man in, I would assume, will be Mark Adair. Graham Hume and the debutant Fionn Hand still come in. Actually, I grew up in a town called Dungannon, and the football team's in a playoff tonight. Second leg of a playoff, relegation. Possibly about to bear down on Dungannon Swifts. They're taking on Anna United in the second leg. They're 2-1 down and are in the lower division.
Home or away?
Dungannon are at home tonight. So I was at the away leg on Tuesday, and the Swifts will have to play a bit better. That's all I'll say.
Well, second legs are easy. Even when you're 4-0 down, it's okay.
But I think the Swifts have won a trophy more recently than Sheffield Wednesday, so yeah, that's something.
Okay, let's move on.
A low blow. So Potts has got his wicket. It is Mark Adair, man who made his Test debut with a total of 6 wickets in 2019, playing his 4th Test match. Man once on the books of Warwickshire. Camphor's on 20 and Potts is in. He's got 3 slips. He's bowling wide of the off stump, and Adair is able to leave that. So was it during the match that you were shouting and singing, or was it afterwards, or was it for the whole night? Can you even remember?
I can't. It was a little bit pre-match,
right,
during and after.
Oh, fantastic.
It's the drama of the day that gets you.
Wasn't a great match, was it?
No, it was terrible.
Doesn't matter, says you.
It was awful.
The Owls are up.
That's what made it even harder.
And Potts is in. That's driven well. But straight to the man by Adair. It's picked up by the skipper.
Again, you just watch Potts, and I think throughout the day he's probably got more movement. I know there's ways of finding that out through data these days, but he just always seems to have just got a little bit of movement either way throughout the day. He's certainly bowled better than his Wamfa.
Yeah, he hasn't the rub of the green as Matthew Potts today. Still beautiful sunshine. I'm watching as Potts is in. It's on the stumps. Now his toes is Mark Adair and plays it down for no run. So that's the end of the over. Michael Vaughan is about to make way. Alex Hartley, who's got a much more stylish pair of sunglasses than I have.
I like yours because they match your green top.
Oh, purely intentional, Alex.
No, not a massive Irish fan or anything like that.
I don't know what colours. Normally I wear blue, but I thought I'd wear green today in the hope that I've got my dad's old hat. Not that I'm superstitious, but I brought it to Southampton and wore it when Ireland won the ODI. 3 years ago. So there's footage of me roaring like a lunatic. Oh, well, there's a comparison of sunglasses, photographs being taken. Smile, cheese.
I think you're pulling them off. They're looking good.
Thank you very much. You're very dapperly dressed as well. I'll mix it up tomorrow. Don't worry. I've got more than one shirt with me.
I'm glad. You've not done an Aggers.
No, let's not go back to Aggers. Domestic hell. 142 for 7. Camphor's the man on strike. Round the wicket, and it's flicked over the top of Bairstow, and that will go all the way for 4. Camphor not in control of that shot at all. So still no joy for Josh Tongue.
England won't mind that at all. The short ball, Camphor looks to pull the ball into the leg side and just off the glove. Up and above Johnny Bairstow's head, reaching for the ball. And then Jack Leach with a little misfield down at the bottom, but races away for 4.
Yes, 2 men on the boundary. Down in front of us, field more spread out for Camphor, who's now on 24. Round the wicket, Tongue, and it's a short ball, ducked down by Camphor and spectacularly caught in the manner of a Sheffield Wednesday goalkeeper by Johnny Bairstow. Have you a footballing allegiance? Are you
I'm not, no.
Blackburn, no?
I used to be a Burnley fan.
Right.
I say used to be.
Oh, I think next season you could re-find your devotion, the way they've gone.
Just fallen out of love with the game of football, you know. So my partner's a Leicester fan, so he's trying to get me to follow Leicester.
Oh dear.
Not really.
Hasn't been a good season for them, has it?
No, he's grumpy at the minute.
That's Leicester fans for you. That's a Fuller ball from Tongue, flicked down by Camphor into the onside.
I like this from Tongue because before lunch we saw him peppering the short ball. He peppering the batters with the short ball. And they knew what was coming, but here he's got the short ball field set, but he will throw in the odd Fuller delivery. So he's just keeping things unpredictable here.
Ollie Pope was the man in a catching position close to the batter. And it's deflected away. Behind square on the onside by Camphor. They'll pick up a single. As it's signalled as it's not, no shot offered. So the run will be erased. And Camphor will move back on strike. He just let the ball deflect off him, so he wasn't offering a shot, so it can't be a leg by.
Yeah, get back in your box. Get back to the other side.
Yes, yeah, you think he wanted to get out of the line of fire there.
Get up the other end.
By hook or by crook.
Charles Dagnall said, come back to the Clarets. Come on, Burnley.
Charles.
Go on then, Daggers. Twist my rubber arm.
Flicked away again. That'll be just a single behind the keeper, and it's fielded, and they've actually come back for two. Dashed back and beat the throw from Zach Crawley. It was flicked behind himself by the batter, and two more for Camphor. He's 26-148 for 7 Ireland, and they're little partnerships. They'll be looking to obviously get past the 150 and then maybe advance towards 200. They made, what was it, 207 here in 2019 in the first innings.
I think what they'll know as well is if they can get up and around that 200, 250 mark. I mean, 250 might be a big ask, but the 200 mark.
And Joe Root has come in to cut off that line of attack, and there's a little flick, was there? The appeal goes up from Bairstow. It was a swipe from Camphor down the leg side, taken by the keeper. There's looking round. Is there a review left? DRS timer is on. England with one left. Thank you, Andy. We're down to 9 seconds. Another little discussion.
I don't know what else this could be if it wasn't that. There was. They're not going to go for it.
With only one left, they're not going to go for it. So, yet again, it came off his head, Andy Saltzman suggesting, or off the helmet. Let's see it in replay, Alex. Yep.
Off the helmet.
Well spotted, sir.
Actually, I heard Joe Root saying it hit him on the head.
You didn't need to claim that. You could have just said that you've seen it.
Don't let light in on magic. So it was indeed off the helmet of Curtis Camphor. So a wise decision by Mr. Stokes not to waste the last review England have. And the flags of Cricket Ireland and the England flag top of the pavilion fluttering and buffeting away. There's certainly a breeze here, but a beautifully sunny day at the start of June. So 3 slips for Mark Adair. As Potts comes in, Adair still to get off the mark. Bowls a full wide delivery, chased by Adair. He couldn't get his bat onto it. And a diving stop by Bairstow.
Yeah, what we do know is if Ireland can get up and around 200, whatever Ireland get, England will come out and they're going to be ultra aggressive. They've played this aggressive brand of cricket now for a while, but you feel like they want to really stamp their mark on the English international summer. So they'll come out and they'll come out swinging, which will probably create opportunities.
Potts is in. Another full delivery, driven straight back to the bowler by Adair.
I guess Ireland have got to be really clinical in taking those chances when they are created. England will come out and they'll look to score, 5, 6 and over.
It could be a very lively evening session, Alex.
It could be, and there's a chance that England could come out aggressively and lead by 60 this evening if they manage to bowl Ireland out here.
So it's important that Adair and Camphor steady the ship. Potts is in. Another back foot defensive shot by Adair, who's He was the debutant, one of the debutants back in 2019. Fourth test match. Useful striker of the ball in white ball cricket. I think a man who's really taken to being part of this new Ireland scene. Terrific debut here in 2019 with a total of 6 wickets. And a little discussion between Ben Stokes and the umpire whether the ball has gone out of shape. It's been passed through one of the rings. Umpire's happy. Stokes is going to return the ball to his bowler.
Well, the umpire has dropped a cap on the floor as well. There we go. He's spotted it.
It's all go.
Well, that's what Ben Stokes does. As soon as the ball's not doing anything, he thinks there's something wrong with it.
That's right. Then another just drive in the offside, straight to Ben Stokes. No run for it there. 82.9 miles an hour from Matthew Potts. Well, it's a great summer because, with the Ashes series, men's and women's, there's a Women's Football World Cup that's not later in the year. Rugby World Cup in the autumn in the men's games. So be plenty of focus on cricket in the next couple of months. That's a beautiful delivery by Potts. Beats Adair. All ends up playing a miss. And it was just too good for him.
Yeah, it was indeed. And then Ireland as well. Of course, they've got the 2 World Cups to
qualifiers,
qualify for.
So a very busy period, end of June and into July.
Yeah, and, the captain
Ireland
of
will have Josh Little back.
Yeah, Josh Little. It would have been nice to see him play in this test match, but you do completely understand that he's taking a break. Refresh ahead of those qualifiers.
Yep. Another defensive shot by Adair. And that's the end of Potts' 11th over. 4 maidens. It was a maiden, 1 for 34. So at the minute, Ireland on defensive duties, 148 for 7. Camphor still there in 26. Yes, those taking advantage of that ticket offer will, I would suspect, see a fair amount of action this evening, unless Ireland are still blocking, but they'll do well to get up towards 200. Andy, you were reaching for the microphone.
It's on Mark Adair's batting. He's had a couple of useful innings in Ireland's recent test, of 32 against Bangladesh and unbeaten 23 against Sri Lanka. On his ODI debut, made 32 against England rapidly, a couple of sixes off Tom Curran before he became Jofra Archer's first international wicket. That was in 2019 in Malahide.
Yes, big man, long reach, big arms, useful performer with a bat in ODIs. Camphor on strike as Tongue is in and just plays it off his hip, and it's picked up by the man close in, Ollie Pope. There's one slip, a leg slip, another man on the boundary in front of us, 2 men behind the batsman on the boundary.
You can almost sense Camphor's frustration there as he's defended the ball. He's a huge sigh of, like, this is getting tough. This is tough out there. It's not easy at all.
It's not meant to be, is it? Tongue is round the wicket. Another short pitch delivery and another duck by Curtis Camphor.
What he's got to do, he's got to be patient. He'll know that eventually that bad ball will come and you've got to be able to put it away. But what you don't want to do is just take on that short ball when the field's set and haul out to the deep. You've got deep square leg just in front, out on the boundary. So you want to watch that man out there. And a fine leg as well on the boundary.
Fascinating captaincy from Stokes. Tongue is in, the self-same delivery as before, the same reaction from Camphor. And that's the end of the... Oh, it's not the end of the over. It's the 1 for the over.
Halfway through the over.
Yeah.
3 balls to come.
The 1 above shoulder height. It's been a long period without a run for Ireland.
10 balls since the last one.
It feels like an eternity. Camphor on strike, bat raised. Another defensive push forward, back to the bowler. Ireland had that long period after the last test match here at Lord's in 2019, 4 years without a test. There had been all sorts of plans for further test matches, then COVID got in the way. some sympathy for Andy Balbirnie, made captain at the end of 2019. He was the COVID captain, very difficult period. His tongue is in and swung away, and he struck it well, but straight into the waiting hands of Zach Crawley. Behind square on the onside, and they come back for a single, and Camphor on to 27, 149 for 7. But Balbirnie never lost his good humour and his patience. He's a decent fella, and he has overseen some excellent white ball wins. Of course, the T20 World Cup victory in Melbourne against England. But one of the men to record a duck for Ireland today. His tongue is in, another short pitch ball, another duck down, and that is the end of the 11th over for Josh Tongue. He's been unlucky, no wicket for 36-3 maidens. Ireland 149 for 7. Slow progress here and a bit of a lull in the match, Alex.
Yeah, you often do get these lulls, especially when a team are, 149 for 7. They're looking to rebuild. They're looking to take time out of the game. This is where it'll be really interesting to see how England go about this. Will they be super aggressive? Will they just stick to their plans? We're going to turn to Stuart Broad, who's swapping ends for the first time this innings, and going to their wicket taker of the day, who's picked up 4 for.
I shall be making way for a cup of tea, and Isha Guhar is coming in to do commentary.
Thanks, Michael. Yeah, that bright sunshine still there. Fine afternoon here at Lord's, as Alex rightly mentioned. Stuart Broad changing things up. He sits on 4 wickets at the moment. Excellent morning spell, 3 wickets in there, but he's looked very effective today. 4 for 36.
Well, this is where you get the feeling that this game could change here. With Stuart Broad coming back into the attack, either Ireland have got to get through this passage of play, or England could climb in here with the door being open.
2 men back in the deep on the leg side. There's 3 slips in position. There's Broad, pushes away, running away from us now, past the stumps. He bowls, edge, falls in front of second slip. Camphor nearly falling with his first ball back.
Stuart Broad's on fire today. He's bowled fantastically well. First ball from this end is outside the off stump, just a slight bit of movement squaring up the batter, and it just falls short of Zach Crawley. When you get that sense of something's going to happen, it very nearly did.
How are you, Al?
Very
good to see you.
Good to see you. It's been a long time.
I know. Well, when did we last see each other? T20 World Cup?
Yeah, it's a while ago.
Broad coming in off an angle. He bowls. Camphor advances and defends back down the pitch. He's trying to give himself a bit of room there to maybe try and pierce that gap through the offside. There is a cover and a wideish mid-off. Ben Stokes' position there. Plenty of buzz here at Lord's. Always a wonderful picture. That breeze getting up again. I just wonder if it's changed ever so slightly, or whether Broad is bowling into the wind. I think maybe it's going across now. As Broad sets off once more. Camphor leaves forwards and raises his bat to let it go through the channel.
A little bit of movement there for Stuart Broad, but the ball was too far outside the off stump. It's going to be very dangerous when he just gets the ball angling in towards the stumps. Pitch it away. Yeah, you were in South Africa same time as me, but I'm not sure we managed to catch up.
That's right.
You flew in for a weekend. Weekend in South Africa.
Camphor, bat hovering. Tucks us down the leg side, just straying in line, searching for that magic delivery. Stuart Broad, that races up the hill into the boundary cushion for 4 in front of the pavilion. And that's the 150 up for Ireland, 153 for 7, Camphor to 31.
Just the first time we've really seen Stuart Broad get his line wrong there. Yes, he's been outside the off stump, but you don't mind that. But this one, angling down the leg side. It's 3 runs at this standard of cricket. Just tickled into the leg side for 4.
Yeah, that's right, Al. I don't often fly to South Africa for the weekend, but England obviously made it through to the semi-finals, and I didn't know how much longer Catherine was going to go on for. Camphor on the back foot and defending to the offside, a potential opportunity to get through to the final, and they would face Australia, who I thought they would have a good chance against.
It really
they didn't make it that far.
Yeah, but it really did feel like that was going to be the time they were going to beat Australia, but they lost to South Africa quite heavily in the end in the semi-final. But Catherine Brunt, a teammate and friend of yours, you did the right thing. You've seen her last ever game of international cricket before she called it a day and hung the boots up.
Pretty amazing career, 19 years as a leader of the attack for England. When you think about Jimmy Anderson and what he's done, as Kampfer works this to wider Schmid on, no run.
I genuinely don't think England women's cricket would be where it's at or would be the same if it wasn't for Catherine Brunt. She's done so much for the women's game, and the Ashes, the up-and-coming women's Ashes, is going to look a lot different for England this year.
153 for 7 at the end of that over. Kampfer 31 and Adair still yet to get off the mark. England well in control here at Lord's. Yeah, double Ashes summer. Cannot wait, Alex.
Exciting, isn't it? Very exciting. Feels like it's all getting started now. Their first day at Lord's.
How do you fancy England women's chances?
I was really confident until people started asking me, and I had to actually answer the question. I really feel like we can win the test match. I feel like that's our opportunity.
And that's the first thing of the multi-format series.
First thing, to get some points on the board.
Here comes Tongue from the pavilion end. Adair tapping and patting the ball to wider Schmid on. No run.
If England win that first test match, 4 points on the board, you go into the T20s. Australia have been dominant in white ball cricket for however long, for the last 10 years or so. But you feel that T20 cricket, anything could happen, and you just need one win, and then you're 6-0 and Australia are under the pump. I do think Australia will retain the Ashes though.
Mark Adair back and across, this time tucking it out to deep backward square. Bisects the two fielders out there, but it will be cut off. He'll come back for a couple, so he's off the mark. 155 for 7.
No Meg Lanning for Australia. She's been pulled out of the up-and-coming Ashes series, so that's I guess a win for England. That's one less world-class batter to worry about. I think this is the best chance they've had for a very long time.
I think you're right in the sense that it all lies with the start that England have. Is Tongue on an angle, bowl short, and that was a spicy delivery to Adair. He's on the ground, allowing it to go past his chest. It was a last-minute decision to just duck underneath that one.
Played it really well in the end. Played it late, but bat out of the way, back down below his waist.
Tongue comes again. Adair again, this time looking uncomfortable on that occasion. It just goes above his helmet as he dips underneath it, nearly loses his balance and falls backwards. But this is some inspired stuff here from Tongue. He's just found an extra bit of energy bowling from the pavilion end with the wind behind him. Ben Stokes wants to see what he's made of. Adair leaning on his bat. Now backing across and letting that go easily in the channel, the teasing delivery. See if he would go for it, and he didn't.
Yeah, that's the one I've liked. As we were saying, just before lunch, Tongue wasn't bowling those fuller deliveries. He was just bowling short balls, but this time around, there's a huge gap in the offside, so that full straight ball, it is there to be tempted to be driven through the covers or up past mid-off. Sensible cricket from Adair.
Change of field for the final ball of the over. You've got a slip in play with Joe Root and a leg gully. Shifted out of mid-wicket as Tongue comes in again. Adair this time cuts the ball to a vacant point. Covers running after it towards the grandstand and will pull it in inside the rope. So a couple to Adair there as he moves to 457 for 7 at the end of the over. Yeah, I was just talking about the start that England need to have. I felt that in the last Women's Ashes, it was that first match where they batted really well against Australia at Adelaide, and then they almost got spooked with Meg Lanning and Tali McGrath chasing down those runs, and then it felt like a psychological battle to get over the line against Australia. They were in so many good positions to win, but they just couldn't quite do it.
And that's what it is. Australia, because they have been so dominant, they know how to win as a team. You know, they know how to put things together. I guess from England's point of view, it's going to be an inexperienced seam attack. Yes, you've got Sophie Eccleston, the best left-arm spinner in the world, Kate Cross, who's played a lot of white ball cricket, but then you're into your Lauren Bells and your Izzy Wongs.
Broad comes again, Kampfer on strike, lets it go.
Sometimes, you know, inexperience comes that freedom of not having those nightmares and those...
Yeah, that scar tissue. Mental scar tissue.
Yeah. I know Izzy Wong's come out and already said that now's the best time. Yeah, they've been good for the last 5 years, but let's see what they're about. And I like the fighting talk.
Broad shuffles forwards, now into his stride. Past the stumps. Kampfer forward and covering the ball to the offside. No run. Yeah, fighting talk is good when it goes well for you.
You've got to back it up, haven't you? You don't want Izzy Wong to be steaming in a
It's
test
a bit like
match.
Ollie Robinson.
Yeah, and bowled 10 overs, none for 70. Then your fighting talk's gone down the drain.
How are you with fighting talk?
Oh, you can't have fighting talk from fine leg. Maintain that. You just got to let the game take care of itself.
Kampfer crouched down, bat hovering as he lunges forwards and lets it go. A nice bit of shape there from Broad, full length, but that movement down the pitch into the gloves of Johnny Bairstow. So he's walking back with purpose. Stuart Broad with his karate-style bandana. Left trouser leg hoiked up above his strapping and his ankle strapping.
He definitely doesn't know that's stuck there, does he?
Past the stumps again. Kampfer this time just gets the bat down in time to work it out to deep square. That ball angled into the pads with a bit of movement back up the slope. So excellent stuff here from Broad, probing away. 158 for 7. And Broad searching for another test fiver. It would be his third here at Lord's.
A smile on his face there, Stuart Broad. He liked that delivery as it just came back in towards the right-hander. Rightly so, it was a good delivery. Kampfer did well. I've got that sense that something needs to happen in this game here.
Needs to happen or will
happen. England will need it to happen.
Adair forward, dead bat as he plays that back to Stuart Broad. It must have hit the toe because it sounded very wooden and hollow.
It did, didn't it?
So final ball coming up of this over. And Mark Adair stuck out there for 17 deliveries. He's been quite stubborn in partnership with Curtis Kampfer. Broad. Bowls driven, hits the outside edge, goes past. Third slip down to the boundary. Frustration for Stuart Broad, who induced the stroke at the end of the over. 162 for 7, Adair to 8.
Don't think Ben Stokes will necessarily mind that at all because it did take that thick outside edge. The slips are in play. That's the shot that you want the batters to be playing. You want them to be driving at the ball. But just took too much of the bat. It was too wide of the slips.
Well, lulls in cricket, Test cricket, aren't what they were. You called one after 2 overs. A lull used to have to do 4 hours before you got a lull in Test cricket. Stuart Broad talks about the ends he's been bowling at, 4 wickets from the pavilion end. He's bowled almost 2/3 of his overs at Lord's from this end, the nursery end, averaged 29 from this end, now averages 24 from the pavilion end, but it's been a struggle to shift Jimmy Anderson from that end, even though Anderson averages basically the same from both ends here at Lord's at 24.
Josh Tongue bowls short again to Kampfer, who sways out the way of that one. It's actually just a little duck out the way. Minimal movement as Tongue's still operating halfway down the pitch. There's 2 men back on the leg side.
You don't want to be the one to tell Jimmy Anderson that he's got to swap ends, though, have you?
No, that's true.
Getting first pick.
Stuart Broad seizing the opportunity with the wind behind him from the pavilion end.
The first time for everything.
Yeah. Tongue coming in on an angle, and again short. So lots of energy being used here for Josh Tongue on debut. 86 miles an hour, that one, as the two men back have come up. They're both coming up, in fact.
This is what I love about Ben Stokes. You never know what his next move is.
A big old shuffle in the middle there. He's decided to go attacking in a different way. So 4 slips will be in position. A more regulation field. In fact, 3 slips. Oh. They're just making their mind about that 4th slip.
And a leg slip.
Ollie Pope to leg slip, yeah. A point, extra cover, Schmid on a mid-wicket as Tongue bowls to Kampfer on the back foot and pushing at the ball to the offside, no run. And how are you, Al? I know you've made the decision to step away from the game.
Yeah.
How are things?
They're getting better. I was falling out of love with playing cricket, and I promised myself as soon as that ever happened, it would be time to step away, but just struggling mentally at the minute.
Kampfer tries to pull that ball wide of off stump, misses it completely, goes through to Bairstow.
I've been so open and honest about it because I think it's a really important subject that people have to talk about, you know, and things haven't been easy, you know. I've been at home, I can't remember the last time I didn't cry for a day, you know. It's been one of those. But yeah, I think it's really important to talk about, and stepping away for the time being to try and find that confidence back. That girl that stands at the top of the mark and believes she's the best bowler in the world, she's disappeared, she's gone. She's hiding from me at the minute, so try and find that confidence again.
Tongue past the stumps to Kampfer, who's defending the ball to the offside. And was there a moment that it just shifted for you?
Yeah, it's really bizarre. I went on a pre-season tour with Lancashire to where did we go? Dubai and then Mumbai, and I had a brilliant tour. You know, first game back, 4 for 10 or whatever it was, and then I had a shoulder injury and didn't play the rest of the tour. And I said at the time, I was like, I'm going to be undercooked when I go into the season, and I felt undercooked for the first time.
Tongue bowls, Kampfer defends again to the offside.
And I guess because for me, I've now decided that commentary is my main priority. I've put too much pressure on myself to perform, and I'm putting too much pressure on myself at the minute. So, yeah, take a break from cricket. It was an incredibly tough decision to make, but I felt instant relief. So, day by day, we're getting better.
Well, it's great to have you alongside us here today, but plenty of courage shown by being able to speak about it, and you're absolutely right. It is great to be able to have those conversations now and be open and honest about it, because there are so many people going through something similar. So by you speaking about it here and telling people that it is okay to
not be okay,
to not be okay and have those feelings and have the opportunity to step away and say it's not necessarily over, but that will be, you know, helping so many other people out. So thank you for being able to speak openly about it. It is obviously something you've spoken about on your No Balls podcast as well, which is on the BBC Sounds app, and you can catch that full conversation with Kate Cross, your good mate, as the players will be breaking now for tea. They are starting to slowly move off the pitch. 162 for 7 here at Lord's. Ireland, Kampfer battling away on 32, Adair on 8 as well, and Stuart Broad will have to wait that little bit longer for another Test match fifer, with 3 wickets being picked up in that session. England opting to bowl first at Lord's on day 1 of the first Test of the summer. Under leaden skies, Ben Stokes decided he wanted to get his bowlers out there. We've seen Stuart Broad bowl magnificently, 4 for 45 for him from 15 overs. Matt Potts, 1 for 34 from 11. 0 for 40 for the debutant Josh Tongue, and Jack Leach 2 for 34. He came into the game early off 12 overs, and he's looked to be bowling very attackingly. Not getting loads of turn, but certainly looking to create opportunities.
Yeah, I think it's one of those at the minute where England have got to be patient, because Ireland will be looking to take time out of this game. Yes, it's a Test match, but it's 4 days. It's still a long time. You know, there's been a lot of talk on when will it be over? We've seen these 5-day test matches be done in 2.5 days with this England side, but Ireland taking time out of the game and taking that last half an hour out of the game is only going to do Ireland good going into the back end.
Al, a few more words from you, and then I'll be handing over to Jonathan Agnew.
Yes, England will review how that last hour, that last session has gone, and they'll be talking about, you know, their plans and how they can change things, how they can be attacking. We know Ben Stokes is, you know, he's a brilliant captain. He manoeuvres his chess pieces like I've never seen before. And just as we saw in that last over there from Tong, from going to the short ploy to having 4 slips, I think it's brilliant. And if we're guessing up here, it means the batter's out in the middle are guessing as well. So, yeah, it's been good to watch.
Anything I would suggest is that I'd like to see Tong have a go at this end, because he's so high with that action that he's bringing the ball into the right-handed batsman from that far end using the slope. I'd just like to see him go from this end, the slope the other way, so he just got the ball to hold a little bit. But anyway, he's bowled all his overs so far down at the pavilion end. He's wicketless so far, 13 overs, no wicket for 40. Thank you, Alex. Sun's out, the ground staff doing their bit down there, sweeping up the pitch and so on, under the watchful eye of the 4th umpire, David Milnes, an old colleague of mine from the Leicestershire days. He's the 4th umpire here today. In a moment, we'll be chatting about, well, it's a fascinating project to photograph some of the less well-known cricket venues across the country. And if you go onto our TMS social media now, you'll see some of the pictures that I'm talking about. But first, among the crowd here today are a group of specially invited guests who are enjoying the hospitality of the MCC President Stephen Fry and the England internationals Mike Gatting and Claire Taylor. The 11 MCC community heroes have been chosen from across the UK for their outstanding contribution to the grassroots game and the community. And Stephen has been telling our reporter Joe Wilson more about the idea.
It's wonderful. It rather sums up cricket that we're here at the, if I may say so as an MCC member and indeed president, the pinnacle of cricket. But there is also what you might call the foothills, the grassroots, without which you could never have a pinnacle. And it's really important to us at the MCC that we celebrate and encourage the kinds of people who put in time to spread cricket amongst the young, amongst girls and boys who would otherwise not necessarily get access. You know, if you show a child a bat and a ball and chalk up some stumps against a wall or offer a tree trunk, they get it. They get it straight away. It's the most magnificent expression of bat and ball sport that you can have, and any child will understand it. But from then on, you can get problems, because in order to play the game in any really exciting way, you need a bit of structure, you need some kit. Yeah. If it's just bats and balls and pads for safety and a few things like that, you do need that. And you need someone who's prepared to put in the time to encourage girls and boys to take it a bit further, to give them chances to have a bit of coaching, for example, maybe even erect some nets, basic sort of, and to do so in all the communities in which cricket can happen and all the types of people. So we're celebrating, for example, the Birmingham Unicorns, which is only the second club of its kind in the world, which is for people who are LGBTQ+, and to make them feel safe and involved in a game that can give them pleasure. Or we have Taj Bhatt here today, who works tirelessly in Bradford amongst the South Asian community. And we have a fabulous hero who does work at Valenciennes, where there are refugees from in France. Picturing cricket in France is very pleasing. So you know, there's all this kind of work. Plus, one of our heroes today has rescued a village club in Kent, a kind of almost classic sort of archers village club. But these are important. This is where cricket began as a game amongst shepherds, you know, they in Hampshire. Yeah. One shepherd says to another, you see that wicket gate there? I'll put some straw bales on it. You take your crooked, you know, which is the shepherd's crook. You take your crooked and you stand in front of the wicket gate, and then I'll hurl down this stone. And if I knock off the bales, then out you go. But if you knock it, and you can run up to here, and so crooked was born. You know, it is a game in its roots in the country, and it'd be a shame if those were lost. And so it relies therefore on volunteers, and that's what these community hero initiatives celebrate.
Absolutely. So in your, I perhaps would term it almost like a custodian's role that you feel as MC President with this project, and maybe that is even sort of adding to the excitement you might feel at this time of the summer anyway, and then knowing that it's an Ashes summer as well, Stephen. I wonder, do you feel that adrenaline in your veins sitting here right now?
Oh, every time I come into this ground on a match day, especially an international match day, especially a test day, especially an Ashes day, I get a tremendous buzz.
He certainly does. Stephen Fry, and I suspect we'll be hearing much more from him during the Ashes test here in a few weeks' time. Now, talking about the Ashes, we're joined now by a cricket photographer responsible for one of the most famous images in Ashes history. Back in 2005, Tom Shaw captured the moment when Andrew Flintoff commiserated with Brett Lee at the end of the dramatic Edgbaston test. It summed up the incredible spirit that series was played in, and it's become an iconic photo. But now, after a period away from working in cricket, Tom is back photographing the game. But he's swapped taking pictures of the professional game and instead is travelling around the country to capture some very different images. Now, we've put a flavour of these photos up on the TMS social media area now and on our text commentary. Now, often, Tom, you'll hear the phrase about grassroots cricket and you can imagine images of a leafy village green. But this is not what you're looking at, is it? And actually, I'm thinking of some of them. I mean, there are already some lovely books, aren't there? Sort of coffee table type books of, say, lovely village greens and sort of the iconic images that you try to conjure up when you talk about grassroots cricket. But this is different altogether, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Nice to see you again, by the way.
And
Welcome back.
And thank you for having me on.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. So what I've been looking to do is to really move the narrative on from those bucolic, leafy, lovely, Sussexy type villages, which ironically is where I live and play, and to try and sort of show another side to the story, because the funny thing is that since working with England cricket, so you're doing 15 years worth of touring with England, touring with you guys, doing all the stuff, that you end up, as I went back to the game at the grassroots level, that it was actually very, very different to how it's seen in those books. So I started sort of researching at other grounds and other places. And a lot of things are like in the workplace cricket, the old sort of 30, 40, 50 years ago, there was a lot of workplace cricket.
Yeah.
And if we go back onto the website, there's a picture there of, that's Winnington Park in Northwich, which is the old ICI works.
Right.
So it's a works
a cricket
ground.
ground with a huge factory
Yeah.
behind it, chimneys and so on.
Absolutely, and there is, and as they were telling me, there's more that had been knocked down. The whole thing was like a wall of factory one side and this green space in the middle for all factory workers. So it just got me thinking about all the different communities and different people playing, because since leaving working with England, I've been working more as a commercial photographer. And then I've got my boys with me here. The boys went back to play, and some of the dads said to me, you should come and play cricket. And I thought, not really. It wasn't for me as a kid, and I didn't really play. So I thought, why not? I'll give it a go. So down in Lewis Priory Cricket Club, turned up and actually quite enjoyed it. And it's become a part of a midlife crisis that I absolutely love playing cricket. After watching so many people play, I started to have a go myself. And
play on these beautiful grounds that we sit and watch. England.
Yeah, we don't play on this. This is it's another world.
Yeah.
And
do you think had you lost touch a bit? Do you think with sort of grassroots cricket and the more gritty?
Well, I never really knew much about grassroots cricket. I played, as a kid, played. My dad loved it. Always had TMS on. My brother was quite a good cricketer. Wasn't interested. It was all hardball then. We didn't have any of the softball stuff. So we went back and going back. But there was one particular moment when. So we're playing in the third. We're Division 12. We can't go any lower. Okay, so you can imagine where we're at here.
Okay.
Yeah, nothing. You don't get relegated from there. You still keep going. And I went into bat. This was a couple of years ago, and the chap at first slip is smoking.
Right.
But he carefully takes a cigarette, puts it down. Bloke runs into bowl. I've done something horrendous probably. It's gone through to keep or whatever. Carefully picks it up, continues on smoking, and it's then that kind of dawned on me that there are characters in this game. It is chock full of characters from the top all the way down.
I think I've seen Bill Wyman smoking while he was bowling, by the way.
That takes it one stage further. Yeah, and so it just got me thinking this is such a different world to the world I was used to. And then one of the lads I was playing with said to me, it's kind of odd because you've only seen cricket from England
Yeah.
down, and most people's experience of cricket is club as a kid. You go through, and then occasionally you'll watch England. Whereas I'd spent over 100 Test matches, countless one-day internationals, just watching all of this.
Yeah.
And so it got me thinking. There's a lot to this game. It means a lot to a lot of people. Let's go out there and find it. But to move it along from the narrative of the Wormsleys, lovely as they are, they're all relevant. But there's lots of different communities that play. And so it's led me on a journey all around the country. There's a particularly good Facebook group of cricket grounds in Great Britain, which is fantastic. You go on there and you say, oh, does anyone know if there's a cricket ground? And you get hundreds of people saying, you've got to go here. And it's just a love of cricket grounds. But it's also about portraits as well. So it's portraits of cricketers, of ground staff. And I'm looking for all those...
sorts of levels. Just
Absolutely.
Yeah.
If you're involved in cricket at any level, I'll be interested to hear from you. So part of this is to sort of put a shout out to if any people have interesting people, stories, places to go to, drop me a line through whichever means possible. And
how do we decide what's photogenic for you? Because I'm looking at some of these pictures here, and some of them actually, I mean, okay, there's a game here being played. It's a lovely green park, it's trees, but it's under a flyover or a motorway.
Yeah, Littleborough Lakeside up in Yorkshire. That's the MC, just near Rochdale.
It's just right underneath the motorway.
Literally, yeah. So that's the thing that piqued my interest, was this, that it's kind of the modern world coming into the game. And what often photographers look for in the game, the saccharine type, having that, bucolic landscape, is not often the reality. And so I sort of headed up there and got there, and there were 66 for 4, and then there were 66 for 7 in about 10 minutes, thinking, I'm going to have to work quickly here. And then we continued on and did that, and it was fantastic. And then you just sort of build it around that, and then you meet characters, and they were telling me about, you've got to go to Bury, because they play tape ball cricket in the car park of the supermarket. Under lights.
Right. Under lights.
Under lights. At 10, 11 o'clock, 12 at night, all the young lads go out and play tape ball cricket. So that's another form of cricket that I'm looking to go and do.
So how far and wide have you been? Because I'm just looking at a woman that you've...
Yeah, that's...
Just a woman sitting on a wall with a wire fence behind her. So what's attracted you to that?
Waiting. The waiting to play. The sort of... the thing I've learnt about the game, you can almost do the game sitting down.
Right.
Because you spend so much time waiting. And if you go to another picture on there's 5 lads waiting, watching, one of the batsmen's waiting to come in. And so I wanted to move away from the action and look the other way. And other people just waiting to play it. So that's Nikki from Bradford Park Avenue Ladies. And they play with such vigour. They absolutely adore playing the game. And it's brilliant, and it's great to see.
Here's a photo that I think many club cricketers will recognise. It's basically having tea by the look of it. So there's no play again. So I'm beginning to get what you're up to now. There's a pylon in the background, a pretty rustic sort of setup there, offering some protection, I suspect, to the scorers by the look of it. And the players are standing around having a cuppa and a sandwich.
Absolutely, and that's Hackney Marshes, just along from all the football grounds. There's 3 or 4 games going on all at one time. And they just, put up the marquee, put up everything. Everything's built from scratch. There's no pavilion. There's no formality to it. It's just bring it all, throw it up, chuck it in. And that's what's lovely about this. It's the sense of community that you're getting from all these people. It gives them so much more back, I feel. And certainly that's what I get from playing. I certainly don't get, the level we're playing at. We're not giving it any much more... any particular quality cricket.
So give your show. So come on, all these people listening who play club cricket, and they're thinking, what about my ground that Tom might be interested in? I mean, what is it that you're just looking at absolutely sort of back to basics?
It's hard to describe, but I mean...
my little ground that I used to play at Ufford Park would always be invaded by the cows. And they'd come round and start... In those days, you had aerials on your cars. And you used to have to break the game and break up because they'd come and bite the aerials off. So it'd be interrupted and you push the aerials down, the cows were everywhere. I mean, is that the sort of thing that you're after?
Absolutely. Anything that adds a new element to the game away from the professional level, really. I'm back to Perry Hall Park in Birmingham. There's 16 pitches all dotted around. Right. It's all the lads warming up together. And it's remarkable. And the pitches are kind of almost so small that the boundary goes into the other pitch. So you get this weird thing of people looking two directions for two different games, and the ball will go
flying
into
everywhere.
Yeah, but again, it's uncovered pitches, so it's a little bit dangerous. And there's one chap gets hit in the face, and they said is there a doctor around? Half the team are doctors, and they're all coming around and helping him.
Yeah.
And it's absolutely brilliant. The passion for the game and what people are getting back from it is really what I'm after.
Right.
And the characters.
And how do they get hold of you then?
Social media, Tom Shaw Photo is to pop on there. I've got links to all the other bits, or my website is tomshawphotography.com.
Okay.
Or all the links are on your social media bits as well. Just to draw me along.
Social media here about someone remembering Tuffers having a fag.
Yes, that's a great
looking at the
picture.
I think it's someone else. It shouldn't be encouraging smoking here, Tom.
No.
There's another cricketer here I see on your side having a fag behind the sight screen by the look of it.
No, he's round the back of the porter cabin. That's Hartlepool Power Station.
Right.
Wonderful place. Bleak if you look out one way. You have a monstrous power station right behind, and these little porter cabins. Again, an old workplace.
Yes.
An old workplace ground, but remarkable place.
Players coming out, Ashes here.
Yep.
I've got to ask you about that photograph. I mean, is that the photograph that kind of defined your major career? Do we call it that as a frontline cricket photographer?
I think so, yes. I don't think I felt it was at the time. I didn't think anything of it, and I didn't realise it's significant at the moment. I think kind of aesthetically there are bits that I wasn't that happy about, but certainly as a moment, proud to have got that. It's certainly it's a great talking point.
Why did you get it? And
well, lately there is another Tom Jenkins from The Guardian.
Oh yes,
did have a version as well, because I felt at the time it was his Test match. He'd been remarkable through the whole thing.
He had.
I kept thinking of Patrick and Beefy, Patrick Eager, the photographer, who got the picture of Beefy in '81, thinking, if this finishes, this is his Test match. So I knew where he was.
So with all the celebrations going on over there,
yep.
you kept on Flintoff.
I did the celebration, then went straight onto Flintoff, and then just watched him the whole time, really. A little bit of informed luck.
You missed this?
Do you know what? I don't know. I think I do, but I'd miss not playing on Saturday now because I've become obsessed. And luckily, I can't tap up people like Alistair Cook, who's about to come in and sort of say, "How do you not miss a straight ball?"
Well, good luck getting
really
out of Division 12.
Yes. Well, I think we're going to get out by going down, possibly, but who knows?
I particularly wish you well with this. TomShawPhotography.com.
Perfect. Thanks, Aggers.
Good luck. What a really nice project. And it's lovely to see you again, Tom.
Lovely, and you. Thank you,
Take care of
Aggers.
yourself.
Take care.
There you go. So you know what to do. Something earthy, something gritty, something down to earth, something grassroots. Tom's, well, he'll be there. He'll come and take photographs of it. And it'll go up on the website. It's not a book or anything like that. It's just a project that he's working on, and he's a mighty fine photographer. So there we go. That's that tea break negotiated. The players are out in the middle at 162 for 7. Adair is on 8. Camphor 32. Broad still looking for his 5th wicket, and he took his 4th in his 9th, looking at Andy's notes here, and he's about to start his 16th. So he'll just be getting, well, he's been around a long, long time, won't be getting too frustrated, but he'll want to get it, that's for sure. He wants to start the summer off with a bang. Adair's on strike, Broad comes in, bowls to him, and the first ball is pushed off the front foot back to Broad, and there is no run. It's nice seeing Tom again, because all you players actually, you all got quite close to the photographers on tours and things, don't you? You know who they all are.
Yeah, they don't ask horrible questions.
No,
do they?
well, I'll tell you what they do though. They take sneaky photographs that we then have to write stories about. So they're not always innocent, these snappers, you know.
I've been fooled for all this time. I always think they're all great blokes.
Well, in goes, well, they are great blokes. They just do a good job. In goes Broad again over the wicket. Bowls a lovely outswinger. And Adair prods forward at it. And
Hume is in. That's a wider delivery, cut into the offside by Duckett. It's picked up by McCullum. That's the end of Hume's opening over. 4 came off it. And it's 8 without loss, both Duckett and Crawley on 4. And certainly I think the spectators are arriving, taking opportunities offered online for that deal for the final session. So certainly the stands are filling up slightly more than they were through the day.
There's also a lot of people out by the nursery ground as well.
That'll be the Irish drinking, I would have thought.
I reckon that there's 1,000 people out there that aren't sat in their seats.
Well, they tend to be event junkies, you know. Maybe not necessarily everyone is a cricket fan, but they're here for the event. And that was flicked away behind square on the onside by Crawley for a single, the opening ball of Adair's second over. England move on to 9. I remember 4 years ago, it was the end of July. It was very, very hot here. Amazingly hot. 2 and a bit days the match lasted.
It was a strange old test match though, wasn't it?
It was one of the oddest ones you'll ever see. For Murtagh to end up on the board after the opening couple of hours. The honours board. Joined again today by Stuart Broad with his 5 for 51. Adair is in, and that's cut down to the man at point by Duckett and fielded. There's no run. Ireland's got the 4 slips in for the left-handed Duckett. And yes, plenty of jumpers still being worn. Despite the fact it's bright and sunny, it's still not maybe as sunny as we think, sitting here high above events with the spectators all around us. And many of the Irish fans, I think, who have come over have booked tickets for the first 2 days. That's a wide delivery and swinging away down the slope and signalled as a wide.
Wilson,
the first of the day? Oh, the first wide of the day.
Wilson really had to think about that then, but for me it was going off the pitch.
It was off the cut strip when it passed the batter, yeah.
Duckett there went to play it and then realised how wide it was and just pulled his bat away, because the last thing you want...
Oh, getting out the delivery like that.
Yeah.
You can hear Duckett tapping his bat. It's raised now. He's just waiting for Adair to come in. Bowls right-handed, forced away on the onside. That's going to go for a boundary. I would think there's a man chasing up to the far corner. A diving stop and a slide into the Toblerone. And that's 4 runs. England on to 14 without loss. Nice shot.
It's perfect timing from Ben Duckett. He's just defended the ball up past mid-on for 4 runs. I mean, you can't time a ball better than that. Racing up the hill as well. The chase was on, but it was always going to go for 4. Just lent into the ball perfectly there, did Ben Duckett.
Tidy start by England.
I'd love to be able to time the ball that well.
Oh. I had good edges on my bat. And he pulls it to the exact same spot, the next delivery. Adair's just not quick enough. And another 4 for Duckett.
You say he's not quick enough. It felt like Duckett had an age there. Didn't need to play the shot. It was almost wait for it, then pull the ball into the leg side. The exact same area as the ball before, just a different shot. This one's slightly shorter, and he pulls the ball past mid-on for another 4.
So England starting their innings in the style we have become accustomed to. 18 without loss. Round the wicket goes Adair and clubbed into the ground by Duckett.
Is how long can Ireland hold their nerve for? Because you want to be aggressive, you want to be attacking with the field. But if England are hitting the ball to all parts, what can you accept? Can you accept going for 2 boundaries and over, knowing you might create the chance? Because you don't want to go too defensive too early.
No. The 4 slips are still there for Duckett. Adair just in front of the on-pitch advert on the far side. Round the wicket. And just pushed into the ground by Duckett. And that is the end of Adair's second over, 14 runs off. At Duckett 12, Crawley 5-18 without loss.
Ben Duckett's been outstanding since coming back into the England team on the Pakistan tour. And looking at opening batters in the history of men's Test cricket, anyone who's opened 3 or more times, Duckett has the highest scoring rate, currently scoring at 90 runs per 100 balls. That equates to 5.4 runs and over. There's almost 700 players in that sample.
Duckett's return has been an interesting story, Alex. He was on that long list of England openers who'd been tried and discarded.
They sort of got blacklisted for a while for naughty behaviour.
We've all done that.
Yeah, poured that pint over Jimmy Anderson, didn't he? And he was all over the news for a while. But growing up, it's been a while. He's a mature player now.
Huma's into Crawley, still 4 slips. Outside off stump and left and through to Tucker.
I think everyone makes mistakes in life, don't they? And just a bit of silly behaviour and certain other things. He found himself out of the side for a while, but credit to him, he just concentrated on playing for Notts and scoring runs for Notts and scoring enough runs and got himself back in the side.
As the Irish would say, fair play to him. Still barely a bit of wispy cloud around London at 5-5, and this is the 1st of June. Huma's in, slightly more onto the pads of Crawley. He flicks it away square on the onside, and they scamper through for a single. Crawley on 6, Duckett on 12. Are you a sun worshipper, Alex? You take the sun well?
Yes,
You've no Irish heritage then.
I hate being cold. I think it's the worst feeling in the world.
So any opportunity you'll be out. I'm not talking as if it's a boiling hot day, but it's just nice to see the sun, isn't it? Hume in. Has hit the pad, has it? The peel went up against Duckett. It was a swing. The ball flicked out behind square on the offside. Half-hearted appeal, you would say, from the slip cordon.
Yeah, it didn't sound convincing there from the slip cordon. Maybe a little bit of bat involved for Ben Duckett. Or high.
It was high.
On the hip flexor.
On the hip, yeah. And Ireland will go up for anything and everything. They need to get a breakthrough, defending 172 in their first innings. They can't let Crawley and Duckett get away. Hume is in, a defensive shot offered by Duckett, and there's no run. No, I'm afraid I'm typical Irish. I go red after a day and then start to peel appalling. It's a genetic thing.
Well, you've been inside all day today, so you should be okay.
I had what they call a farmer's tan at the weekend, which is with your arms and the sort of V below your neck because you're outside.
Cricket tan.
The cricket tan as well. Hume is in. That's outside off stump and beautifully carved away by Duckett. He struck that superbly and through the covers, and another boundary for him, and he's raced to 16 of 14 deliveries. England 23 without loss, and it's looking a little ominous.
He's been looking for that shot a couple of times, Ben Duckett, and in the previous over missed out twice, but this one he's nailed it. He didn't actually move his foot classically to the line of the ball that you get taught as a kid. Get your foot in line with the ball and play the ball through the covers. Just all power, all arms there from Ben Duckett. He's just trusting his technique and trusting that he's going to get bat on ball.
And it's sped up the hill to the rope. So Hume running away from us and in. It's on the stumps, forced out on the onside by Duckett. Ireland's other options, the new boy Fionn Hand, Andy McBride, Curtis Camphor. I haven't seen Paul Stirling bowl too much in recent years. That's the end of the 4th over. England 23 without loss. Duckett leading the way on 16, Crawley on 6.
Just concentrate on his batting these days. And Paul Stirling.
Yeah, he's one of these fellas who he's actually a very shy lad. I remember, I think he did his first broadcast interview with me before it was in Nottingham before one of the T20 competitions, and getting answers out of him, it's like blood out of a stone. He's a lot better now in interview situations, but I don't think he's one of life's natural microphone junkies. That's flicked away on the onside by Crawley, They've come back for 2. Opening delivery of Adair's third over. 25 without loss.
Just tucked off his hip there from Crawley, so slightly too straight from Mark Adair. And with the field that he's got with the 4 slips, he just wants to be bowling just outside that off stump, getting Zach Crawley to drive the ball through the covers to try and get those slips in play and bring the nick in.
Still the 4 slips. Still Ireland attacking and looking for the edge. Haven't found the edge of either batsman so far, either batter so far. That's onto the pad, probably going down. Off the pads of Zach Crawley. Is this an important innings, an important match for Zach Crawley?
Yeah, we were talking about it before with Ali Mitchell. I think Zach Crawley's a funny one. You know he's going to play in the Ashes, but this is, I think, for him and for the punters that have been saying, should he be here, should he not? You've dropped your specialist keeper. Could you have had a different opener?
Crawley, bat raised. Adair is in. Forces that away square on the onside. That'll be another 2 runs for Zach.
I think for him to score runs for himself, you know, and you know, he's backed by the dressing room, he's backed by the captain and the head coach, and that's the most important thing. But there's nothing like scoring runs as a player, and he'll know in the county championship that he's made a couple of mistakes. He's got out to some good bowling sometimes as well, but there's no, as a batter you want to be scoring runs. So you go out, finish this test match with 100 under your belt, you'll feel so much more confident going into the Ashes.
Slip has been taken out, gone into Shortman wicket. Trying to cut off that route for Crawley. Here comes Adair running towards us on the stumps, pushed out square on the onside again by Crawley, fielded by Fionn Hand. Did we ever get a full 11 of the body parts team?
I'm not sure.
Have we? And has that been?
Well, we managed to steer.
Has that been postponed? Or?
We managed to steer the conversation away from Jake Ball and David Willey. So.
Ah, dear. You would expect nothing else from our audience, would you?
We're going international. We can get a Safa in there. Wicket keeper Quinton de Kock.
Right, I'm sorry they've brought this back up again. Oh, I'm sorry I've said that. Adair, that's too far down the leg side, flicked away. That's going to be a chase for the man down in front of us. Does extremely well. Cuts that off, Fionn Hand. And another 2 for England. 29 without loss. Duckett 16, Crawley 12.
It's just become so normal and so natural that at the end of the 5th over, England, you know, 30 on the board, just ticking away nicely. There's 1 ball left of the 5th over.
Used to be 30 for 5 in the good old days, Alex.
That was only about 2 years ago as well. Remember the Ashes down under, you just knew they'd be 30 for 2, 30 for 3. Just the way this team has changed and developed has been remarkable.
Thrilling to see cricket lovers right across the globe. There is in. Crawley, oh, was that a false shot? It was through 4th slip, all along the ground for 4.
He's played it with soft hands there, Zach Crawley. Yes, it's gone wide of slip, but he's played with soft hands, so it wouldn't have carried anyway.
33 without a loss. Crawley's on to 16. Duggett's on 16. Plus that wide. So questions and issues and thoughts inside the head of Ireland captain Andrew Balbirnie down there in the sunshine. As Alex hardly makes way. And another man in a pair of stylish shades. Full Tufnell.
Hello.
Tuffers.
How are you?
Decent start by England.
Yeah, just been slightly wide of line, haven't they? It's been knocked both sides of the wicket. England, we kind of knew they were going to be coming out and putting pressure on the Irish bowlers, and they've done so. Just need to hit that channel a little bit more regularly, because these 2 guys, when they get going, they can be extremely dangerous.
Huma's in. Defensive shot played by Duckett. It's 3 slips, man square, point. Another 2 on the offside, and man back behind square on the boundary on the leg side, and 2 more. You would say sort of inside the circle. Graham Humes deep in discussion.
Good to see him keep the 3 slips in.
Yeah.
You will have a go. Both will have a little dart outside the off stump. They like to feel bat on ball.
Hume is in. Ooh. That's a nice delivery. A big appeal by Hume and the slip cordon.
It's close.
Now they've a decision to make. Balbirnie, what does he do?
What, have a look at that one.
DRS is on 10 seconds at the moment. Discussion from skipper to bowler.
Swung back late. Trap Duckett on the crease. Decided not to go for it. Good ball.
See on the replay.
Oof, a bit high.
Bit high.
It's only a little one. Good delivery. Still a bit of suave out there.
Hume into Duckett. Forces that away on the onside square of the wicket. They've come back for 2. Saved by the man on the boundary, but they'll return for the 3rd. And a good bit of fielding by Curtis Camphor.
That was close as well. He's just clipped that off about middle and leg, Duckett.
Duckett 19, Crawley 16, 36 without loss.
Yeah, they're racing along. Or has he got
a little
yeah.
touch of bat or glove?
Little bit of inside edge onto his bat there. That's why they didn't go for it.
Good call by Balbirnie.
Yep.
Still the flags are being given a bit of a buffeting. Crawley on strike now. Hume in. 4 slips off his pads. Lovely shot. 4 runs.
Yeah, they've just lost their line a little bit, these 2 opening bowlers. I mean, being put under pressure by the batsman for sure, but you've just got to try and get a few dot balls and string them together from both ends and create some pressure. At the moment, just too easy to knock it both sides. But they've come out with intent, as we knew they would.
This could be a long evening for Ireland.
Well, it could be a long day, mate, tomorrow.
Yeah.
Could do with just nicking 1 or 2 in this session.
Hume is in to Crawley.
That's the better line.
Push down the wicket. Andy.
Got some news for Tuffers.
Go on.
Now, I know you'd have woken up this morning, Tuffers, as the 8th highest wicket-taking England left-arm spinner.
Yes.
In Test history.
Dear.
Jackie's done me.
I'm afraid you've been knocked down a notch.
No.
Jack Leach now 123, he's overtaken you 121. And it's pretty rare for England spinners to take 3 wickets in the first innings at Lords, when England have bowled first. The last to do that was Derek Underwood in 1974 for an England spinner. And bowling first in the first innings at Lords to take 3.
Final ball of the 6th over. Hume is in, outside off stump, carved away to the man square of the wicket. No run there. England in reply to Ireland's 172-40 without loss. Duckett on 19, Crawley on 20, and 16 have come off Hume's 3 overs and 24 off the 3 of Mark Adair. Many more wickets would you have had with DRS, Tuffers? While you answer that question, Isha Gujar's going to come in.
Thousands, perhaps. In my mind, anyway. No, it couldn't have happened to a nicer fella. Jack Leach, I think he's improved a lot. That will do his confidence no end of good going into this Ashes. Good, always good to get off to the summer with some poles, get some wickets, get your confidence going.
Jack Leach will be happy, but so will Stuart Broad, his 3rd Test fifer, his 20th in Test matches. And
looked in good rhythm, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
Just looked in good rhythm from ball 1.
He looked in complete control, getting that in-swinger going, the away shape as well, the length key. So he'll be absolutely delighted with that, building that confidence. As Fionn Hand, on debut, comes into the attack, right-arm medium fast, a 24-year-old. Bowled that absolute jaffer to Ben Stokes in the T20 World Cup, if you remember. At the MCG, on that fateful day, where England ended up losing.
Oh, yes, of course.
And they were on the verge of being knocked out of the tournament.
Yes.
Here he comes now, bowling from the pavilion end. Beats the edge of Ben Duckett first up.
Starts with a jaffer. Just left the left-hander down the slope. Nice delivery.
Stocky stature. Bowls with plenty of purpose. Seam presentation is very good.
Yeah, it's a belter. Swung in and just left Ben Duckett. Good delivery.
Three slips waiting. Hand bowls. Cut away by Duckett into the gap, out to the boundary. It'll slowly reach the boundary, and it'll pick up 4. Ben Duckett moves to 44 for no loss.
Yeah, they can't afford to do that, I'm afraid. That's a wide, long up. Ben Duckett, in the form he's in, he's been in sparkling form, hasn't he, for
He has his first Test match here, though, in England.
Yes. And he'll be looking to climb into them. I mean, short and wide. Left-hander's favourite shot, just slapping it through cover off the back foot.
Trailing by 128 here, England. Thoughts, Tuffers?
Well, they've got
going to be
Oh.
close to parity by the end of the day.
Well, might be. The way they're going.
Duckett forwards and defending the ball, no run.
They just don't seem to be able to string a couple of sort of dot balls together, do they, at the moment? You've got to try and get them made and build some sort of pressure that then if they do go for one outside the off stump, which Crawley and Duckett like to do, but at the moment they're just knocking on both sides of the wicket, so they need to tighten their lines up.
Just having a look at the screen, and England's seam is slightly fuller earlier today as Duckett is whipping this down to the leg side boundary, down to fine leg, beats that man at long leg to his left, and another 4 as England move to 48 for no loss inside the 7th over, and
Flying along.
yeah, leaking runs.
Yeah, well, as you say, short and wide outside the off stump, then overcompensates it, swings back in, down the leg side, just gets a fine clip on it for 4. You can't afford to get hit both sides of the wicket in Test match cricket, and that's what's happening to him at the moment.
And Ben Duckett has motored along to 27 from 22 deliveries.
Yeah.
He's looked pretty good since his return to the England setup in Test cricket, as Hand pushes forwards. Duckett clips this one out to long leg this time, just for a single. 49 for no loss as he goes to 28.
You can sure both of these boys will be eyeing up a biggie. I mean, great opportunity. I don't know what the weather's like tomorrow, but the sun's out here and it looks pretty flat. Sorry, you gave me a punch.
Yeah. It wasn't a punch. It was more like a touch on the arm.
What have I missed?
No, just looking at the difference in height stature between the two. It's
Wow,
like me and Aggers batting out there.
Wow. which is a bit tricky for bowlers.
Crawley, very tall, struck on the thigh pad, squared up by Hand, but never going to appeal because that's way too high. At the end of the over, 49 for no loss. Crawley 20, Ben Duckett 28.
Do we have the stats on heights there? Do we have height stats?
What, biggest difference between two? No. But
I reckon Temur Bavuma
Yes.
in world cricket right now.
Jensen.
Marco Jansen.
Marco Jansen.
Marco
yeah.
Jansen,
Yeah.
yes, that's it.
West Indies had Gus Logie in the 80s. He was about 5'3".
Yeah.
With, playing with
Clive
Garner and
Lloyd.
Ambrose.
Garner, yeah.
Garner, that would have been. I reckon he's up. Garner and Logie, good shout. Good shout. Yeah.
Important Test match for Zach Crawley, would you say, Tuffers?
Well, yes. I mean, he's been given this backing, hasn't he? You know, we've been mentioning sometimes he looks a little bit creaky outside that off stump. But yeah, I mean, it's batting. It's out there in the middle. It runs behind you. It's confidence, isn't it? So he'll be eyeing a big score. And he's the kind of guy that if he gets in a bit of nick and the ball is getting sprayed about, he can cash in.
Here comes Hume, bowls to Duckett, who turns it to mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, and he'll get them quickly. You don't mess about when he's in form. As you say, I reckon he's about, what is he, 6'5"? Big, tall, long levers, can mess your length up. You think you're bowling a good length, and it's almost just coming on the middle of his bat as he's sort of leaning forward it with those long levers.
You mentioned it looks like a good track to bat on right now.
It does now, yeah.
As Hume bowls to Duckett, who again just carves the ball out to the deep point fence. Just plays with those hands so very close to him. It's almost like a punch cut as he gets it away for 4, and England go past 50. Duckett moves to 32, England 53 for no loss.
And that's what we were talking about. It messes with your length because the shorter man, he's sort of like, you know, he's sort of bent, flexed at the knees, and it wasn't particularly short, but just the width and the quick hands just flashes it past cover point. You'll be sort of sitting there thinking, well, I thought that was a good ball to Crawley. You know, that was a length ball, but to Duckett, it's not.
Open stance for the left-hander, Duckett. 3 slips waiting, but that deep point now out on the boundary is... he just guides it gently out to that man for a single. Moves to 54 for no loss, England. Trailing by 118, and that partnership, 45 deliveries.
Yeah, not messing about. What is the forecast for tomorrow? Sunshine?
I'm hoping so.
Yeah.
Agus is going to check.
Is it? Yes, he's got and the radar. Yeah, we've got the radar up, John. Very keen on his weather, Agus. Being a pilot, of course.
Hume sets off, running away from us. He bowls. Lovely length as Crawley gets in and behind it and just guides it to point. No run.
6 of them, please. Oh, let's have a look. What we got? Oh, sunshine. We've got big sunshine, look. Oh, no.
Oh, brilliant.
Oh, yeah, no, looks pretty good.
Good weather for the Test Championship next week.
Yeah.
Agus down at the Oval, Australia, India.
Yeah, there is.
How's that pitch looking at the moment at the Oval?
I don't know, I can't see that far.
Will it reverse?
So, hold on a minute, let me have a look. Looks all right. Looks all right from St John's Wood.
Crawley defends back down the pitch. No run.
Yeah. I'll borrow your binoculars there, Andy, please.
Well, that's more local to you these days, isn't it, Tuffers?
Yes, it is. No, it will be a good pitch, won't it? It'll be a good pitch. It's probably
Will it reverse?
Yes, it's usually a win-the-toss pitch, and win the toss and have a bat. Get yourself a shed load of runs, and then it will slowly disintegrate a bit. But it'll be a good... Yeah, looking forward to that.
Yeah. 2 bowling attacks that exploit those conditions pretty well.
Absolutely.
2 pretty good batting attacks, as well as Crawley tucks that away down to long leg for a single. Trailing by 117 now. And that is a leg by. At the end of the over, 55 for no loss. England, and making light work of this so far. Definitely had a green tinge to it earlier on today. The pitch here at Lord's, under gloomy skies, it was moving around a bit with a new ball. Perfect bowling conditions for Ben Stokes and his men early on, and were able to extract Ireland 172 all out. They are now 54 for no loss, trailing by 117.
Yeah, as you mentioned, the opening stand reached 50 in 7.2 overs. It's the 3rd fastest 50 opening stand in Test cricket at Lord's. Slightly surprising name at the top of the list. In 2nd place, West Indies, Chris Gale and Devon Smith in 2004 took 7.1 overs.
Bat hovering for Crawley, who drives beautifully. That is scintillating stuff from Zach Crawley as he plays it out to the Warner stand. That is bread and butter. As he picks up a nice boundary, slightly over-pitched from hand, moves to 59 for no loss, the England score, and Crawley to 24.
And that's where his reach is, isn't it? I mean, it was pretty wide, but just fancied it. Not particularly a great stride, but just reaches it so easy. Sorry, Andy, you were cutting you off.
The fastest 50 opening stand at Lord's, Andrew Strauss, and Test match specials Alistair Cook in just 6.1 overs against Bangladesh, chasing a relatively low 4th innings target.
Couple of sirs.
2010.
2 lefties.
The 2 sirs.
And bowls.
Oh.
Crawley this time, just waits in his crease. Another 4 out to the deep point boundary this time, just leans on that shot. He's full of confidence as he goes to 28-63 for no loss.
Yeah, Zach Crawley at his best there, just as you say, leaning on it. Couple of little sort of shuffles just to get the length. Just cued it up beautifully, just leant on it, didn't really overhit it and timed it. Flew off the bat. I mean, it's looking a bit easy. It wasn't short, it wasn't full, really. We played it on the up. Great shot, just that pace, not enough pace to get him on the back foot.
Fee hand in again. This time he lets that one go. He's had enough of outside the line of off.
Yeah, might have to just pull my length back a little bit there.
84 miles an hour.
But then he's so quick on the back foot as well. You know, gets you in all sorts of trouble as a bowler because he just leans on your good length, and then you try and pull him back and on the back foot like a flash.
Yeah, and straight away Ireland just trying to starve him of runs.
Yeah.
The point being sent out to the boundary. Those hand bowls tighter to the stumps. Crawley working at leg side, but sent back by Duckett. He searches for a single, no run.
Plays off scratch, I think, golf. Jack, good golfer.
I had a chat to Ben Stokes a couple of days ago.
Right.
And I got him to go through the team.
Yeah.
And think of the first word that came to his mind for each of his players. Zach Crawley, what do you reckon?
Golf. Was it golf? Was it golf? No.
I mean, do you think of a person and just think golf? Yes.
Well, Tiger Woods.
Yeah, okay. Crawley tries to punch that away to the offside, but finds its way to extra cover, no run.
Go on, what was it?
Argumentative.
Oh, okay. Really? Oh, this is interesting.
Yes.
Go on. And what else?
I'll be available in the next couple of weeks.
Oh, are you keeping your powder dry? Oh.
A bit like your conversation with Jet Leach,
which
is available on the BBC Sounds.
Argumentative.
Argumentative.
Oh, interesting. Like a word association, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah, lovely. Oh, I should look forward to listening to that.
Crawley steps inside the line and just lets it go past him, no run.
Is it on BBC Sounds?
It is. No, I think it's on TikTok.
Oh, TikTok.
I'm looking at Aggers. Are you using TikTok at the moment, Aggers?
Tuffers, what would be the first word that your captain said about you, do you think, there to sum you up in one word?
I don't know whether it's not. It's too early. It's too early. Too early. Yes. I don't know. Let's not start word associations again.
Just cat. Sleepy.
Or happy. Perhaps happy. All sorts. Sneezy.
Grumpy?
Grumpy. No, not grumpy.
Dopey?
Perhaps.
Let's go through them all.
Yeah.
63 for no loss then. England, as Duckett is setting himself up at the pavilion end. Graham Hume, well, it's been tough going so far for the Ireland bowlers. As Hume approaches the crease now, Duckett defending back down to mid-on, no run. I talked about it being an absolute road. The Hume Highway in Australia.
Oh, right, yes.
For all the Australian listeners.
Is that flat?
Very flat,
Is it?
Well, most highways are flat, aren't they?
Fancy. Well, depends if they're in the mountains or not.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Might be up a hill. That's not very flat, is it? Might be. Yeah, the Hume Highway.
As Graham Hume bowls to Duckett, who clips it out to deep mid-wicket, a deep back and square, running around to his right to collect the ball. They'll come back for a couple. And the score moves to 65 for no loss. Duckett to 35.
Where's that? Does it cross the middle?
New South Wales, I think.
Oh, is it? What's the great big one that runs across the middle of Aussie? Oh, what's it? Famous one.
Have you done it?
The one that you have to sort of say when you're entering it, you have to log yourself with the police.
Oh, do you?
Yes, and if they don't see you come out the other end, they come looking for you. What's it called?
I didn't know that. But they have to come looking for you, Tuppers.
Well, no. Thankfully, we didn't break down. You don't want to get trapped out there.
Hume sprinting away. He bowls to Duckett, who's trying to work that past mid-wicket. But mid-on, able to come around and
take the
ball, no run.
Is it the Mullabar or something?
Someone in here should know.
They should know that one. The road that goes straight across the middle of Australia. I forget.
It's not the Trans-Tasman. Who said that?
No, it's not.
That's across the ocean.
Yes.
Duckett forwards and playing that to mid-wicket, no run.
Can't read that, I'm afraid, isn't it?
The Outback Highway.
Is it?
That's original.
It's not the one it's not the one I was on. It's not the one. It had a better name than that. Oh well, I'll find out in a minute.
You've asked a few questions today, Tuffers, haven't you?
Far too many by the sound of it.
How to cut your grass properly.
Yeah, I have. Highway 1 I've got here now. They're not very inventive.
Duckett back and across. Looks to guide the ball out to deep point, but finds the kind of bottom part of the bat as it trickles towards gully, no run.
likes to get that bottom hand in, doesn't it? Sometimes it just takes over from Ben Duckett. Just ends up sort of shutting the face on the ball instead of using his top hand, but he looks like he's he fancies a few.
Ball being tossed around the field. Looking quite fatigued already, Ireland. 2 slips in play, deep point, deep backward square as Hume in again to Duckett, who's whipping that to mid-wicket, no run. At the end of the over, 65 for no loss.
There's that bottom hand, really, as in that was missing 4th or 5th stump.
A few more words, in fact, from Andy. Andy's got something to say before Aggers will come in.
That's the 10th over of the innings. That's the first over in which England have not hit a boundary. I highlight the struggles that Ireland, like most of the bowling attacks England have encountered in the last year, have faced. And just another bit on the inexperience of Ireland's team. Fionn Hand, aged 24, is in just his 3rd first-class match. So that's when we talk about first-class cricket, that's sort of long-form cricket. 3, 4 or 5 day cricket, and before last week he'd only played 1. That was back in 2019. He played the warm-up game against Essex, and now this test match.
It's tough, isn't it? There's a big step up, as we know, as the first ball. The next over is played by Crawley, not quite straight, a little bit crookedly there. Ball fielded by the bowler. Hand as he follows through. 65 for no wicket in only the 11th over. They're rattling along.
Yes,
as we suspected they would. There's some entertainment tomorrow if they keep going.
Oh, Mr. Brook and everyone.
Yeah, here he comes again. Bowles. Crawley drives, and that was off an edge. And Hand there holding his head in his hands. Ball runs down to fine leg, and they take 1. You talk about highways and goodness.
Well, no. I mean, come on, I bet someone's answered me.
66 for no wicket.
And with his head in his hands.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, that's going to get tricky.
It is. Now, Duckett. They really must get Duckett playing down the ground.
Yep.
Playing down the ground, they're bowling the right length at him. When he plays square, they're bowling too short. And he's not a tall man, so he makes good length balls shorter, if you like. Alvin Kallicharran was a great example of someone really difficult batsman to bowl at, because again was no taller, I suspect, than Ben Duckett. Ruthless off the back foot. Had to get them playing. In Duckett's case, up towards mid-off. That's the if you make him play there, they're bowling in the right place. Here he comes, and he does play to mid-off. There you go, better length.
Yes, I've got it. Thank you very much, Ben Caulfield. The Nullarbor.
The Nullarbor, that's the desert between Adelaide and Perth.
Well, between Perth to Melbourne, it says here, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Well, that's pretty much across Australia, isn't it?
It is. I think it's Adelaide to be more accurate.
Okay. It's a whopper, though.
It is. It's big.
Nullarbor, yeah, Nullarbor. That's the one. Thank you.
Got the Ocean Highway, haven't you? That's what it's called. Here's Duckett. That's flicked away square into the leg side. Down towards backwards square leg. They've taken 2. The fielder there in the shadows. Great Ocean Road, that's the one between Melbourne and Adelaide.
Yeah. Is that on the coast?
Yes. Lee Smith also talks about the Nullarbor Strait, so there you are. That's the one.
Thank you, listeners.
Back in the day when the Barmy Army was first formed,
yes,
they had to go across the Nullarbor.
Tell me.
Because there was I remember it very well. There was an aircraft refuelers strike.
Ooh.
And we had to get from Adelaide to Perth for the test match. Comes Hand again, bowls. Duckett plays that with respect too, back up the pitch. Found a better length here, and the bowler field. So that would have been in.
That's my first tour.
In 1991, wouldn't it? Yeah, it was. And so they had to get across the Nullarbor. They were sponsored by a well-known car company.
That's right.
And they laid on these cars, and they struck. There weren't so many of them in those days, of course. Oh, now here's Hand bowling too short. Pulled away by Duckett hard out to deep square leg. The fielder there as well, scrambling on his knees to prevent that from hitting the boundary. And Duckett picks up just 1. As England go to 69 for no wicket. Duckett 38. Crawley has 29.
Did they all come out the other end?
Well, I think they did.
Oh,
and in those days, the Australians rather welcomed them, didn't they? They thought this was all a bit mad. And they had their own little stand, I remember, at the Wacker.
Yes, that's right.
And everything was very nice and friendly. And then they realised, actually, hang on a minute, there's rather too many England supporters coming in here. So they then made it rather more difficult for the Barmies to actually sit together. But that was when it first started, the little group determinedly heading off across the Nullarbor from Adelaide to Perth.
Followed us everywhere.
Yeah.
They were sleeping on our bedroom floors. And
Really?
Yeah. They were just doing it. They roughed it. That was hardcore. Followed us everywhere, they did.
On your bedroom floor?
Well, it wasn't necessarily mine.
Oh.
Used to give them beers out the team room, didn't it?
Duckett's on strike, in goes Hume, bowls outside the off stump, and there's a sort of horizontal batted drive from Duckett, again looking for the square boundary in the offside.
Don't you remember at Adelaide when we won, Gat? I think Gat got 100, didn't he? Like Gat. Got 100. And we were all...
Not on that tour, he didn't.
Oh, didn't he?
No.
It might have been the tour afterwards.
I think it was, because that tour was the David Gower, Graham Gooch tour.
Oh, yes, that's what happened in Adelaide. You're right. It was the tour afterwards. You're right. And we were all lobbing everything. All the pads went out, and all the soft drinks and all the sponsors' drinks.
Hume over the wicket, bowls, and Duckett tries to flick that away. There's a lovely gap at fine leg. He had his eye on that. Didn't get contact.
Just kept low a bit.
Yeah, 69 for no wicket. So eating into Ireland's score here. 172 all out. With Stuart Broad taking 5 for 51. There's 69 for no wicket. With an hour to go play tonight.
Likes a cross-batted shot, doesn't he, Ben Duckett?
A hard man to bowl out, I think.
Yeah.
Hume again, slightly hunched shoulders, bowls a little nibble from Duckett. That's not a good shot.
No.
To be fair, Hume has been swinging the ball into him up to there, and that one went straight across him. He's just trying to get bat on every ball.
Yes, he is. Well, the sun's out. It's at Lord's.
It's lovely.
You've got 38.
Yeah.
Fancying it a bit.
I think they'll be after the bowling tomorrow.
Ooh, could be a long day. You're going to need a bit of luck, I think, the Irish bowlers tomorrow.
Here's Hume scuttling in bowls, and he's whipped that from outside the off stump, and it's gone straight to the man at short mid wicket.
It's cheeky.
That's very cheeky.
That must have been about 8th stump, perhaps, or 7th stump.
What a strange shot, actually, because actually the leg side has got more protection than the off.
Yeah, may as well just blast that.
Yeah.
Covered point.
Just cut it. 69 for no wicket. Duckett's on 38 from 40 balls. He's over his bat again now. Short, left-handed, punchy sort of a player. Hume goes in, bowls to him. His eyes on the front foot, finds that single. Crawley responds, and he'll come down on strike. Paws at the ground. A score here would be so good for Crawley.
Yeah. Could set him up for the whole summer, you know.
Yeah.
Just that confidence.
We'll just get the spotlight off him.
That noise.
About his position.
Yes, that's right. I mean, no disrespect, but I mean, slightly different tack.
There is.
But yeah, nothing better than confidence for a sportsman.
Still 3 slips there.
Yeah.
Crawley waits. Hume goes in, bowls Turnbull, just swings away a little. Crawley defends it, picked up at extra cover. No runs. Some pigeons have gathered down to our left, pecking away at something or other.
Oh yeah.
Half a dozen of them.
Not seen too many then.
No. Not on the square. They're often there, pecking at the.
Well, just where they're reseeding.
Yeah. Oh, they're having a drinks break. It's always a bit of a random process, it seems, these drinks breaks in the last session. But there's big Dave Milnes coming out, the 4th umpire. Him sweeping back his hair back in the day and charging in on a long curving run down the hill at Grace Road. Very good man, David.
Yeah.
It's good fun. Former miner.
Was he?
Nottinghamshire, yeah, absolutely. So he's there handing out the drinks. It's just worth reminding, it's just such a big summer of cricket on Test Match Special. There's the Ashes, there's the Women's Ashes, there's the World Test Championship final next week. Worth mentioning the World Cup too in November, because actually England have got to start thinking about that a bit. It's an interesting time for Matthew Mott, isn't it, the coach? I mean, with so much focus obviously on Test cricket, and thank goodness for that, but he at the same time has got, what, 4 against New Zealand and 3 against Ireland, I think it is, at the end of the summer.
Well, they're just
to get his team together for the World Cup.
Yes, they're just sort of starting to find a rhythm under Joss Butler now, though, aren't they? Sort of wrestled that team. It's sort of my team now, isn't it? Which is always, it was always tricky. It was always going to be tricky, wasn't it? You know, after the World Cup win and knowing Morgan and everything. He's just sort of like playing in his image now.
Yeah. So the Irish bowler's having a drink, thinking, what can we do here? Try and break this partnership.
Well, I've tried and bowled a few dot balls, John.
Yeah. Crawley towers over his partner Duckett over there to the left-hand side of the pitch. They're very happy. Umpires enjoying a drink as well. It's a strange day. It's warm in the sunshine. I mean, beautifully warm. It's June sunshine after all, but if you're not in the sun and you're in the breeze, it's really quite chilly. If you are coming tomorrow, it's going to be the same, and again, warm in the sun. But if you've got grandstand tickets,
bring a tank top.
Yeah, just bring something to keep you warm, because over there now, I suspect in that breeze it might be a bit nippy. But, having said that, looking down from here, with the window open, it's a really lovely setting. Lord's at his best with all that spring rain. Everywhere's so green. Trees around the fringe of the ground to our right, and those behind us at the nursery end. And the floodlights are fully erect. I don't think they'll be needing them tonight. Let's put them up, I suppose. I don't have to check they're still working, possibly. So, I don't think they'll be required. Michael Vaughan's here with his sunglasses on.
Yeah, afternoon.
Isn't it lovely?
Ah, glorious. England is scoring at what are they at now? Just under 6.
6 over.
Yeah, that's okay, isn't it?
Well, it's a bit slow compared to some of their winter games.
It's coming, don't worry.
Yes. Hand continues, bowls to Duckett, drives, doesn't time it, thinks about a single. Crawley responds, but then both batsmen at round about the same time decided the run wasn't on.
I think Ben Duckett's becoming a very hard batter to bowl to. Well, there's not a great deal there. There's not a huge amount of seam or swing, but because he's now got this game of being able to score really freely on the onside, and so you think, oh, you could bowl tight lines to Ben Duckett, and you could keep him quiet.
Hand again, bowling right on, medium pace bowls. He gives himself a little bit of room there, dabs the ball delicately through gully, down to third man, scattering those pigeons I was talking about. And Duckett takes 2. Just saying the tough is, I mean, they've really got to get him playing up to mid-off. If they can get him playing, get the length for that, then they're getting the ball in the right sort of place.
Yeah, but he's so hard, because that kind of channel he always used to be able to attack and hit through the offside. That's kind of his natural play. But now he's got that ability to score when the ball's straight and hit boundaries on the onside.
Hand again bowls, and there's an ugly shot. Inside edge into the pad, and Duckett had no idea where the ball had gone. He locates it finally. It had gone absolutely nowhere, and he tosses the ball away to the nearest fielder, Balbirnie, the Irish captain. He's got a few things on his mind, I would think.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see how he plays the bouncer from the likes of Hazelwood and co. Cummins, a bit quicker. Over the right shoulder.
Short batsman.
I haven't seen him face the bouncer that often. That's something I'm looking forward to.
Here comes Hand, trudging in, bowls. Duckett solidly forward, getting that fuller length, and able to field.
And you know, sometimes as a bowler, it's difficult because you're up against this juggernaut that's going to come at you. The bowling units have just got to try and tell them that just bowl your best delivery. Try and make the England side play really good strokes. Don't give them gifts or short wide ones or nice full ones on the leg stump.
And again bowls. That's that leg stump stroke you were talking about, Michael. Flicked away with a straight bat and hit hard too, out to the deep straight mid-wicket boundary. The 2 fielders there in pursuit, and Duckett's down to 2. Well, he hit a lovely boundary earlier on with that shot. It was so well timed.
Once you've got both sides of the wicket covered, as a batter, it's so much harder for the bowler to keep you quiet. How's our body parts 11 coming along? Have we got many more players?
Rather ground to a halt, didn't it?
Well, I think it was decided it was not entirely suitable for daytime broadcast.
Yeah.
Well,
there's next on, driven hard out to cover.
It's coming up to 6 o'clock.
And there's no run. 74 for no wicket. Crawley 29. And Duckett on 43. That's a few more.
There was an old Leicestershire fast bowler called Dick Puffer.
There was. That New Zealand all-rounder as well.
Neither one thing nor the other.
74 for no wicket. And they're going to change the bowling down here. Hume's been trudging away. Crawley 29, Duckett 43. He might be treated to the Nighthawk possibly this evening, or
yes.
The next batsman coming in says no, thank you. I want to bat tomorrow. It does seem a suitable platform for the Nighthawk. Now Adair's having a change of ends with a low arm. He bowls outside the off stump. Crawley mistimes the drive.
I mean, England have moved to 74 from 13.1. And I don't recollect a stroke that didn't look conventional, just normal cricket strokes.
Yeah, there's been no slogging.
No, there's not been. We haven't seen the ramps yet, but that'll come, I'm sure. We haven't seen either of the players dance down the wicket and try and launch any. It's been good, solid cricket strokes.
Dare over the wicket, bowls medium pace, and he almost chopped that into his stumps. That's unlucky for the bowler. Ball will go for 4. Crawley with his eye on the offside boundary down the hill. Maybe the horizontal bat. The ball ran off the bottom edge. That could easily have gone into his stumps. Just that little bit of luck, as a bowler. It wasn't a great ball. It was wide of the off stump, but why couldn't that go into the wicket? The bowler was saying. 78 for no wicket. Crawley to 33 at a runner ball. Duckett 43 from 47. And Adair again from the nursery end. Moves in, bowls on the leg stump. Tickled away fine. That's 4 more. More conventional stroke this time. Fine leg is square.
Yeah, those last 2 deliveries, the point I was trying to make, that all right, there was a bit of fortune with the previous boundary because it was an inside edge, but it was still a poor ball. It was wide. And he follows that up with a leg stump, kind of easy one for Zach Crawley. It's not easy against this England team because of the way they play, but you've somehow got to be so concentrated as a bowling unit. Just keep bowling your best delivery.
It's very intimidating. It is, and they're not used to bowling to attacking fields. There's the next one, and there's another inside edge past the stumps. Well, that really is fortunate, and then just downright frustrating for the bowler. That was a better ball, actually. Crawley launching into his favourite extra cover drive has got a genuine edge. Has just missed the stumps.
My coach as a kid used to always say to me, try and hit the ball where the fielders aren't. Zach Crawley has mastered that this over.
They're not down there. But it is, I mean, most of these bowlers are used to, no slips, protection out on the boundaries. But when it's flying around like this, because of the game, they have to have some attacking fielders. They've got to get some wickets.
Yeah, but let's be honest, New Zealand found difficult.
Yeah.
India in that test match at Edgbaston.
There's the next one then. Crawley on the back foot finds the gap in the offside. Chase here for the fielders. It'd only be 2. Picked up just below old father time.
Yeah, it's not just the Irish attack, it's every attack.
Yes.
That's played against this England team in the last year. They've found it so difficult.
Expensive over this. Let's come off this one.
14 so far.
With 1 ball to go, I think Adair will be Happy to get this last ball down there. Crawley's waiting for him, still 3 slips. In he goes, over the wicket, moves in, bowls to Crawley, who hits it hard back at him. The ball bounces out of his hands. And it's the end of a rather chastening over. 88 for no wicket, Crawley 43, Duckett 43. So England trail by 84. And there's 50 minutes to go of play on this first day of this Test match. More from Michael, and then Alison Mitchell's coming in.
I think if England continue to score at this rate, and I'm pretty sure they will, they're going to be around 150. By close. Well, there was talk of a challenge to try and win in 2 days. I'm pretty much sure the England team might try and take up that challenge, Ali.
Making good go of it at the moment, aren't they? To score at the pace that they are. They've come accustomed to seeing. It's almost sort of not surprising, isn't it, when they're going along at 7, 8 and over. We start to wonder what's going wrong when run rate drops below 6. But only 84 runs behind. We'll be on that halfway mark at the moment. And Duckett 7 runs away from his first Test 50 of this summer 2023. It's a full ball, which he's looking to drive, only finds mid-on, though. And his hand is continuing from the pavilion end of the ground, which is now all in shade, the pavilion, as is the whole of the grandstand side of the ground, and the shadow of the floodlight is just stretching a little bit longer, diagonally out towards the centre of the field, above the Warner stand. A little bit of fortune for that Crawley in the previous over, his inside edges flying away down to the boundary. Here is Hand. Bustles in to Duckett, and it's a straight punch drive back down towards the pavilion. Beautifully timed. Ball whistling away for 4. He moves on to 47.
What a shot. Because they've just been talking about trying to get Ben Duckett to hit it to mid-off. Well, you got him to hit it to mid-off, but he hit it too straight and too hard. It was a glorious drive, just a little. There's no real foot movement. It's just that kind of head going back towards the ball. He's got terrific hands through the ball. 47 from 49, Duckett.
And in again, full defence as times, walks forward slightly out of his crease.
Oh, I don't want to hear that. That was Ben Duckett giving it the Marnus Labuschagne impression. No run.
We might hear plenty enough of that, Michael, over the course of the next 6 weeks.
A couple of weeks to wait for Marnus.
Well, such talk, wasn't there, about Steve Smith coming out and playing for Sussex. I thought all the way along, Marnus Labuschagne is just as dangerous as Steve Smith. I think arguably more so this summer. I'd expect him to score more than Smith will. Full, punched into the ground and into the hands of the bowler in his follow-through, and there's no run. Labuschagne has really built a lot of his game on his time in Glamorgan, hasn't he? He's cited his spells in the county championship as giving him a real grounding to then go and mature as he has done over the last few seasons.
I was very much in the camp of allowing Steve Smith to play. I think it's great for the game, great for county cricket, great for the Sussex players to be in the same dressing room, great for Ollie Robinson to just find out who he is.
I was listening to Steve Finn talk about it on 5 Live Sport the other night, just saying how much the younger players in the Sussex dressing room have learnt just from watching how Steve Smith goes about his everyday work. Full, and Duckett is looking to drive once more. A tumbling stop from wide mid-off, moving across to his right-hand side. Duckett scampers through for 1 to take him on to 48. England are 93 for none.
I think sometimes, you know the player because you can see the numbers and you can see the way that Steve Smith plays, but actually what you need to find out is who the person is. Try and find out exactly what kind of character he is, and the only way you do that is by being in the dressing room with him, being
sort of demystify him, do you mean?
Absolutely, yeah. And I'm sure the Sussex flags will have found out that he's obviously a very good player, but decent person, and maybe they've given him 1 or 2 things that they could work on.
Gun hand into Crawley, inside edge once more. It's outside the off stump, and this has flown away again along the ground, evading the keeper down to the very fine leg boundary for 4. And leaves Hand with his hands on his hips.
Well, he's the first player in Test history, Zach Crawley. He's mastered the inside edge. He's mastered it, not only mastered it, but he's mastered it just to go past it off stump on 3 occasions now, and probably in the space of, 8 balls? 6 balls, Andy.
And it was looking to be a drag across the line. Not a pretty looking shot.
No, it was a poor shot, but he's got one mode of play now, Zach. He's trying to get the game moving forward. He's 47 from 38.
He scored a marginally quicker rate than Duckett even. England 97 for none. Last ball of that over. Crawley 47, Duckett on 48. I suppose that, going back to the sort of idea of demystifying players, those kind of auras that, you know, the Australians in particular had when it was Hayden and Lanka bossing it at the top of the order, when you didn't have those personal relationships with them. It's one thing that, you know, T20 domestic cricket, players mixing all around the world, has sparked almost unlikely partnerships, unlikely friendships. Even at the best, Stone Warner playing together at Sunrisers.
And Steve Smith hasn't really played too much franchise cricket around the world for anyone really to get to know him. It's only the Australians who really know who he is.
Duckett's on 48. In comes Adair. He's over the wicket to him now. It's outside the off stump. Angles it down towards the deep third boundary. Sliding stop because there's protection there. Duckett's back for the second. That brings up his 50. First half century of this summer for Ben Duckett. It's come from 53 balls. And he raises his bat around Lords because he's batted in his typically aggressive, busy style. His sixth Test 50 in 10 matches, but it's his sixth under Stokes and McCullum in particular. 50 not out. And the Lords crowd are on their feet and settling now back in their seats. Around the wicket now, Adair just cuts back into him a touch, and he just to work it behind square on that offside for one more.
The 100 up now in the 16th over. He's made it look very easy. Zach Crawley's nearing his 50 as well. So that Duckett's played probably slightly better. He's looked a little bit more in control. Perhaps had a little bit of fortune in the last couple of overs, but from the minute that he walked out there, Ben Duckett, he just looked in so much control. Real positive sense about the way that he plays. There's some glorious, and what I'm really enjoying about his batting is he's scoring on both sides of the wicket. You know, that offside game we know he's always been strong there, but it's these little leg side flicks that he's producing.
Here's Crawley, who's 3 runs away from a 50 himself. It's been a few more streaky shots for him. That one's not streaky though, that's off the face of the bat, through the covers for 4 more. The ball disturbs 3 pigeons that flutter up into the air off the green outfield. And Crawley is 51 not out. That's come off just 39 balls. It's the pace he's been scoring, hasn't always been convincing, but he's still there and he's got the 50 to his name.
Yeah, I reckon that's his best shot. Wasn't quite a half volley, he just leans on it. We know he's got a game through the offside, he's got some nice cover drives, but I like to see him keep his shape. I sometimes think when he gets in trouble, he's almost trying to overhit balls through the offside. He doesn't need to.
That poised again here, and that's a wildish delivery. It's wide. It was passing through him at full toss height, but it was sufficiently wide of the off stump that Crawley didn't reach after it. And have you got the vital stats?
Yes, so Duckett 50 from 53 with 8 fours, his 7th 50-plus score in Test 1 century amongst those, in just his 18th innings. And Zach Crawley, it's his 11th 50-plus score. 3 of those he's converted into centuries. That came from 39 balls with 10 fours, and I'll just dig around and find out where they stand in quickest 100 opening stands and quickest half centuries by England openers.
Yeah, we're only in the 16th over of this reply. Full driven once more, and he's found the gap beautifully once more through extra cover. Whistling to the boundary.
Those pigeons aren't very clever pigeons, they're in the way.
They just moved from one spot into exactly the next spot where Crawley found them.
They're not watching the game.
Well, there's one thing when you're watching England bat at the moment is to keep your eyes on the pitch at all times, out in the middle, because you never know when a ball's coming your direction.
Yeah, this is really good from Zach Crawley. Again, just a bit fuller placement between extra cover and mid-off. It's not a big gap, but he finds it. What you don't want as you enter an Ashes series, any noise about your position. So I think this is a really big innings by Zach Crawley. If he'd have failed here today, the noise would have started to develop, and the talk would have been, would Ben Stokes be better off opening the batting?
Adair bustles in once more, straighter this time, slightly off the outside edge of the bat, along the ground to the deep backward point region.
A bit of spillage.
Water spillage, that's all. 109 without loss, end of the over.
That last ball is a real problem for teams that play against England, because you get hit for a boundary, you get hit for another boundary, you put cover point on the boundary, and all of a sudden you bowl a good ball and it just hits the outside edge of the bat and you get a single. So it's very difficult to keep England quiet when you're bowling good deliveries, because you have to spread the field. You can't just have everyone up because the scoring rate's so high.
Where does that element of control
That
come
happened
from?
against India in the chase at Edgbaston last summer. India just couldn't keep that partnership of Bairstow and Root quiet, because even the best balls were going for singles.
Well, in that England chase at Edgbaston, they had a 100 opening stand as Lees and Crawley came up from 19.5 overs. That broke the record for England's fastest 100 opening stand, which had stood since Atherton and Gooch on this ground in 1990. In England's second innings, pushing for quick runs. Since then, there are now 3 more innings that have been quicker than it for England to reach 100 without loss.
New over, forward comes Crawley, finds mid-on and there's no run. So what are those 3?
They did it in the 4th innings at the Oval, again a small chase against South Africa. The 100 came up without loss from 17.2 overs, set a new record in Rawalpindi. These same 2 batsmen, Duckett and Crawley, in December of last year, 13.4 overs, now 15.2 overs to reach the unbroken 100 today.
Right, so Rawalpindi is the target to beat. That's where Crawley got 122, didn't he? Well, once more, and Crawley forward in defence up to mid-on. There's no run. And Duckett got 400s in the course of the series in Pakistan. Sorry, 100. The 450s. Duckett's down the non-striker's end, leaning on his bat handle. Crawley faces up here, straight drive into the pitch, now caught bowled, it is taken! Well, what a catch that is! From Fionn Hand, and he's delighted. Took a bit of a juggle as he fell to the ground. It was thumped hard by Crawley. And he is delighted, as well he should be. Crawley's on his way for 56 from 45 balls. England lose their first wicket with 109 on the board.
Yeah, he just plays it a little bit too soon. Plays across his pad slightly. Just it's a brilliant catch because it goes hard. It's never easy for the bowler, and it comes back so quickly. And Zach Crawley's created momentum because he's got England off to a flying start, but he will know that he's missed a big opportunity to put a big number, a huge number on the board to completely silence everyone going into the Ashes.
Yeah, he's getting some warm applause as he heads back into the pavilion and back up to the dressing room. But yes, it could have been so much more for Crawley. 109 for 1, England. Now, commentary continues on 5 Sports Extra, but our Radio 4 long wave listeners are leaving us briefly now for the shipping forecast.
And I do think, Ali, that England look at someone like Zach Crawley, and I don't think they see him as someone that's going to be ultimately very consistent at the top of the order. I mean, his career average tells you everything. He averages 30. So he's the kind of player that will get you 100 and then have a couple of low scores. That's what his career tells you. But I think they like the fact that he can create momentum. Every 3 or 4 innings, he just creates momentum. It's almost like the T20 way. It's like you have these players
So much is like the
just
T20 way.
maximise 15, 20 balls in a T20 game every 2 or 3 games and creates momentum for your side. It's almost like England are looking at Crawley in that kind of respect. It's a big opportunity missed though. He could have got a monster. Good catch.
Yeah, it came into Hand sort of mid-drift in his follow-through. Got 2 hands to it initially. The ball bobbled away, then to thrust out his left arm, grabbed it one-handed as he fell to the ground, ended up on his back, but the ball was in his hand and he leapt up. Sheer delight. He's got Ollie Pope to bowl to now, England's new vice-captain. He's forward. Bat and pad close together, whips it forward towards mid-on. And there's no run. Well, it's a fillip for any bowler to say he's got a test wicket at Lord's. He's opened the account for Ireland. Broken that rapid century stand for the first wicket between Crawley and Duckett.
Yeah, that announcement of Ollie Pope as vice-captain was almost like announcement for Ollie himself. There you go. This is what we really believe in you.
And leaps in, width outside the off stump, and Pope plays a shadow shot really after the ball's past the stumps.
And the reason why I say that, because if they'd have not announced him as vice, I don't think we'd talked about it. I don't think there was a talk about, oh, who's your vice captain?
It's never really a conversation point, is it?
No,
the captain is central to everything, and then you wonder, okay, well, if Stokes leaves the field, it sort of then becomes apparent almost who's taking over, or becomes a question then.
It was almost as if the England management were looking at Oliver and saying, look, this is what we think about you.
Maybe someone who he feels he needs a role, or they would like to give him a role. Again, coming forward to a foolish delivery. Doesn't strike it cleanly up to mid-on to end the over. There's no run. Well, a wicket taking over. And Fionn Han can take his cap from the umpire and feel pleased with himself that he got Zach Crawley. So Crawley out for 56 from 45. You don't imagine that there will be a second innings for England in this match, not if it goes to their plan.
Ali, you're talking about an England side that are doing things completely different. I would think not. But I also wouldn't back against Ben Stokes declaring at 250.
We have seen stranger things, haven't we?
I think you're absolutely spot on. I can't imagine England will get a second innings, but you just never know with this England think tank of what they're actually thinking.
New over then. Duckett to face, 51 from 54 balls, the opener. Around the wicket and punched into the ground up towards mid-on. And there is no run. Adair walking back with hands on his hips. He's found a bit of swing, particularly when he's been coming over the wicket to the right-handers and getting the ball to move away down that slope. Beautiful sunlit evening.
He's gone for 15.5.1. Well, there has been an element of movement.
Yeah.
He's had, what, 4 go down to
Freaky fine leg, off an inside edge. Around the wicket he comes now, firing it in full into Duckett's toes. Sitting to short mid-wicket, whipping the bat. He has just such quick hand speed, Duckett. It's a real fortitude of his.
Crawley's 39-ball half-century was the joint 6th fastest by an England opener in tests. If he'd played that innings a year ago, it would have been 2nd on the all-time list. 7 of England's fastest half-centuries by openers have been scored within the last year.
Well, the rule book and the record books are taking a hammering with this England team. Duckett away, standing stock still, full once again from Adair, right up to mid-on.
Even that shot there from Duckett is just a defensive shot, but it goes to mid-on quite quickly.
Yeah, it's like a forceful defensive.
Yeah, it's really compact, the way he's letting the ball get to him. Just allows the ball to move. There's a bit of an element of swing back in. He allows it to get right under his eye line. And then he plays it, and it's like a little punch he plays.
Welcome back to our Radio 4 long wave listeners. 109 for 1. Duckett facing up on 51. Ollie Pope, the new batter, yet to score at the non-striker's end. He pulled hard into the ground and straight to short mid-wicket. But again, it went so quickly. If that had been a couple of yards either way, I don't think there was any stopping that. Those 3 pigeons have now become 4, would have been in the firing line once again.
Yeah, but they've gone a bit deeper.
Do you think they're any safer deeper, though? Gives them a bit more time to realise what's coming.
They've rung up the pal and they said, come on, come and join us.
We need bolstering. Duckett gets a full one once more. Persisting with this full delivery. Adair finding a little bit of consistency with it, angling it in from around the wicket. Drops almost right by Duckett's feet, bat and pad. He was moving away from him, and he's looking for that leg side. He's looking for that angle if he can either flip it down towards fine leg. There's protection at deep square leg, just in front of square. And a long leg field in front of the Allen stand. Adair moves in, pushing off hard, past the umpire, and does it in once more. Comes off the pad, ricocheting out the offside this time. So quieter over this time. Duckett remains on 51. Pope is yet to score, but England have got off to a rollicking start in the chase. They have lost Zach Crawley, caught and bowled by hand for 56 from 45 balls. He's helped with the scoring rate to get them off to this rapid start. England are only 63 behind on first innings. Michael, another few words from you, and then Michael McNamee is joining you.
Yeah, that was a nice over by Adair. It was probably the most consistent over that we've seen. There was an element of just trying to bring Ben Duckett forward. He bowled nice and straight, bowled to his field. It's not easy for Ireland, Michael.
No, they've got a little bit of recent experience in chasing leather, especially in Sri Lanka, who 591 for 6, 704 for 3 in the 2 tests in April, in extremely hot conditions in Gaul. And hand is in, he's forced away by Pope. First runs for him. On drive.
They're not the first team to have to do some fielding.
No.
In Sri Lanka.
I think it was a bit of an eye-opener.
Stuart Broad's debut in Colombo. I think we fielded for about 3 days on the trot.
Goodness me.
Yeah.
Michael Vaughan is making way for Alex Hartley. There were 2 for Pope there. 111. There's a famous score. 111 for 1.
Had to boot him off the radio then. He didn't want to stop, did he?
No. Before he ran out of voice, I think. You see these football fans. Hand is in, and it flicked away again off his pads by Ollie Pope. And they're coming back for 2. Hume fires in a slightly wayward throw to Lorcan Tucker. Fionn Hand sort of was famed for that delivery that dismissed Ben Stokes in the World T20 victory, that rain-affected victory for Ireland in Melbourne, his Jaffa. And what a celebration, certainly celebration of the day, I think, Fionn Hand, when he finally clutched that return catch from Crawley on his debut.
Yeah, nothing like taking a debut wicket, that feeling that you get, and a little caught and bowled as well.
An absolute one that he's popped up on another day. He might have dropped the return, but that's a beautiful cover drive by Ollie Pope. No point chasing that one up the hill. Gorgeous shot. And welcome to Test match cricket, Fionn Hand. Pope moves on to 8 England on 117.
Beautiful shot from Ollie Pope. After what has been quite a long succession of dot balls, there's then been a couple of 2s in the previous 2 balls, and then this one. Ollie Pope actually steps back into his crease and punches the ball through the covers.
Gorgeous.
I just love how aggressive this England team are.
There might be a few Ireland fans around the group who would disagree with you, but nobody can deny the way they have changed men's Test cricket. And they look as if they're going to have a first innings lead by close of play this evening, the way they're going. And then it could be a very long morning and afternoon for Ireland in the field tomorrow. Hand is in, and again the ball had passed Ollie Pope, and he played a shot after it, and it's through to Lorcan Tucker.
Ireland will be thinking, can we just try and take 1 or 2 back with us this evening? Still got half an hour left of the day, so they'll just be thinking 1 more, maybe even 2 more.
Yeah, Winkle 2 out, and suddenly there's a slightly more positive attitude overnight.
You get one of these 2 out, you've got Joe Root, Harry Brook, Ben Stokes. None of those 3 have played red ball cricket. Yes, they've been over at the IPL. Yes, they're world-class players, but you know, red ball cricket is different to white ball cricket, even though England do play in this aggressive manner. So they'll be thinking, you know what, we could end up getting a quick couple.
Accentuate the positive. Hand is in, and that again is left by Pope, and it's through to Lorcan Tucker. Still the 3 slips for Ireland.
Or they've been at the IPL, they'll come out and they'll get 10 runs and over.
Absolutely. The ball will disappear to all arts and parts. But I've received messages from friends and fellow cricketers from Northern Ireland who are around the stands having a wonderful time. Due to meet some of them after the close of play. They might be well on, I think is the phrase. But they've had a wonderful day so far, regardless of the fact that Ireland are certainly on the back foot at the moment. This man on his debut has taken a wicket. Hand in, and again that's out. Outside off stump, and an easy leave for Pope. That's the end of the over. We have 19 overs gone, 12 overs left, 117 for 1 for England. Duckett 51 off his 60, and Pope on 8.
Just a little more on Zach Crawley. Michael mentioned the type of innings that England are looking for from him. His last 4 half-centuries since the start of last summer, 36 balls at the Oval, 47 and 38 balls in Rawalpindi and 39 balls today. We talked about his inconsistency. Coming into this game, he had the highest failure rate of a top 3 player in Test cricket, counting players who batted 50 or more times inside the top 3, of which there are 157 in Test history. Crawley had failed to reach 20 in 62% of his innings in the top 3 before today.
Thank you, Andy. Adair resumes from the nursery end, ball outside the off stump and left by Ben Duckett. There's 50 overs have come off Adair, 6 overs so far, 1 maiden, so he's taken some punishment. Ben Duckett finding the boundary. Crawley with those 3 inside edges that race to the rope.
On another day.
On another day.
On another day, they go on and hit the stumps, don't they? But you've got to ride your luck while you can.
But those question marks and the social media critics will still be out for Crawley.
They never go away. They never go away.
And that's more on the stumps from Adair and just forced away behind square by Duckett, who moves on to 52.
I think
18.
Zach Crawley isn't on social media, so he doesn't see most of the stuff that is said online. I reckon a lot of these lads will turn off socials during games and during series, but you do always hear that murmur. So I think for Zach Crawley to come out and get runs today, as we were saying earlier, it will just give him the world of confidence going into the Ashes. Had he have had 2 failures, yes, he'll be kicking himself. He should go on and get more runs, but he's had a 50. He'll be feeling a lot more relaxed now going into the Ashes series.
I'm not on Twitter either. There was a spell when the BBC was encouraging everybody to be on Twitter. Adair is in. He's got 3 slips to Pope, who deflects that away wide of the slip cordon for 4 runs.
Well played from Ollie Pope. Steps outside the off stump. He knows that there's no one at deep third. Just guides the ball, punches the ball past the slips for 4. Clever batting. An easy way to find a boundary there for Ollie Pope.
So on this BBC training course, you've got to love a BBC training course, Alex. I set up a Twitter account named after my late dog, who was still alive in those days. I sent 1 tweet, and that was me on Twitter done.
That was
enough.
That was it. One and done.
Didn't even photograph me dinner or, none of that.
That's more for Instagram, you know.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, photographs of dinner and coffee.
I live vicariously through my children. That's a fuller delivery from Adair. Pushed and driven by Pope. Finds the man at mid-off. It's a lovely drowsy feel at this time at a test match at Lords and weathers like this. People have been well fed and watered, those who've been here most of the day. Of course, some late arrivals for the final session. Enjoying England set up a very solid platform. And they'll be looking just to be 1 wicket down at the close. Adair in, that's drop of the hands by Pope, who let that go through to Lorcan Tucker.
Just a shimmy down the wicket there from Pope, looking to be aggressive out there in the middle, but the ball wasn't there, so he left it alone. And I think that's the difference. We know that England are going to be aggressive. We know they're going to play their shots, but actually what they've learned over the course of the last year is not to be reckless. Players have been reckless at times, but I feel like they're finally starting to get that balance right.
Last ball of Adair's 7th over. That's carved away through the onside square of the wicket. Another lovely shot by Ollie Pope. And he's just waiting for the bad ball and dispatching it with ease. He's on to 16 of 13 deliveries. Duckerson 52. It's 126 for 1. And we've 11 overs left on day 1 here at Lords.
Mark Adair's not really having a good day out there at the minute. He's bowled 7 overs, none for 59. Just keeps bowling that 1 or 2 bad balls every over and being punished.
Well, we've had some fast 50s today. Mark Adair has a fast one against him. He reached 50 from the last ball of his 5th over, so 30 deliveries. Only 5 times has a bowler conceded 50 in fewer deliveries in Test cricket, and only once in England. However, that bowler of 28 balls at the Oval in 1994 was Alan Donald, one of the all-time great fast bowlers. as England attacked South Africa in the second innings, chasing a target of about 200. So it's an illustrious name to be on a list with. Maybe not the list you want to be on it with.
For an unwanted stat, exactly.
I'll tell you what, any record's a record.
Curtis Camphor's taking over at the pavilion end. That's a very wide delivery down the leg side, and that will be signalled a wide and will go for 4. Not a good start.
No wides, just 4 byes.
4 byes.
Not quite wide enough, but not a great delivery there from Curtis Camphor. We're looking to bowl full and straight, 2 straight there to Ben Duckett. I think he's actually frustrated with himself. They didn't get any bat on it. He's played 3 or 4 shadow shots there, trying to knock the ball into the leg side.
And he qualified for Ireland through Northern Irish grandmother, Curtis Camphor. With that explosive start to his one-day international career, but that was, shall we describe, as a loosener. He's got 2 slips, and he's into Duckett. He pushes that away behind square on the leg side to come through for a single.
I interviewed him with Kate Cross on No Balls to Cricket podcast during that T20 World Cup, during the Super, going into the Super 12 stage, sorry. We were like, right, we're going to get one of the Irish boys on. We clearly didn't do our research, because as soon as we said good morning and he said hello in his thick as Sapper accent, we went, not the one we wanted. Wanted someone with an Irish accent. But we went ahead with the interview. He was brilliant.
He's another nice guy. Here he is, right arm, whippy action, and that's left by Pope and through to Tucker. Lovely bright sun away to our right, cloudless sky over London. Chilly as get out at 9 o'clock this morning. Forecast is set fair for the rest of the match. As it stands at the moment, there mightn't be much action here on Sunday, but we will see. Camphor in, a lovely drive as well. Another 4 runs by Ollie Pope. You can't bowl there to him. Up the hill, it's raced away, and he is enjoying himself.
Again, just 2 full there. Ollie Pope outside the line of off stump, just able to drive the ball into the covers. It's a wonderful shot, leans into the ball, gets a long stride towards the pitch of the ball. Him and Ben Duckett actually play the cover drive very differently. Ollie Pope gets into the ball and plays the classical cover drive, whereas
very elegant shot.
Whereas Duckett doesn't move his feet, he's all arms.
Camphor back, that's again outside the off stump. And taken by Tucker.
There are times during Test matches where you don't mind being driven through the covers. You just got to get your length right, because that is what you want. You want to be driven through there to bring your slips in play. When the batter doesn't quite get the shot right, and then you nick the ball, and that's what's going to bring those 3 slips into play, but you can't bowl that full.
Last ball of Camphor's opening over, 5 off it, plus those 4 byes. And he's running towards us. Into Pope, full toss, clubbed away. Camphor's head is down, and that is not the opening over that he was looking for, nor Ireland. 139 for 1, Pope on 24 and Duckett on 53.
Camphor's first over going for 9. That full toss to finish the over, never ideal. England now, well, they were in control, but they're well and truly in control. And what Ireland have allowed, they've allowed Pope to get comfortable at the crease pretty early on with some poor bowling. So not only did they get the wicket of Crawley, they've allowed Pope then to settle at the crease.
It's very difficult after a long day to try and get your teammates G'd up when you know fine rightly that England are absolutely getting this game in a stranglehold. So Graham Hume now from the pavilion end. So far he's bowled 6 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 24. And keeping the 2 slips. The man going back in the boundary, square in the offside.
There's an interesting stat on the telly just then, so you're going to have to bring it back up because I've forgotten to take a picture of it. After 21 overs, Ireland were what score? And after 21 overs, England 139 for 1.
Left-handed Duckett is on strike. That's drifting down the leg side and swung away behind square. That's a good saving stop by the man 5 yards in from the boundary. Fionn Hand.
Ireland was 64 for 3 of 21 overs, which, you know, for all of Test history was perfectly fine.
Not anymore.
In the good old days. That was one more for Duckett. He's 54 off 65. Pope is 24 off 17.
I tell you what, I've been playing T20 cricket at the minute. Oh, Thunder the other day got bowled out for 110 in 20 overs. England have got a decent score if they were then switching to the white ball this evening.
Absolutely. Hume. Shadows are lengthening here. The pavilion is in full shadow on the far side. Hume is in, straight delivery, and pushed back by Pope for no run. Fielded by Adair, who's in short on the offside in a catching position, a saving position, rubbing the ball vigorously in the back of his weights, and throws it to the lad from Donaghmana, Andy McBrien, there at mid-off, who currently boasts the best test figures for Ireland in men's cricket of 6 for 118 against Bangladesh back in April. Hume in, ball on off stump, and just pushed away by Ollie Pope. Do you think England will have a target tomorrow? Some sort of huge declaration target?
I think they'll go more over-wise, so we'll bat for this amount of overs. We know that we're going to score quickly. We know that we can get 5-6 runs and over when we want to. So I think they'll go, right, we'll bat for this amount of time, and then we'll put them back in if they don't bowl us out.
Hume is in, that's outside off stump and left by Pope. At the minute, Ireland don't look likely to take a wicket in the remaining 10 overs, but a little bit of magic by Fionn Hand and that the return catch to dismiss Crawley. But at the moment, neither Pope nor Duckett are taking chances, taking risks.
Well, there's been a huge difference for me between the two bowling attacks. Ireland just hanging the ball outside the off stump. They're not attacking the stumps. Not all modes of dismissal are in play.
Hume in. And there's a little, was there a sound there? There was a false shot from Pope through to the keeper. A strangled appeal. Might have been bat on ground. And a little word from Duckett to Ollie Pope, a little bit of gardening down the track. How do you think the pitch is played today, Alex?
I think it's been good. There's been good carry through to the keeper. There's a bit of nip off the surface, so I think it's keeping the bowling team interested. It's not too flat. I think, as I say, the carry's been good. I think Jack Leach got a little bit of hold in the wicket, so it will spin later on in this test match.
Last ball of Hume's 7th over, outside off stump, left by Pope, who's on 24 off 22. Duckett on 54, and in reply to Ireland's 172, England are 140 for 1. Further thoughts from Alex Hartley, and then it'll be Jonathan Agnew.
I think the ball wasn't swinging for England early on in their bowling innings. We didn't see much swing at all, which is unusual. And then later on, actually, Stuart Broad was getting the ball to move both ways, which was good to watch because he's been talking about this new bowling style. He wants to be able to swing the ball both ways, just in case he needs to when he's bowling at Steve Smith. So it was nice to see him implement that today when it was needed. But yeah, I think the pitch has played pretty decent, I guess.
Yes, so do I. It's early summer, isn't it? It's not going to go flying through, knocking wicketkeepers over, that sort of thing. Here's the start of a new over. Duckett comes forward, meets the ball on the off stump, and it's pushed away out into the offside. And there's no run. 140 for 1. Tough here for Ireland. They've got 10 minutes to go. It's not as though England put their shots away in the dying minutes. I wonder if the Hawk is padded up. I rather hope so.
I hope so. I'd love to see the Nighthawk.
Well, it seems to be the right sort of occasion for him. Comes Camphor, bowls, steered away into the offside. Down to short third man. Duckett comes scurrying back for the second. Again, that positive intent that you see. And that's good, actually. You know, I can think of some opening batsmen maybe in the past who would have just taken one there and got up to the non-striker's end and leant on their bat. But Duckett takes two, comes back, carry on strike. Playing for the team. 142 for one, so England are only 30 runs behind. They've got 9 wickets left. Only at the end of the first day. So it's been a bit one-sided, to be honest. Camphor again scuttles in, bowls a lively medium pace. Duckett this time prods it away for a single. Hume comes in as a big fella. Out here at deep square third man. He's got a few seagulls and pigeons down there for company. Shadows lengthening. One of the floodlight pylons stretching beyond the pitch now. Coming in from the right. Sun beginning to dip. It's been a beautiful afternoon. Chilly morning. Lovely afternoon. And certainly in the mound stand down there, they're enjoying the sunshine. So that's in on the pad. That's a good shout, I think. It's Pope hit on the pad. Umpire saying no. And what was that doing? He was back on the crease. And he's been given not out by blocker Wilson. But it looked to be not a bad shout that from here. They're debating whether or not to review this. Did it strike him outside the line of the off stump?
I think so, and Ollie Pope has stood there, and he knows it's probably hit him high on the pad as well, but he knows where he stood. He stood outside the line of off stump. He's not, you know, quite often when batters think they're out, they move their pads and they move out the way. He stands completely still and says, that's not out, it's hit me high outside the line of off stump. It's just not out.
Up on the inside thigh. 143 for one. He's got to 24 very quickly. Camphor bowls to him and he's driven that down the ground, not quite timing it. Chase there for mid-on. Will they get there? There's a little slope down there towards the pavilion and a sliding save in the shadows. Keeps Pope down to 2 runs. He's looking so busy. And he's such a confident young man these days. I think of the first go at Test cricket and he was a bit cowed and nervous, but he's vice-captain now, of course. And his chat to him, and he's got a real air of confidence about him, and you can see that in the way that he's batting now. He's looking to score off every ball. Camphor again bowls outside the off stump. I say that, let someone go through outside the off stump, but you know what I mean. Taken low down by the keeper, who hasn't had much work to do so far. Not many have gone through to the keeper in the course of this innings. 23 overs, 145 for one. So England are 27 runs behind. And there's about 7 minutes to go. Then we'll have our review of the day, of course. And a slight change of the way we're doing it this year. I think, hopefully, I'm going to be chatting to Stuart Broad, quite long range, but he's the man that's being put up for us to talk to today, so we're going to stick some headphones on him. And he's going to be down at the far end of the ground.
You're going to be up here?
Yes, I'll be sitting down comfortably. He'll be in the cold down there in the shadows, but I think he'll be a happy man having taken his 20th 5-wicket haul.
I tell you, he will be a happy man if he has to go out there and play the night court role. He'll be flying. He'll absolutely love it.
I can't see who's padded up on the balcony. Now, start of a new over. Duckett brushes the first ball from Hume down to fine leg for a single. So that brings Pope back down on strike. 146 for one, but Alistair's going to be joining me, and Niall and Michael. So wide-ranging conversations about lots of different topics. It's been an interesting day. One of the interesting ones for me is that Stokes hasn't bowled.
I don't think for me, he was never going to bowl today. You know, he's got that niggle, and why would you bowl today? When you've got Josh Tong making his debut, who can play a similar role to Stokes but bowl slightly quicker, I don't think there's any it wasn't necessary for him to bowl.
But he didn't have to because they got wickets.
Yeah.
Now this one moves away and Pope defends it from short of a length up to mid-off, and there's no run.
If they weren't taking consistent wickets, then perhaps maybe there's more of a question for it, but I think they would have gone to Jack Leach a little bit more as well. He's been picking up wickets too for him today and actually bowled really nicely. For me, I just don't think there's any point risking Ben Stokes in this game when you've got the whole Ashes series coming up.
Yeah, that's very true.
Watch him open the bowling tomorrow or something.
Well, he might. I mean, he
did in Pakistan, didn't he?
Yeah, he's often quite deliberately contrary. He goes Hume, bowls outside the off stump. Pope lets it go by. I mean, I think his declaration tomorrow will be interesting. there'd be something very Ben Stokes about declaring so much earlier than people expect, simply because he'll say, well, I've got enough, we'll win the game, thanks very much, we'll go and play golf. But as Cookie was saying, I mean, Root needs a bat, and Brook needs a bat, and actually Stokes himself could do with a bat, a Bairstow, you know, so there are good reasons for England to bat on, but they're very driven by this whole business of being very, very positive. Next one's outside the off stump. Pope plays it very late. Waits for it to arrive. Guides the ball through gully. One more taken. 147 for one. Pope 28-7 now from 28 balls. Duckett 58 from 69. Crawley the man out. Yeah, he got a half century. There were some unconvincing moments in there. I think what you can say about that innings is it won't disturb anything as far as the first test is concerned, but I'm not sure it'll silence everybody necessarily. Well, certainly 3 fours off the inside edge past the stumps. It's outside the off stump, driven away. There's a couple here into the shadows at point if they want it. Fielder comes in, picks up, and again I make the point. Duckett there has run the second down to the striker's end rather than just taking one and leaning on his bat and leaving it to his partner.
Well, they run between the wickets like they're in the last 2 overs of a white ball game. They're constantly looking for that extra run, that second run, putting pressure on the fielders. I mean, they'll put pressure on teams everywhere at the minute to this England side.
Last ball of the over. Hume round the wicket, bowls, Duckett leans forward. That's got an air of I'll see you tomorrow about it. Just blocking the ball back to the bowler. And there will, I think, be one more, looking at our various clocks and watches around the place. The umpires doing the same thing, and Camphor hands his cap over to umpire Blocker Wilson. I never know, because I never saw him play, whether the blocker is kind of really true about the way that he played, or whether actually he was an absolute thrasher. And so, in a sort of, as cricketers do, they give someone the opposite sort of a nickname.
Yeah, I reckon he was a blocker.
I think he's probably a blocker.
He's not playing in this era, is he?
No, he's quite a big. He's a big fella. So last over of the day, it's Camphor from the pavilion end, bowls, and Pope tries to swing that across the line. There's an appeal for leg before wicket. It was a short pitch ball, and surely have climbed too high. 149 for one. There's still more cricket to come today, by the way, on 5 Sports Extra. It's a beautiful evening for it. 149 for one. Here's Camphor, bowls, and Pope plays that very late, leans the ball down to third man. He comes back for 2 now. As the fielder arrives, 29, the 150's up already. Only in the 25th over. So rattling along, and lots of smiles on faces there amongst the crowd, I can see. They're enjoying this. It was a year ago that this partnership between Stokes and McCullum was formed.
And their big thing was to make Test cricket entertaining again. And my word, have they done that. It's been brilliant. It's been a brilliant year.
Camphor bowls. Pope takes a pace down the pitch, although it's the last over of the day. There will be no Hawk, I'm afraid, tonight. So wicket falls now.
That'll be it.
That'll be it. Hawk can take his pads off.
Is it bad that I'm slightly gutted? A bit disappointed?
Who, Stuart?
I'm
you are?
a bit disappointed.
Well, who do you want to get out?
Oh, now that's a nasty question.
There you are.
Who do you want to
I'll
get
go and
out?
tell them later.
You will as well.
152 for one. Pope's on 29. Camphor again. Bowls. He drives that hard, bit of bottom hand in that. Sends the ball skimming across the green grass to mid-on. But there's no run. The Hawk will have his moment. In the course of this summer, the Hawk will be released. He will fly. Fly for how long remains to be seen.
Quick 10 off 4 balls. Job done.
That'll be it. A splatter of stumps. 152 for one. Camphor bowls. It's edged. And is it caught? No, it just dropped in front, did it? The fielder has his back to us. It went to first slip. Sterling there. It might just not have carried to him. It seems to be the suggestion of the body language. There's not too much jumping around and sort of anger shown at a chance, but we've got our back to, he's got our back to us, so it's impossible to see whether that carried, and it didn't. It bounced just in front of him. Bit of bad luck there for the bowler. It was a genuine edge.
It's the first mistake Ollie Pope's made of the day today. But fortunately for him, it just dropped short of Paul Sterling. Decent delivery from Curtis Campher as well.
2 to go, 152 for 1. Here's Campher again, running in keenly, bowls, and Pope on the back foot this time makes no mistake. And sends the ball back to the bowler again. Crawley 56. And for Ireland, McCullum made 36, Sterling 30. Campher made 33. Tucker 18, Bryan 19, Adair 14. And after all that day, I've not put whether I actually bowled out for Andy, so I've left that little vital bit of information there missing from my workbook. I don't know how I managed that. I must have been distracted by something.
172.
172. Here's the last ball, driven down to mid-on. Fielder picks it up. And that's the end of the first day at 152 for 1. So they are just 20 runs behind at the close of play on the first day. It's been entertaining, lots going on. And the crowd, decent crowd, it's not a full house. But they will have enjoyed that. Don't forget TV highlights coming up on BBC Two at 7 o'clock. If you've been unable to watch it today, want to catch up. You'll see Stuart Broad's bowling and so on. You'll see Josh Tongue making his debut, a couple of wickets for Potts, and 3 for Leach, which is a pretty good effort on the first day of an early summer's pitch at Lord's. Didn't really offer him anything at all, but he took 3 for 35 from 14 overs and 2 maidens. That'll do him some good. Players make their way off into the shadows at the far end. Ireland, I suspect, a slight feeling of foreboding for what might come their way tomorrow, because they could well find themselves under the cosh, because that is quite a platform for England's batsmen tomorrow to really launch an attack and keep scoring at this run rate. So that's all to come tomorrow. Today has finished. The stewards are ringing the outfield. There's quite a lot of security here during the course of this test match, necessary these days, sadly. The ground staff going about their work down there, and as I said, we will be talking to Stuart Broad shortly enough. But before that, I've got Alistair Cook beside me, Niall O'Brien beside me to go over the course of the day, which, as I mentioned, sees England 20 runs behind with 9 wickets in hand. Niall, I think it's fair to say that Ireland knew it was going to be tough today, and if it's been tough today, it might be tougher tomorrow.
I expect it's going to be a difficult evening in the Ireland camp, because I think they'll be disappointed. You know, the batters especially, you know, there's nothing wrong with the surface. It was a bit difficult this morning. That first hour was a bit cloudy. The ball moved around a smidgen, not a great deal. I think if Ireland and their batting coach and the coaches and captain look over their dismissals, they'll think we've gifted England 4 or 5 wickets there, and that's not taking anything away from Stuart Broad, who was superb with the ball. I think we all felt the Ireland bowlers are going to have a difficult game. England batters came out and really did stamp their authority. England didn't give any sense today that they were easing their way into something bigger. They really did set a marker out for the summer, and I thought Ben Duckett, he's had a good summer so far for Nottinghamshire. Peter Moore's coach up at Trent Bridge said he's playing as well as he's ever seen him, and he started the English Test summer in a wonderful vein, and nice for Zach Crawley to get a half century too.
Yeah, it's momentum, I guess, Alistair, isn't it? I mean, just keeping going what they started a year ago.
Yeah, I think from the Irish point of view, the manner of a few of their dismissals from the top order to Leach, I think, will hurt them. Do you know what? If Stuart Broad, who's played however many games and taken however many wickets, gets 5 for against us, well, you know, it's cloudy, it's tough, we don't play much red ball cricket, you know, you can doff your cap and say, he's a genuine world-class bowler in his conditions. We don't mind getting out to him, but actually losing 3 wickets, certainly 2 of those wickets to Jack Leach on a non-turning day one,
pitch, yeah.
first day one. They're the ones where they probably thinking, geez, we let that. They're just, you can't really afford to do that when runs are such a premium. Ben Stokes captained him really well actually by challenging Ireland to go across the ball. Actually when he started off, Paul Sterling, who's a very attacking player, he had the man out, and within about 2 overs he said, no, up you come. And he had the whole of the short leg side up and challenged him, Tucker, to play across the line, all of them, and actually they fell for it. And that's probably the bit that everything else I think is kind of as we expected the day to go. But England have had a great day, great toss to win. I think it was quite tough this morning. I thought McCullum grafted really well actually. Real good opening batsmanship, left the ball well. Got a bit of luck, you need a little bit of luck, played the ball late. He'll be the one probably tonight going, God, you know what, I did all the hard work, and actually when he got out 20 minutes after lunch, probably had 1 or 2 more overs of Stuart Broad left, and the sun was out. It'd been a lovely time to bat, but we know that England are a better side than Ireland. Ireland probably needed luck to win the toss, nip a few out to put a few nerves in, but this England side thinks differently to what I would have thought coming to a game where they're so heavily favourites. They just think, well, it doesn't matter, we're just going to steamroll them.
Yeah. Michael Vaughan's here as well.
Good evening.
I guess that's just kind of gone according to plan, really, hasn't it, from England's point of view? Stick him in, bowl him out, and be more or less level at the close of play.
Yeah, I mean, winning the toss and bowling, that's the key to this England side. Conditions were in their favour, but they're trying to do things that no team has ever done. They genuinely arriving here this week thinking of winning in 2 days. No team in Test history is doing what this England side's now done for over a year. Scoring consistently at over 4.5s. We know the way they're going to play, and the more I watch them, the more I think, how do you bowl to them? And the only way you can bowl to them is by bowling your best ball consistently. And so far, the teams that they've played, whether it's New Zealand, India in that one test, South Africa, Pakistan away, New Zealand away, and you're talking about some real quality bowls. I'm not disrespecting Ireland, but the quality that they've faced in the last year is a lot better than they've faced today, and they've done it against better bowling. Now, the Australians, I know, will be thinking, oh, you can't do it against us, the Aussie mentality. But, they have done it against some real good attacks. The only time that it'll be a concern for them is the ball nips, as it was against South Africa here in the Test match. But it's just a joy to watch them play. I'm glad Alistair mentioned Ben Stokes' captaincy. I just think he's a very, very smart cricketer. A lot smarter than I think that we ever thought he would be as a skipper. The way that he creates gaps in the field for the batter to try and hit into, knowing that you can play 1 or 2 nice shots. So you can play the sweep shot to the short side, and you play it once or twice nicely. But, if you miss it, you're going to give Jack Leach the opportunity of getting a couple of wickets, which they did today. And I think Cookie's right. I think Ireland know they're up against it. They're up against a very good England side. But when you lose a few wickets to Jack Leach, who just bowled orthodox legs, they faced left-arm spin all their lives. There was nothing mysterious against Jack Leach today, but they've lost a few wickets poorly against him. The same in conditions that they had to bat. I don't think they could have done too much about it.
I think Ben Stokes' captaincy, if you're batting against him, we all like to get in a rhythm as a batsman. You all like to think, right, I'm in now, got to 20-30, and you see familiar things, 2 slips, gully, a ring field, bowlers bowling there. He doesn't let you do that as a batsman. He's moved fielders there to there. There might not be a reason for it, but he's always making you think, and he's always challenging you. Can you knock Jack Leach across there, the big gap at mid-wicket? But he'll only leave that for 3 or 4 balls, then he'll plug it, and he might offer you something else. He's constantly making you as a batsman think, and it's going to be interesting to see how, say, an Australian, the batting line-up of Labuschagne, Smith, these guys are world-class players, how they operate. Do they take that bait on, or do they just kind of ignore what he does and just focus on what you have to do is watch the ball? That's going to be an intriguing thing.
What do you think they will do?
I think they're going to be stubborn in their pro and just try and bat time.
That's how bubble they'll do.
That's how they bat, and I don't think how England bat is going to affect the Australian, like Steve Smith, Labuschagne. We know Head's positive, Khawaja can be positive as well. So I think, and Warner likes to get on with it if he gets going. So I think those two will just bat in their bubble, and that's where Ben Stokes' captaincy could really impact the game.
It's been a hugely positive day for England, but I'll just give a little bit of a kind of angle going forward. So I look at this England side. If Ben Stokes can't bowl,
And there has to be huge concerns whether he's going to bowl or not. He hasn't bowled today. He surely would have bowled this morning. The conditions were perfect for a
Before he
fourth
brought
seam.
Leach on.
So he didn't bowl. So we have to assume at this stage that it's a real doubt that he might play a full part as an all-rounder in the Ashes. So let's say I'm going to that first test match and he's not going to be able to bowl too much. You're now down to 4 bowlers. So you've got 3 seamers and then you've got Jack Leach. So they England bowl on day 1 or day 2, day 3, when the conditions, if the conditions are like, and I believe the forecast is pretty good. So you break down, and they don't bowl 90 overs anymore, they bowl 85 in a day. So they bowl 85, let's break down 85 overs into 4 bowlers. Say Mark Wood plays, he's going to bowl 15 because he's that go-to X factor. So you've now got 70 overs between 3 bowlers. Say Jimmy Anderson, Ollie Robinson, Jimmy Anderson, Stuart Broad, whoever the combination is, and then Jack Leach. Jack Leach, without Ben Stokes bowling, is the key to this England attack. Because if the Australians get after Jack Leach early and he has to be taken off, Ben Stokes then has to turn to the seamers to bowl more overs on days 1, 2 and 3.
That'll be the Australian ploy, won't it?
Without any question.
Absolutely.
Without any question. They'll be looking at Jack Leach and going, right,
we're after you.
We're going to come for you. Because that's why this, Cameron Green becomes such a key for the Ashes, because he's obviously the 4th seamer. He's a very, very good 4th seamer, and they've got 5 genuine bowling options.
Yeah.
It's only concerned about this England bowling attack if the conditions are like this, and it's not a kind of a period where the ball's going to be hooping around. If it swings around, obviously the 3 seamers are going to be plenty, but if it's like this, and today was a kind of a day that we'd expect to see in an Ashes series in a few weeks' time, where it does a bit for 20 overs, then it gets quite flat, and it's quite difficult to get the 10 wickets. And Jack Leach is the key. He's the key to holding this England attack together, and that's my only concern without Ben's bowling, that this England attack might just be a little bit wanting with only 4 bowling options.
We'll get Niall's thoughts in a second, but first of all, somewhere down there at the far end of the ground, Stuart Broad is with us. Hello, Stuart.
Hi, guys, how you doing?
Well, I'm doing really well. I'm in the sunshine. I hope you're not in the cold, in the shadows down there.
Yeah, actually, I think our balcony's been in the shadows all day. There's been a bit of whinging from the management, but it's been gorgeous out in the field.
Yeah, it has. And gorgeous for you, I'd imagine. You couldn't start the summer any better.
Yeah, nice, actually. I was... I was happy with the way we bowled as a group. It was fantastic bowling conditions this morning until lunch. That's what you're after at Lords. You get a bit of cloud and try and make the new ball count. And then the pitch sort of flattened up a little bit when the sun came out and the ball went a bit soft, so we had to work a little bit harder after lunch. But ultimately, you win the toss and bowl, and you search for that sort of result, and we're delighted with that.
You showed us that nice little outswinger you've been working on as well.
Yeah, it's a pretty basic ball in the armoury, really, but it's something that I've probably got really focused on, nipping the ball back into the stump, and that's always going to be my favourite ball, because I believe your best outswinger can beat the outside edge, but your best ball that nips back generally hits someone on the shin or bowls them. So I'll still base my bowling around nipping the ball back to the stumps, but to be able to stand it up away from the bat and bring the slips into play is going to be important throughout this summer, I think.
Do you think you bowl a fuller length these days? I mean, there's more attacking cricket that England are playing. You do seem to be pitching the ball up.
I think so. Yeah, I think so. And I certainly feel more comfortable bowling that fuller length. And I think that just comes through naturally what teams want. Under going back a long time ago, under sort of Andrew Strauss, it was all about economy rates. So you had to bowl that slightly shorter length to be able to not get driven too much, whereas now it's all about wickets, so try and hold as many slips as you can, and if you get driven through the covers, that's not a problem, as long as you're creating chances. So yeah, there's definitely a mindset that economy rates don't really matter anymore, and it's all about taking 10 wickets as quickly as you can, and generally through the history of the game, the fuller lengths bring wickets quicker.
Yeah. Do you have any sort of Ashes plans in place? I mean, do you have any idea now which test match you might or might not be playing in? I mean, has there been that sort of planning down the line?
No, not at all. I mean, it's, within this change room, I think one of Brendan's sort of major mindsets and sayings is sort of live where your feet are, very much not looking forward at all. So I'm sure there's been some planning, in the hierarchy at some stage, but from the players, the Ashes hasn't even been mentioned at all. We've got this week against Ireland, then we've got a bit of a camp towards the back end of next week, where that will be the first time we'll talk about the Ashes at all. So I think for us, we know it's going to be we're going to need a pack of bowlers throughout these next 6-7 weeks. I think we know that the games come thick and fast, and I think as a bowling group we know that we're going to need a few of us. So the mindset's just to be trying to be in rhythm and fit and fresh for every game. And whoever gets picked doesn't mean it'll be the same group in the next game.
Yeah, having taken 5 wickets here, certainly the old mindset would have been, well, that's me set up for the next test. But I mean, I guess it's possible that they will rotate, if you like, and you won't play that first one.
Yeah, very much so. But you know, my mindset, as long as I'm fit and fresh for the last test of the summer, I've sort of done my job, if that makes sense. You know, I be ready to be called upon at any stage, whether that's the first, the fifth, the third. It doesn't matter to me. So, you know, it's one of those environments that if I don't play at Edgbaston, you know, I might need to take important wickets at the Oval.
Yeah. Inevitably down here, Stuart, you can't help but muse over you and Jimmy Anderson's future. I mean, do you have any thoughts in your mind about this being your last summer?
No, not really. I mean, I sort of made a promise to myself last March when I got left out of the Caribbean that I wouldn't look any further than the next game that I'm playing. And I know that sounds quite cliche, but it's worked really well for me. Just put my heart and soul into each week, whether I'm playing for England or Nottinghamshire, attack it, you know, play as aggressive as I possibly can, leave everything out there with my body, and then enjoy whatever result comes the way, and then attack the next week. So I think that's really helped me not looking too far ahead, because it keeps me very fresh and just focusing on what I need to do today. So yeah, I think that promise to myself was quite important, and it's, you know, I think I've bowled really well in the past year under Stokesy. I've done exactly what I wanted to do as a bowler, and take wickets and take important wickets when I've needed to. And ultimately, I'm pretty addicted to the side of cricket and the environment that the guys have created. It's so fun turning up each day. You know, the number one rule, the number one objective of the whole team is to entertain the people that listen on the radio, watch on the telly, come to the ground. And that's such a fun place to be as a player, because you're not worried about results, you're not worried about failing, you're just looking at entertaining.
Yeah, and in that vein, was the Hawk padded up tonight?
I was. The Hawk was padded up from 6 o'clock.
6 o'clock?
And then the Owl got padded up from 6:20. That's Leachy, because he says he's watchful, you see, so he's called himself the Owl. So we hawked an owl tonight, but weren't needed.
No, you weren't. And just as well, because actually, I mean, that's a lovely platform that England have tomorrow. I mean, is there any thoughts about tactics tomorrow, or do you just turn up tomorrow and see what happens and see how many you're going to get?
Your guess is as good as mine. With Stokesy,
it could be anything,
I don't have a clue. I'd like to think I'd have the first hour off.
Yes.
And then I'll be ready to do anything.
But he literally could. I mean, I think, you know, we've seen enough of Ben Stokes as captain now to know that he literally could do anything, couldn't he?
Yep, absolutely. His whole mindset is about winning, and winning as powerfully as you possibly can. But you know, I would feel that would hopefully be a long way in the future. We've got some batting to do yet, and hopefully the sun comes out, the pitch plays like it did in the last couple of hours, and we have a bit of fun.
Yeah. This is the last one, Stuart. It's about almost a year ago, I think, that awful day when your pub burnt down. I see you've got an opening day again now, so that must be really cheering you up too.
Yeah, great actually. Yeah, we've been slightly delayed. We were hoping for the end of May, but it's pushed into sort of later June. But yeah, we're looking forward to getting that up. I remember you texting me at about 5:30 or 6 o'clock, just saying, I think your pub's on fire. I was like, yeah, I know, I've just had a phone call. So I think you were the first person to send me an image of it driving past it. So yeah, it was an interesting test match, but playing with those sort of thoughts. But yeah, fortunately, no one was hurt. We can rebuild it, and hopefully bigger and better.
But it looks great. I'll drive past it most days. Stuart, well bowled. Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you. See you soon.
There we go. Stuart Broad, who took his 20th 5-wicket haul today. He's left that little bit dangling about tomorrow, isn't it? I think what we've all been saying up here is who knows what on earth Ben Stokes is going to do. The players have got no idea by the sounds of it.
Yeah, and that's why I like Ben Stokes so much about his captaincy, is that he really does arrive pretty much every day, and I think he keeps the players on their toes. I think he keeps him on the toes about everything that he does. About selection, about the way that he's going to play. The entertainment aspects of this team is so obvious, and it's such a great mindset to have. If you're just arriving as a sports person under the utmost pressure and your sole mind is to just entertain.
Yeah.
So you're taking away the result. You're taking away, scoring or you're just there to get out there and entertain people. It's a great mindset. I mean, for years and years we said he bowled too short, and he's just justified it.
Yeah.
He had just justified. For years we were all saying, you're bowling too short, you're bowling too short.
I thought I'd just feed in the line.
And we knew it was a part of the team's tactics. Bowl, bowl for attrition, bowl for dots, bowl for maidens. You bowl 3 maidens, you get an opportunity. We knew that.
I know.
So he's just justified it.
Yeah, so I wasn't going to say anything at the time. Niall, I mean, I guess it's probably the first time you've seen England in the flesh in this year.
Yeah.
Is there? I mean, what strikes you about the way they're playing? And again, being relative, Ireland aren't underprepared, and they are, this is quite a one-sided contest.
Yes.
So you take all that into account,
Yes.
of course.
They're an exciting team. They look a very, very relaxed environment. I think they're coming, enjoying their cricket, speaking to the guys around the circuit. Everyone wants to get in this England team because they're obviously very, very playing with this attitude and a carefree attitude. So they're going about things the right way.
Let's see what Chris Camphor makes of it. He's with Henry Moran.
Thoughts then at the end of a day that had moments for Ireland, but ultimately England will probably be the happier of the sides?
Yeah, exactly. You touched on it there, moments. I think we didn't, whenever we got on top, we didn't prolong those periods, and when they were on top, they really enforced their authority. So yeah, I think all in all, we're a bit disappointed about today, but we come back tomorrow a bit stronger.
Stuart Broad had one of those days where the knees were pumping and he felt like he was looking like taking a wicket every ball. I mean, that's quite intimidating for any side to face.
Yeah, I think it was a great challenge for our batters. It was tough out there, but listen, we showed some good determination, and hopefully we'd have liked to just extend a little bit longer, but yeah, he's a top class bowler, so when they have one of those days, it's all about limiting them.
A lot of conversations about how England approach their batting. What conversations did you have as an Ireland side about how you try and restrain this England side?
Yeah, I think it's all about bowling our best balls as much as we can. I think they do put you under pressure, and that's what they try to do, because we saw there at the end there too, if you do put the ball in the right area, there are chances. So I think that's what the way they play. They're trying to get on top of you and enforce their authority, and as long as we can just stay disciplined, we'll be better today.
And looking at the summer as a whole, a lot of conversations about the priorities for both sides, and one-day qualification for Ireland, England and the Ashes. But a week at Lords is a special thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a massive and true honour to play here. The guys are buzzing about this week. It's been good build-up in Essex, and coming here the hospitality's been amazing. The ground's been great as always, and the people are just amazing. So yeah, it's been a good week for us being up.
Have there been conversations about what Ireland need to get out of this week?
I think we always come here to win. There's no doubt about that. It's about a massive opportunity for us to showcase ourselves. And we're very young in terms of tests played. So for every opportunity we get to play Test cricket, it's a massive opportunity for us.
And against a side that is leading the way in terms of style, is it something Ireland are looking to emulate in any way?
No, I think not to that extreme, but I think because the limited time we play red ball cricket, I think we do have guys that play their own way and are back that way, and I think that's it. There's a mixture of guys that look to transfer pressure, there's lots of guys that look to absorb pressure, so I think that's just where we're playing. It's not to an extreme like them, but it's in our own way, it's different.
Top man, many thanks for your time. Cheers.
That's Curtis Camphor, thanks to Henry, who made 33 today and played very nicely. I mean, just to be, let's get things into perspective, Niall. I mean, this is tough. Very little first-class cricket, as we know. Very little Test cricket. The last Test cricket was played in subcontinental conditions. Being realistic, this is a tough call. I mean, I think probably especially for the bowlers, actually, but they're used to white ball fields of defensive positions and so on. Suddenly they've got to have 3 slips because they've only got 170 on the board. You've got to get people out, lots of gaps.
Well, I think the discipline and the lack of red ball cricket showed for Ireland. They knew they were going to be under pressure from Duckett and Crawley, and Ollie Pope came out and played well. But you got to, as Curtis Camphor said in his interview, you've got to try and hold the line of length, and they just couldn't do that. When they did hold a bit of a line length, Zach Crawley had 2 or 3 when he nearly dragged on. Yeah. So you create a bit of a half chance. Everyone knew England are going to score freely. They're going to score freely against every bowling attack. I think from the Ireland point of view, the batting will be disappointing. You know, I get what the boys said. It was a little bit difficult this morning, but I thought they were a little bit naive in some of their stroke play. You know, Harry Tector is a fine player. He's had a wonderful 18 months. Second ball, walks down the wicket and across the stumps to Stuart Broad. He only gave himself one area, hit the ball, leg side and probably behind square, where Matthew Potts took a good catch. So I think they'll be disappointed. You know, it's not all doom and gloom. Tomorrow's another day for these boys, and they're learning on the job. But I think the coach will be a little bit disappointed tonight. But at the same time, there was 20-odd thousand people here cheering on Ireland Test match. So the bigger picture is that Ireland is still playing Test cricket here. And they're up against a very good team. Yeah. This England side, even without the likes of Anderson and Mark Wood, this is a proper team. Yeah. And they're good to watch, England. They really are.
Zach Crawley got 50. How do you think that innings will be assessed, Michael?
I've said for a while now with Zach Crawley, you know, we've watched Test match cricket for many years, and we've kind of got to get our mindset away from what we've seen in the past, which is Test match opening batters in our time is to play for your off stump, be consistent, see off the new ball. This England side and the way that they're playing, they see Zach Crawley as can he create momentum. So they're looking at him in 5 Test matches against Australia, 10 innings, say, can he create momentum in 4? It's like a T20 style approach. They really do feel so. As much as I'll be sat up going, well, I've just got 56 against an Ireland team. I'd have wanted 150, playing a little bit more sensibly, but they don't think that way. They'll be thinking he's just created momentum and created a great opening partnership with Ben Duckett. Now, the key comes in a couple of weeks' times, because if he does get off to a good start against Australia, and he has played well against Australia. He played beautifully in Sydney on the last tour. So I think he has a game and an ability that when he's at his best, and he will have to be at his best against Cummins and co, he can damage Australia. But if it goes wrong first time of asking at Edgbaston, you know, the noise, because he's only going to get one hit here. He's not going to get another knock, I can't imagine. No. So I don't think he was at his best. He played 2 or 3 beautiful shots. He could have been out 3 or 4 times, dragged on. He mastered the inside edge past the off stump to fine leg.
3 times.
And he'll probably say that that's his new shot. But, you know, he's one of those players that I like watching because he's positive and he plays some beautiful shots. Do I sit here and think he's going to be consistent in the Ashes? Absolutely not. But do I think he could create impact and momentum, which is exactly what this England team are after from him? Yeah, I do think he'll create momentum on 2 or 3 occasions in the Ashes.
Do you think he's happy with that? As a batter wanting more and more runs, do you think?
That's what I was wondering. I was going to say to him, you've been in that position different eras. 56, is he saying, I've made a good impact today, so I'm happy? Or is he thinking 150?
I'd hope he's disappointed. Yeah. I'd hope he's sat in that dressing room and he's gutted that he's not getting the big score, but it's the way that he plays. His career record is an average of 30. Yeah. So that's what he's done all his life. He'll get 100, then he'll go 0-5. That's what his average tells you. His average in Test match cricket is 27. Yep. You know, he's played quite a few matches now. So, you know, don't be surprised if Zach Crawley is inconsistent. That is what he does. But will he create momentum on the odd occasion? I think he will.
Great. OK, Michael and Niall, thank you very much indeed. Our first podcast of the year. And, of course, you can watch highlights now on Today at the Test on BBC Two and the BBC iPlayer. There are clips of the best of the day's action on the BBC Sport website and the app. Now, next on 5 Sports Extra, Kevin Howells and the team have commentary on the Roses T20 Blast match. And the TMS podcast will be available shortly on BBC Sounds. We're back tomorrow on air 10:15 on 5 Sports Extra with Radio 4 Longwave joining us from 10:45. Lovely day here. Forecast good tomorrow. We'll see you then. Goodbye.
And a very good evening to you. Yes, many thanks to Agus and the team there at Lord's. More live cricket for you this evening here on 5 Sports Extra. And the story tonight really is the return of England one-day captain Jos Buttler for Lancashire. It's the Battle of the Roses. They're always big nights, big night, sold out here in Leeds this evening. Lancashire with 3 wins from 4 in the competition so far. Yorkshire, well, they don't have Adil Rashid. ECB say he's got a back injury, but they did win for the first time in 13 games at Nottingham just 2 nights ago. Yorkshire are batting first because Lancashire won the toss and put Yorkshire into bat. Lyth and Milan are the opening pair. Just want to run down the 2 teams for you this evening before we go much further with the commentary, just to tell you that they line up like this: Adam Lyth, Dawid Milan, Shan Masood, Johnny Tattersall, Matthew Revis, Will Luxton, David Visa, Dom Bess, Jordan Thompson, Ben Mike and Jaffa Johan. For Lancashire Lightning, well, not only is Josh Butler back for the first of 10 matches in the campaign, but Phil Salt is back. He missed the last game through injury, so Salt and Butler likely to open. Then it's Luke Wells, Stephen Croft, Daryl Mitchell, Liam Livingston, Colin de Grandhomme, Tom Bailey, Tom Hartley, Luke Wood and Matt Parkinson. There are 2 other games you may wish to follow on the BBC Sport website and app, and those matches in the north are Leicestershire versus Derbyshire, 2 teams without a win in the competition this season. And in the south, just getting underway, Sussex Sharks versus Essex Eagles. So that is it. That is the night ahead of us. There is so much to look forward to. The crowd here have just enjoyed the Vikings moving to 5 for no wicket. We're midway through the first over. Our commentary team is Scott Reed and Phoebe Graham.
There's a bit about this Yorkshire top order as well. They might be missing 1 or 2 of their kind of bigger international names, but Lyth and Milan are fine players. That's flicked away off the hip by Lyth, down towards fine leg. He's going to get 4 more. Doubles his total. He moves on to 4. Yorkshire move on to 9 without loss.
Lovely shot off the hips there from Adam Lyth, and he certainly is one player that loves to take advantage of the power play. With only 2 fielders out in the first 6 overs, Lyth is that destructive batter that will score quick and score fast. He hasn't had a big score in this campaign yet, so he'll be looking to do so this evening.
He's fresh from another winter playing T20 cricket all over the place. That's driven beautifully for 4 more. That's the best shot of the lot. What a gorgeous shot off the front foot, punched away through the covers. And Lyth moves on to 12. That's the pick of the bunch, that so far, Phoebe, isn't it?
That's absolutely gorgeous. He's just played his hands through that really classy drive through the offside between cover and extra cover. And that's when you just take a bow. Adam Lyth, lovely.
He's a fine T20 player. He's got stacks and stacks of T20 experience. As I say, he's played franchise cricket, Big Bash, IPL. He's played in the South African T20 competition as well. It's flicked away. It's going to be another 4, I think. Can finally get across? No. Well, what a way to end that first over for Yorkshire. What a contrast, actually, as well, from the first couple of deliveries, couple of dot balls to start, then the wide, and then 4, 4, 4, and 4. Yorkshire is 17 without loss after 1, and that is a terrific start for Lyth and for the home team.
Yeah, it's a brilliant start for Yorkshire. 17 for none off the first over from Wood. He'll be kicking himself for a few of those deliveries that he's just let slip down the leg side and been freebies for Adam Lyth. He's played some beautiful shots, 1 through extra cover, punished for 4, 1 straight down the ground, but those ones that are just is guided down the leg side through fine leg region for 4. Sloppy deliveries from Luke Wood. He'll be disappointed by that, and Adam Lyth is one player who will punish in the power play.
Well, Tom Bailey is going to open up the bowling from the football stand at end of the ground here to opposite where we're broadcasting from. We're at the Kirkstall Lane end, the media and player centre end. And Bailey in for the injured Saqib Mahmood. 1 slip in place and Dawid Milan on strike. Here's Bailey in and bowling, and that's turned out to mid-wicket, and there is no run. So 2 fielders allowed outside the fielding restriction, the circle that loops around the edge of the playing pitch, 30-metre circle away from the batter, and only 2 fielders for the first 6 overs are allowed outside that fielding circle. So the power play overs where the batters are looking to try and exploit with the field in and the boundaries exposed. There's a deep backward square leg and there's a deep third. Here comes Bailey to Milan. Off the front foot and just pushes it up towards mid-off. That's a really smart single by Milan, getting his first run, and the Yorkshire Vikings move on to 18 without loss to get Lythe back on strike.
That's great running from David Milan. He's just punched the ball and it's just slightly missed Bailey's left hand. So mid-on is running into that, and they've somehow managed to sneak a single. Very, very clever running, and their awareness and batting together is top notch, really. They've done this many a time as Bailey just changes his fields. Third man's in for Lythe, mid-wicket and square out.
Here's Bailey to Lythe. That's punched up towards mid-off. Again, they get through for one. It's good running.
Again, another cheeky single. I don't know whether I'd take a few at that one with the Lancs fielding attack. If they're on the ball and ready to attack those singles, it could be a run out there, but they've got away with that one.
19 without loss. Milan back on strike. Not a huge amount of T20 bowling experience from Bailey. Regular, of course, in Lancashire's championship team. Swatted away by Milan. It's in front of square, and it's going to go for 4 runs. Out towards that western stand, away to our right-hand side. Not so sure if he timed it absolutely sweetly as he was looking for, but he gets 4 for it. He moves on to 5. Milan, Yorkshire 23 without loss.
No, he didn't time that perfectly. He just seemed to punch that along the ground just in front of square. If he'd have got hold of it, I think it was going into the stands, but it just popped on him last minute there from Bailey.
He's back in over the wicket to Milan, a little short and wide, and Milan off the back foot trying to force the ball away through the offside, but picked up by de Grandhomme at cover, and there's no run. Joss Butler's got the gloves. He's keeping wicket for Lancashire. So Phil Salt, who had previously done it, is now at it deep back with square leg, and George Bell, who did it in the first game, is not picked at all. They're not short of wicket-keeping options, Lancashire. But Butler's always taking the gloves.
He is, and there's also Villas as well, who's in the squad, but with only being able to play 2 overseas cricketers, they've gone for Daryl Mitchell and Colin de Grandhomme.
There's Bailey. Oh, Milan slogs that on the kind of slog sweep out towards deep mid-wicket. 1 bounce and 4 more runs. 2 overs in. Yorkshire have set off like the proverbial train here. 27 without loss. Lythe on 17 and Milan on 9.
And that wasn't a bad delivery either. That's just a batter who's in form, with confidence, willing to whip a length through mid-wicket. 1 bounce 4. Excellent from Milan. Great positive intent, but I don't think Bailey should be too down on himself for that delivery. It looks like they're turning to spin here, though, because the wicket's playing really, really well, and it doesn't seem to be having much nibble, much swing, and they're taking advantage of the attack at the moment at Yorkshire.
Yeah, the captain's going to bring himself into the attack, so Liam Livingstone comes into the attack. I tell you, this is an intriguing move, this. Livingstone in for the 3rd over of the match. Bowls to Lythe, off the back foot, cuts the ball away for 4. The beauty about the power play with the fielders inside the circle is if you get enough on it and you can beat that infield, you're going to get value for it. Lythe moves on to 21, 31 without loss.
He did this against Durham a few games ago, 24 from 8 deliveries, and then gave his wicket away. So it's whether he can continue accelerating here.
Livingston bowls around the wicket, actually doesn't... Oh, I like it. He likes to be a bit of a pantomime villain from time to time, Liam Livingstone. He's not released the ball, so a few boos from the Yorkshire fans. He's back into Lythe. Ooh, forward in defence. And there's no run, just off the front foot.
Yeah, he saw Lythe really backing away from the delivery there, and rather than changing his approach, changing his delivery, just pulled out the delivery.
In comes Livingstone, balls again. Lythe will push it up towards mid-off, and Hartley picks up and has a shy at the stumps at the bowler's end, but again they've scampered through for a quick single.
They're not usually a team that batters take on for quick singles, Lancashire, so it just shows how well these two know each other and how quickly they are between the wickets, because they just seem a little bit on the back foot, Lancashire, at the moment. I think they expected to get quick early wickets, but they didn't expect this. A flying start, 32 for none.
And it balls to Milan. He's off the back foot again, punching away into the offside. Hartley fields, no run. We've got 4 fielders on the offside. Short third, point, cover, extra cover. There's a long off, mid-on, deep mid-wicket, backward square leg, and short fine. Milan can't get it past the infield again. It's picked up by de Grandhomme at backward point, and there's no run. He pulled it back quite nicely. His first ball went for, second ball I think went for 4, didn't it? And then, no, his first ball did go for 4, then he's pulled it back as Livingston. Again, Milan just takes a single down the ground, and that is the end of Livingston's first over. It's gone for 6, but the first ball going for 4, he's come back well there.